This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụla dị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'obi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kedụkosi aga ya gazere onye ukwu ma gazere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ọbụla dị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a iwere karịa olu.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin. Thank you.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say call me Enjoy Med Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mide, but last, more than No Mide. Or more. Not be also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the content anything come on. A VOP TV.
And share our concerns. Thank you.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors
Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Novisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyosite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Beautiful Friday morning, and a very welcome to another interesting edition of VOP this morning. Today also happens to be the 7th day in the month of November 2025. I am Fina Okechukwu. And for the next 2 hours, we'll have quite an interesting lineup for us this morning. And one of the topics of conversation today is that the President Tinubu have vowed to crush terrorists in Nigeria. And this is coming as U.S. Congress proposes visa ban and asset freezing for the Mieti Allah group. Also on a radar today, we'll dissect a bit of the GDP as regarding the state of the nation, where we learned that GDP growth is just an empty number. And guess who made the statement? The former Vice President of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Osibanjo. He slams the particular administration, calling everything that has to do with GDP growth more like, one economic statement. Does not really have any effect on the people. 3.5 trillion naira shocker. Interesting. FG admits billions lost to food waste. Why Nigerians go hungry? We'll discuss all this during the course of the program, but we encourage you, before we dive straight into that, topic of discussion this morning, we encourage you to do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel if you've not done that. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all the social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. You can also visit the website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news.
Yes, of course. Visit and be part of the conversation we're having. It's a Friday. So, yes, we're getting ready for the Friday groove. I'm Moses Humphrey. And some of the conversations that Nigerians are having, let's dive into it already. Africa is bleeding, lost between $7 billion and $10 billion. Or Africa loses between $7 billion and $10 billion annually to medical tourism, with Nigeria alone losing up to $2 billion as elites and politicians jet off for treatment abroad, often for conditions that could be managed locally. But the Nigerian Medical Association, NMA, and Afrexim Bank have sounded the alarm, warning that this trend not only drains foreign exchange, but also cripples investment in domestic healthcare infrastructure. Well, ironically, while foreign nations recruit Nigerian-trained doctors, the same leaders who underfund local hospitals seek care overseas. You would wonder, what is the sense behind that? Oh well, this of course perpetuates a cycle of neglect and brain drain. Experts at the NMA's Healthcare and Medical Expo in Abuja called for urgent reforms and private sector investment to reverse this costly trend. Basically, the exodus of doctors from Nigeria to other countries. Now, this is something we've spoken about, and the approach of government towards the well-being of doctors has been palpable. But one would ask, when will it get to the point where you know that indeed these individuals, I mean, healthcare is something that should receive a lot of attention. It's not just about building hospitals. It's not just about building structures. The personnel, how are they catered to? How are their needs catered to? In a situation whereby they are poorly paid. I think NMA in some states are also embarking on strike, and most of it poor pay, being overworked because the workforce is not in tandem with what they have to do. So a lot of them are stretched. Well, there's been a report that there's a work schedule that's been set out. But will that be abided by? I wait to see. And of course, the most important thing here is for government of Nigeria. Now, the major thing here is the world is now focused on Nigeria. When we talk about insecurity, we've been able to draw attention to ourselves, good or bad. Attention has been drawn to what is going on in the area of insecurity. And I believe it's time for us to also work on other areas of the economy. Healthcare is one area that needs immediate attention to fix. So we'll stop this issue of brain drain as it affects health, because the health of a nation is, of course, the wealth of the nation. So it's up to the government to do the needful and pay workers, employ more workers. A lot of medical officials the medical personnel are leaving institutions with no work. I was speaking with a nurse the other day. She was, looking for where to go work, and and then she listed a few hospitals where she has applied to. Highbrow, I must say, big hospitals, private hospitals, because they are the ones that can pay. That can pay you what you feel you can take home. But government hospitals, almost nothing to write home about. But we know that they harbor the best brains. So why not just pay them well, treat them well? And the issue of strikes here and there, NMA going on strike, resident doctors going on strike. I thought this administration said there will be no strikes. Well, unfortunately, things have fallen apart, and I hope they can fix it before it gets out of hand.
All right, during this NMA Expo 2.0 in Abuja, so many prominent Nigerians actually were able to chime in on the fact that we're having mass exodus of medical doctors or practitioners now leaving Nigeria. And that actually is causing us brain drain to start with in this country. But now if you check out also on the fact that we're losing money, large sum amount of money, not just in Nigeria, Africa to start with. Because I can remember when Raila Odinga died, he died in somewhere in India. And they had to bring him back to his country for burial and all that, And what does this actually mean? It means that there was a time in Africa we have everything the way it should be. I could recall someone telling me that before I was born in Nigeria, that Nigeria was a place for medical tourism. Yeah, more you can laugh, but make sure that you're not going to come for me later. Yes, I was told that there was a time when people do come into Nigeria for medical attention. And then University of Ibadan Teaching Hospital happened to be the place where, we have a well-equipped facility and also medical team on ground to do everything that needed to be done. But guess what? At this point in time, people are leaving. Even the hospital the other day, people were protesting no power there for some time over the fact that I think the distribution company decided to take them off. Back and forth, stories that shouldn't actually have made it to the cover pages. But we saw that happening. And what interests me is this. When a particular man, Salako, was talking about this present administration, he said that, yes, under this present administration, that, they have also put in place many strategies, actually, to promote local medical services and attract inbound medical travel to Nigeria. And I asked, how is it going to happen? Let's take it a little step back to history. since I would say, since I become a bit knowledgeable about what life and all about takes to be, I have not seen a situation whereby a Nigerian president would take or seek for medical attention in Nigeria. They always travel out of the country. And what does that actually portend? It portends that there was a time when Nigerian governments were doing the needful and people were coming in, inbound, influx of foreigners coming to Nigeria to seek medical attention. But at this point in time, when we're supposed to, enjoy what we're supposed to have is when we lost it. So what happens? People are going abroad to seek attentions and things that we can actually give to them, the orthopedics, oncology attention, even nephrology and cardiology attentions are the things that people are going abroad to seek. Why can't we make a way and bring it to Nigeria whereby we have capable hands? We have people who can do all these surgeries to start with. Yes, but it's just that because we're not investing in the right place, some of them will travel abroad to where they are, ideas and every other thing they must have gathered during the course of their studies will be utilized properly rather than them, staying and all that. But let's see how it goes. If they say they really want to do something about it, I believe in myself that for us to achieve the vision, if actually you have any at hand, we have to put in a whole lot of work. Yes, a whole lot of work have to come in from both the government and also individuals, private sectors too, who are sponsoring, medical care in one way or another. Yes, because some medical doctors would rather go to their own private clinic and take care of things, rather than doing what they're supposed to do when they found themselves within the government-owned, facilities. But anyway, Nigeria, I believe, will be great. That's one thing I actually believe. I don't know about more, but I believe that will be great someday.
Yes, it's good to have the positive outlook to things. Nigeria will be great only if work is done to make it great. The way things are,
how did we even get to this place? How did we get to this place?
That's a big question. How did we get here?
How did we get here?
Yeah, by not paying attention to the things that we should pay attention to. Yes.
It's
by taking for granted.
Exactly.
I was speaking with a friend this morning, and we're talking about the interest of Nigeria when it comes to issues, things, the world, and and then you would realize that as a nation, you ask yourself, what is our interest when we interact with other nations? When we you can hardly place it. But what we have are individual interests. Interests, that individuals in government, each person wants what benefits them as an individual, not the general good of the country.
Then when you manage to leave the individual level of it, you get to ethnic or religious part of it.
It's still, very unfortunate. Oh, well. In a dramatic pre-election gesture, I don't know if this is dramatic, but Governor Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra State has declared Friday, November 7th, which of course is today, 2025, a work-free day for all civil and public servants ahead of the crucial governorship election slated for Saturday, November 8th. Now, the announcement made through the head of service, Theodora Igwegwe, is aimed at giving workers ample time to travel to their polling units and participate in what the government calls a civic responsibility, vital to democracy and good governance. Well, Governor Soludo, who is seeking re-election under the All Progressive Grand Alliance, APGA, has stirred debate with this move, which some view as a strategic effort to mobilize voter turnout among state employees. Political observers are watching closely as this last-minute holiday could tilt the balance in a tightly contested race. Well, it's not the first time holidays are given for, prior to elections. And of course, we know people travel. They leave their, even in states, even in national election, people travel. So more often than not, the holidays are given in Nigeria because we haven't matured. Our democracy hasn't gotten to the point where you would, just readily vote over a week and movement will not be stopped. People can move around and cast their votes without the fear of being attacked or being stopped on the road. We haven't matured to that level. We are still on this level. It's okay. We can improve, but this is where we are for now. So holidays are given. Civil servants, of course, they need to cast their votes. Some of them are working in towns and they might need to travel to if their polling units are within the villages, they might need to travel to go cast their votes. I don't see this as trying to, sway electorates your way. Now, personally, that's not how I view this. Go to your travel. I mean, it's a day before, so you can travel to your community, cast your vote. But my worry here is that in some communities, in places like Lilu, somewhere in Ihiala, and the rest of them, there are fears that elections may not hold because the insecurity in those areas have led to people abandoning their communities. A lot of people have abandoned those communities. They've run away. And elections there are fears that elections may not even hold there. And if that happens, how will the results be a complete representation of everybody? Some of those areas have been taken over by hoodlums. Reports has it that most of the people you see in those areas are not the residents. They are those that have invaded, chased away the residents, and are basically, loitering in those communities. And before now, I think the last election, there was need for a rerun in some of those areas, and they had heavy security. The previous one, the previous election, electoral materials didn't get to those areas because of how they were, and then during the rerun, they had heavy security in those areas for elections to be held. But now things have further escalated. A lot of people have left there. They've relocated to neighboring states, some of them to the city center. So will elections be held in those areas? Well, I leave that one open-ended. Open-ended. Will it be held? Oh, well.
I think the other day when INEC officials were talking about the election activities and all that, they made mention of some words, that they might not really participate. I'm talking about the elections, that material getting to that place, reason being that they are yet to, find a way to navigate it. But when I heard about this one-day public holiday to all civil servants, the only question I asked, when are we going to get to that point more where I can sit down, look up at my home and cast my vote without having public holiday?
Exactly.
If you go to the South, it's basically Monday is their sit at home. People will just sit at home because of the insecurity or because of the shooting and most of the other killings that happened during that time when people decide to come out. Now imagine when you have how many working days now? Tuesday.
No, this is just
Wednesday,
a one-off.
Thursday. I know it's just a one-off.
Okay.
But now, if we actually sit down and calculate how much we, let's use Anambra as a case study, how much we lose every day over any little holiday, public holiday.
The ones we gain, what are we?
That is another question people will ask. But that actually is a way to show that when you're talking about what is really our aim and objective, as a young person who asks you, what's a long-term goal? What's a short-term goal? We don't really factor in all those things, actually, especially when we want to tell foreign directors, investors that, okay, this is what we want to do for them to come and invest in our country and all that. Now, if you break it down, people that will travel this Friday will not come back. They won't be able to be there till Tuesday. So let's say Tuesday might be a partial work-free day too. Yes, because Monday there's no movement to start with.
I mean, these are civil servants.
We're saying the same thing.
Private companies will do their business. Let's face it. I mean, it's not something to glot over, but sometimes when they go to work, what do?
Oh, okay. So you're taking us to that.
I'm just saying.
You're taking us to that level.
I'm just saying. But when they go to work, some of them resume at 11 o'clock, close at 2 p.m.
In some cases.
In a lot of cases.
We have ghost workers too.
You see? So I don't see this as having any impact, really.
I believe it does, but just that we are not looking at the impact it has because we've started actually to decide what we want to take in, what we want to assimilate, what we want to take and feed our brains with. You understand? So we're sure picking at this point in time what we'll have to deliberate or talk about.
Okay.
But now I am actually also, on the breath, I believe that Joa Shamapito when he said that this election, being a litmus test to him and his new office, is going to make sure he deliver well. I want it to be a case whereby Anambra people will go out there to cast a vote, and at the end of the day, their mandate actually will be what will be represented. I hope and I believe that after the election, which is tomorrow, scheduled to happen tomorrow. The aftermath of the election will just be a golden handshake among all parties. You know, I don't want to see us going back and forth over what is happening. And all. You recall what happened when they went for a by-election, you know, it was more like a confrontation. I'm going to burn your car. You know, so many people were speaking loud and tough and all that. So I just pray that...
It's an interesting election, really. It's interesting. I think about 15 or 16 parties contesting in that election. And then about 4 major candidates. But regardless of the 4, George Mohalu of the Labour Party, Ukachukwu
of the All Progressives Congress,
APC, and then the ADC guy. I mean, I can't get his name off the cuff right now. So it's between APGA, incumbent, APC, ADC, and LP. These are the 4 major parties that are contesting that election. But out of the 4, I think only 2 really are the horses in the race. It's more like a 2-horse race, APC and APGA. But what happens, the governor himself has tilted towards the center of the APC. He's a supporter of the Tinubu administration. I know how that will work, either in his favor or against him. I don't know if that will work. And we know Anambra has always been an APGA state. So will there be a different... I mean, I'll be shocked. I'll be shocked if things are tilted the other way.
But you know, people have been saying that Enugu, for example, for the past 29 years have been a PDP state, and boom, what happened?
No, that was a defection.
Oh, defection.
That was the governor defecting
so let's
to
see how
another
this is
party.
going to be.
Chukwuma Soludo has not defected. He's still in APGA. Will he defect after winning?
We don't
That wouldn't
know.
make sense.
Okay.
That wouldn't
because that
make
would be the
sense.
second time. This is second tenor, or the second time is going around. Okay.
So it wouldn't make sense if he does. But APC obviously wants a grip, a grip hold of Anambra State. But will APGA lose to? I mean, if I'm not preempting the elections now, but if APC wins, I'll be troubled.
Why?
I'll be troubled because it's not the usual permutation. It's not the usual permutation.
I don't really think I'll be troubled because I can recall in one of the rallies that the governor of the state went for, he said that some persons have already penned down the results of the election.
Oh, yes.
But he said, I'm not bothered. We're waiting for them. Let them come actually. Let's see what they think they can bring.
And
all
that to me speaks of a possibility of
So,
violence.
with
During
the
the elections.
deployment of over 40,000 police personnel to Anambra State at this point in time, I don't really think they'll have room for that because they told us...
I pray there wouldn't be violence.
IDP told us that
have we
more
not
men
talked to that
actually will be
point?
deployed. But let's see how it turns out anyway.
And let's be honest, the presence of heavy security has not helped any election.
Exactly. It has not helped in any way.
Helped
It
any
has not.
election to be fairly conducted.
Yeah.
But well, let's see what happens. It's tomorrow, and people of Anambra will go out and cast their votes. We'll keep our eyes on it, and of course, report everything that happens to you, so you're made aware. Oh well. Wait to another conversation now.
Right, in a bold push to end estimated billing and boost transparency, the Eco Electricity Distribution Company has launched the second phase of its free prepared meter and rollout under the federal government's Presidential Metering Initiative, PMI, funded through the Meter Acquisition Fund, MEF. Tranche B, targeting Band A and B, and B customers across Lagos and parts of Ogun State, EKEDC is urging residents in the area like Lekki, Ajah, Bado, and Ogombo to apply via its online portal before the November 30 deadline. It's supposed to be December 30 because they wanted to extend it from November 7 to December 30. The initiative approved by the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission allows eligible customers to switch from postpaid to prepaid or replace faulty meters at no cost, despite the massive benefits, including accurate billing and improved service delivery. Many customers remain unaware of skeptical, raising concern about outreach and accessibility. The EKEDC insists that it is committed to bridging the metering gap and restoring trust in the power sector. This is a good one, if you ask me. If it's a beautiful move, actually, for some persons, especially in Lagos here, to have a prepaid meter, for them actually to be pulled out of the heavy load of estimated billing. Yeah, but some I think on X, someone asked a question: why are we giving the prepaid meters just first to the band A and band B? What happened to the band C and band D, per customers and all that? And I believe maybe they wanted to make more money first to start with, but people that, benefit from this. Remember, there's a second trend. They've done the first phase of it. And the second part actually is for customers who happens to be in band A, the tariff, how much they pay, for them actually to be able to stable before they will be able to get to other parts or other people, other customers. But another thing I want to raise is during the let's say the section where this particular, I'm talking about the EKEDC director spoke, he made mention of individuals, officials who will still collect money from Nigerians in the name of giving them meters or even reconnecting, pushing them from postpaid to prepaid. And I was like, oh, okay. I'm aware that they are aware, and I'm happy that they are aware that some persons who happens to be the officials actually carry out that. Now, the question is, what are the measures put in place to make sure that people will not be ripped off? Because at this point in time, these meters are supposed to be free, but we know that some persons...
It's an issue of corruption. It's an issue of corruption. It has eaten deep into the fabric of this nation. It's something that we need to address. It's something that we all, it starts with all of us, if we want to change the country. Registering for your NIN is supposed to be free, but then you pay. Getting your BVN, well, sometimes, you have to part with something too. And then you go to some of these facilities, these offices, they tell you,
we don't have
generator,
lights.
yes.
Get money for fuel.
And
the
then
paper,
you will
paper
pay.
is out.
You see people paying 2,000 naira, 3,000 naira to get what ordinarily is free, to help to make you, the other person, do your job. So if they say meters are free and they know that people will collect money, it's up to those who are seeking for these things to decide not to. But then, if you say you wouldn't, somebody else is waiting at the door. You say, okay, please, I don't want to waste time here.
Exactly.
I will pay you. So I get this meter and go, well, it's a laudable move offering free meters. That's ECO, Electricity Distribution Company. It's a laudable move that they are making this one free, and also letting Nigerians, residents of the ECO Electricity Distribution Company coverage area, know that these things are free. Because if you make it free and people are not told that it is free, the possibility of them falling prey to those that would want to swindle them would be high. So it's a good thing that, and then there should be more sensitization in this regard. More of such messages should be put out there, letting people know that it's free, don't pay any money, go to our offices. If you see anybody paying, make a video of it and tag us on X, put it out on social media. I think a lot more of that should be done to deter those that would want to make quick money from the unsuspecting public. Oh well, good move, I must say. But let's quickly go to the papers now. Let's look at headlines from the dailies. And I do have The Guardian with me. The window headlines there, we're still talking about Trump and the possibility of attacking Nigeria. Yoruba Ronu urges Tinubu to address Nigerians on genocide, U.S. threats. Damagum tightens grip as PDP state chairman disown rival leadership. FG bars sale of fan assets, approves airport concession, biometric upgrades. FG bars sale of fan assets, approves airport concession, biometric upgrades. All right. Nigeria's press at 166. Old battles linger amid new threats. Fight for survival. Truth. Nigeria losing legitimacy over widespread killings. Lack of accountability. 68% of electricity consumers bypassing prepaid meters. FG. Tinubu vows to defeat terrorism as U.S. plans military option. All right. Senate orders NAFDAC to outlaw sachet alcoholic beverages by December 31. Anxiety tightens security as Anambra elects new governor tomorrow. Report ranks Nigerian states' health emergency preparedness below 30%. Those are the headlines on the cover page of The Guardian.
Vanguard newspaper is up next with the window headlines. Electricity operator pushes for gradual transition to cost-reflective tariff. The story is on page 19 of the Vanguard newspaper. And then we have other headlines to be Anambra Showdown 2025. Anxiety at Soludo, 2 women, 13 others test might tomorrow. Mba Fubara Abiodun worry over deplorable state of police training college. Economy records strong growth. That's coming from Edo. And the banner headline, alleged Christian genocide. U.S. Congress targets Mieti Allah for visa bans, assets freezes. Right after that, Nigeria are not in panic mode. FG says it has open discussion with U.S. We are going to defeat terrorism. That's coming from the president. U.S. military draws up strike plan against Nigeria. Outlines heavy, medium, and light attacks. The story is on page 5 of the Vanguard newspaper. And we have the major pictorial on the cover page of Vanguard today to be from Anambra State, where we have the Anambra election material being offloaded and reloaded also in other parts so that it will get to every part of the state. PDP crisis. Damagun Titans grip as state chairman disown rival leadership. Forced declaration of assets. Tackle backlog of cases. CJA entails tribunal. Fair cap rules 43 billion naira for Lagos Ibadan Highway East-West Road. Others. On the sports segment, UCL, Osimhen overtake Haaland. Kane, Mbappe as Europe's #1 striker. Those are the stories you'll find on the cover page of the of the Vanguard newspaper today. And that's how far we can go, and taking a quick peep on the cover page of the National Dailies. Do also be part of the newspaper review, newspaper analysis proper here on Voice of the People Television on top of the hour, 10 a.m. We'll go on a quick break and we'll come back. The first topic of conversation. Tinubu vows to crush terrorists as U.S. Congress proposes visa bans and assets freezing of Mieti Allah Group. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we'll bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Well, start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyosite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more.
Glad to have you back at VOP this morning. President Bola Tinubu has declared an all-out war on terrorism and pledged to strengthen Nigeria's diplomatic ties amid mounting international pressure following the U.S. President Donald Trump's explosive threat to launch military action against Nigeria over alleged Christian persecution. Speaking at the Federal Executive Council meeting, Tinubu vowed to defeat terrorism and assured global partners of Nigeria's commitment to security and reform. The tension escalated after Trump designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern, citing systematic religious violence. In response, the Department of State Services, DS, has released updates on high-profile terror persecutions, while China's ambassador, Yoon Do-hai, pledged unwavering support for Nigeria's anti-terror effort and condemned foreign interference under the guise of human rights. Adding fuel to the fire, detained IPOB leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu wrote a letter to Trump alleging a Judeo-Christian genocide in Nigeria and urging U.S. intervention. Meanwhile, the U.S. Congress proposed visa ban and asset freezes targeting Fulani herdsmen and groups like Miyetti Allah accused of religious-motivated violence. As diplomatic tension rises, prominent voices like Baba Abed are calling on Tinubu to directly address Nigerians and clarify the government's stance on Trump's threat. We have been joined in the studio by Mazi Amubi Heboro, who is a public and political affairs analyst, and we also have here in the studio Barrister Asim Adams, a legal practitioner, a civil rights activist, former spokesperson, Chief Beatrice Itubo P2B campaign organization for the Labour Party in River State in 2023. Joining us virtually, we have Eza Eluche, who is also an Esquire, attorney at law, and a public and political affairs analyst. And from Benin, we have Frank Ihioshin, an author, a public political analyst, as well as a commentator, join the conversation. Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, Barrister Asim Adams.
Yeah, good morning,
Mazi.
Yeah, good morning.
Good to have you join today's conversation.
It's a pleasure always.
Good morning, Barrister Eza Eluche, if you can hear me.
Yeah, good morning. I hope you can hear me too.
Thank you so much for being part of today's show. Mr. Frank Ihioshin, let's establish communications. Good morning.
Good morning from Benin. Good to be here.
Thank you so much for being here. Let me start off with you, Barrister Asim Adams. You're here in the studio. This is not the first time. I don't think we've had this conversation about the Trump threat, possible invasion and bombardment of Nigeria and the reactions. So what do you make of that particular, call?
Well, I saw it coming, but I was thinking that it was going to be more than America that will react and intervene in the problem that we have in Nigeria. And when I said this, I intuitively had to advise the Buhari administration. And when Tinubu came in also, I had to advise them, even though I'm not known to them. But I wrote articles on this and I did some pontifications that the only way Nigerians can be free from these terrorist attacks is when we collaborate with foreign countries or there are foreign interventions. I titled my article at that time as the normalization of dispossession of Nigerians of their own lands, etc. as the case may be. If you look at the Plateau, the Benue Plateau axis, for quite about 2-3 decades now, has been a hotbed of extermination of a particular, group of Nigerians or citizens of Nigeria. Starting from the Babangida time, you remember how the Fulani Marauders, I have to, openly say this with due respect to anybody that is listening, the Fulani Marauders, who people claimed are from outside of Nigeria, they started massacre, during the era of Babangida on the vain, excuse that Jos local government was split into two and that, a Christian was now made, the chairman of one of the local government. I think you saw what happened where one Ibrahim Mato, it is as case may be, and his group went on a rampage and, people were being slaughtered. And that was why the peaceful Jos, as we used to know Plateau State then, now became a hotbed for terrorism, debauchery attacks, vicious ones for that matter. It continued and cascaded, unchecked. Lands were dispossessed. People whose lands were dispossessed, with due respect, were not, Muslims. They were Christians. Whether we like it or not. I have a Muslim background, but I speak, from, the prism of objectivity. And when we read the Salam, he continued the Jonathan's administration, then entered, the Buhari administration. It became worse during the Buhari administration. Right. Now, the problem we have asked is this: why should a government encourage, or allow this normalization of citizens or foreigners dispossessing, fellow citizens of their lands and their, living? When you say government normalizing it, yes. Can you traumatize? No, what I mean, that is that they acquiesce. That is, they pay lip service to it when people dispossess. Look at what happened in Plateau State. Look at what has been happening in Benue State. Look at what has happened even in Borno State. You understand the point now? A certain group of people were coming to Nigeria, to dispossess people of their possessions, kill, maim, etc. as case may be. Now, if people are talking about genocide, let me tell you that the Genocide Convention of 1948 described genocide, because people are saying that it is not in large scale. So until you kill 2 million, that is when it now becomes a genocide or a genocidal attack. No. The definition of genocide, under the genocide, convention of 1948, is when you begin to pinpoint a particular group and begin to want to exterminate them, either based on religious, affiliation or ethnic profiling, as the case may be, then you have committed, genocide. If you want to exterminate, a group of people, whether they are minute or microscopic, it must not be into millions before you run into what we describe as genocide. You understand? Finally, on this, a lot of people don't know that Netanyahu, that is the Israeli president, a warrant of arrest has been issued. You understand on him based on genocide. People will say if he gets to 1 million, that is what you describe as. What is happening in Nigeria today is genocidal until government, come in. And I'm very happy that Trump has taken this bold step, among other leaders who are, are quiescent, excrescent, and at the same time looking at people being slaughtered unnecessarily and unjustly, that Trump has made this particular move, for me, it is a welcome development.
Thank you, sir.
Until we put our act in together.
Thank you, Barrister. Mazi, let's get your opinion on this also. Now, some Nigerians are calling for the president to come up to address Nigerians properly, on his stand with the threat made by Donald Trump, not just relying on what the EU or maybe the ECOWAS and now what the Chinese government is saying about that particular threat from the US president. What do you also make of that?
Yeah, thank you very much. Copiously on this table, we have talked about insecurity. And it's like our voices are not heard. But I'm very happy that when Trump talked about it, it's like the political antenna of Nigeria, the Nigerian leadership, is now very up. And that is a good development. For me, Trump has achieved one aim. And that aim is sensitizing the Nigerian leadership to this insecurity that is ravaging this country. My people have talked about Trump having commercial interests. What about China lining up behind Nigeria? But the critical issue for me now is, what is Nigerian interest? It is very difficult to articulate Nigerian interest. What we have is individual interest in this country. But be that as it may, the internationalization of this crisis worries me a lot. Because we are taking it with kid gloves, and a lot more people are coming into the fray to be making statements. What I will advise the government is that they should have a coordinated approach to issue statements, as it were. And I do not think every person in government should be talking about this imbroglio between Nigeria and America. I do not think so. Right. Government should have a coordinated approach so that we don't escalate the already bad situation. That is, for me, what it is. And government should be very, very careful.
Well, the president has actually reacted.
He was speaking to his ministers. He did not speak to Nigerians. You see, the era of releasing statements, just like Vina said, is gone. You have to interact with the citizens, because in the final analysis, it is the citizens that will bear this.
What sort of interaction would you prefer? Would you prefer
he should be talking to Nigerians, a press conference, going to people, going to these war-ravaged areas and begin to do certain things.
Now?
Yes, absolutely.
Isn't that late in coming? Isn't that late in coming?
It's not late. Let him start something. There are some things he will do. Nigerian people will have confidence that their president is doing something. Not a minister for aviation talking his own, Jason Wike talking from the other side and all that. All those talks they are making, they are escalating the problem.
Okay.
The world is a global village, and the outsiders are also appreciating what they are saying and all that. So it is, before you say, you know how these wars, how these problems are. I wouldn't be surprised that some of them will be taking leave, and then their briefcases are begin to, do what they know best how to do, and leave Nigerians.
If they try to do that, at least they cannot go to the US.
They can go elsewhere.
That is for sure.
So what I'm saying in effect is that they should not precipitate crisis by their unguided utterances.
Okay. Yeah. Well, the US is also considering visa ban to those associated to Miyetti Allah, and also freezing of assets. And let me go to Barrister Eze Luche now. He's a attorney at law and public affairs commentator. Good to have you on the show, Barrister. One thing that we know that has been achieved by this knowledge, the statements of Donald Trump and the cries of Nigerians, is that the issue of insecurity, the issue of a certain religious group being affected has been made open. There's been the awareness. The world now knows it has, those that are allies of the United States are beginning to reconsider how they do business with Nigeria. Those that are business partners with Nigeria are, giving they're saying that, look, they will continue to support Nigeria, like China now. Now, this Mazi Amobi here, they talk about interests. And I was speaking with my colleague earlier. We're talking about interests of Nigeria and the fact that in Nigeria, basically the interests are individualized. The president's interest seems like it's based on re-election, and then you start to wonder, is there an interest for protecting the ordinary man, protecting the image of Nigeria? We start to wonder. But now, with everything that has played out, China has said, look, I will support you, speaking to Nigeria, in the face of terrorism. China has assured that they will support Nigeria. The US has drawn up an attack plan, what they call heavy, light, and the rest. Heavy being drones and fly jets flying over, targeting the northern parts, where targeting terrorist enclaves in the northern parts of Nigeria. Light being negotiating and sharing information with Nigeria's security. All of that has been drawn up. And China is on the other side saying they will support. Are we at a situation where if care is not taken, if this is not handled properly, do you think Donald Trump would back down? Do you think this will escalate into something a whole lot bigger and maybe worse for Nigeria?
Well, thank you very much. I think, first of all, we should appreciate the Americans for their interest in Nigeria's sustainability and future. Because the genocide we're talking about has been on for over 10 years now, and it's well documented. Those who are saying that there is no genocide, a few years back, they were all talking about genocide, and I'm talking of people like Reno Mokri. Even the current INEC chairman did write an opinion, a legal opinion, on the reality that there was a genocide in Nigeria. So that fact is sacrosanct. There's a genocide in Nigeria. With regards to the overplaying interest of America and China, I think that is it's unfortunate, because the reality is this: in international affairs, there is what is called the responsibility to protect, R2P. And that is that the international community is entitled to step in and protect any territory where the people are being faced with genocide or war crimes. Any country can actually intervene under the responsibility to protect. And the reality is this: Nigeria and ECOWAS has actually done that in the case of Sierra Leone and Liberia. We felt that there was a responsibility to protect. That was the platform under which the ECOWAS and ECOMOG was created. That the people of Sierra Leone were overwhelmed with the killings and cutting of hands. So the world decided to move in and stop it. They didn't have to require the approval of the government in Sierra Leone, and they moved and did what they did. Nigeria did that. The world applauded Nigeria. So if for the past 10 years, there has been consistent genocide, leading to over 50,000 Christians being killed in the north, and somebody out there in the United States says this nonsense must stop, and the people are now saying, China is saying it should continue, we will support him. Who in heaven's name is China supporting? Is it the beheaded Christians? Is it the Deborah Yakubu that was born for blasphemy? Is it the man who lost his shop for Sharia?
Could China be supporting its own interest? And what would you say is the interest of China in all of this?
China, I mean, all over the world, we know how China operates. It doesn't give a damn what is going on, as long as it can go in and take its minerals. But America, by its constitution, is bound to obey certain basic norms of human rights. And yes, it is true that they don't apply it equally everywhere. But if a particular set of victims in any country happens to be benefiting from the American application of international global norms, it's a cause for celebration. So Donald Trump and all his team who have given that warning are very, very right. And those who say Tinubu should address Nigerians or Tinubu should respond to America, Tinubu dare not respond to America. You know why?
Why?
Because he knows very well that it was the complacence of the previous Joe Biden regime that allowed him to sneak into the office of President of Nigeria.
Okay.
Nigerians begged the American government then to release the documents on Tinubu's criminal track records from the issue of drugs and several other things. I believe that in this instance, Donald Trump is very willing and able to supply all those materials. So Tinubu knows that if a proper American government had been in place when the elections were conducted, he will probably not be in that seat today. That is why he dare not mention anything.
Whether we like it or not, he's the president at this time. And
no, he is the president. But
the international community will have no option but to work with him.
No, look, he's the president. But the reality is this. If you're a president presiding over a genocide on a people, you have lost legitimacy. That was how the Sierra Leonean presidents lost legitimacy.
You don't take seriously the statements the president made when speaking to the ministers at the FEC meeting that he would fight insecurity, things will be put in place, and also the swift move to get ambassadors in place. You don't think that's some sort of answer to the cry so far?
Now, okay, thank you. You see, what you just said now, these are basic governance skills, governance actions, naming of ambassadors and getting involved with security. Mr. Bola Tinubu should be ashamed that it took the American president's utterances regarding genocide for him to realize that for the past 2 years, Nigeria has had no ambassadors anywhere, or that he has to get involved with security. The only time Mr. Tinubu visited a place where there was a genocidal attack in Yelewata was after the Pope Louis XVI had made utterances also. So are we to have this? Is it a legitimate president if he only waits for comments by international actors to do what he should legitimately do?
Okay.
So that is what we should ask ourselves. So his comments to his ministers, like you said, or the comments of the various ministers, like Kenyamu, who said because he was appointed and he's a Christian, that means there is no genocide.
And Fani Kayode, who said, look, let them come, we'll fight back.
Please don't mention Fani Kayode here. Nigerians
he's
know
a player.
His situation.
He's a political
Nigerians know his situation. Or somebody like Wike. We know their circumstances. We know that these are anywhere belly-faced characters.
All right.
Yeah, so they don't mention them in serious issues, please.
Thank you very much, Barrister Ezeluche. Well, these are political actors, and whether you like it or not, their voices hold some sort of weight, and the world will listen to them. So if he's saying, come, let's fight, some would ask, is that working in favor of the Tinubu administration or against it? Well, we have Frank Ehioshun from our Benin station now. Good morning to you, Frank. Good to have you join the conversation this morning. Let's have your thoughts on this one. This is my first time speaking with you on this. Let's have your thoughts.
Yeah, I think first of all, I would affirm that we have several governments in Nigeria beyond the government that we elected. I said that because
how do you mean?
One of the vital factors by which you identify government is a proprietary right to the use of violence. The fundamental that identifies government in nations across the world in the history of the evolution of mankind is the fact that they have that singular right, proprietary right, monopoly to use of violence. I said there are so many governments in Nigeria because today there are so many groups of people who have or seem to have proprietary rights to violence. And the government so-called that we elected doesn't seem to have an answer to it. It is a categorical show of shame. It gives credence to the impression that so many people have vented for so long a time, maybe for a decade or more, that Nigeria is a seemingly failed state. But that is the truth. Just to highlight my point, I read a few days ago, I think sometime last week, about an event in some part of the north, where terrorists, in quotes, use drones to kill our soldiers, reputed Nigerian soldiers. And I said, wow, we have lost that one again. Because before today, we used to assume that Nigeria still had a hold on a certain sphere of space. There are 3 basic spaces the world over that sovereignty superintends over: land space, sea space, and air space. Of late, there's a 4th space that's been added, which is cyberspace. In Nigeria, governments for quite some time have lost hold on land space because you have different, like I said, governments reigning in several terrains. Sea space, not much charge because pirates and other people reign in certain space. But we have always had that confidence that the airspace is solely within the ambit of government control. But now that these bandits and terrorists can now equally explore the airspace, what is the area left to government sole charge? It is a show of shame. You see, one of the fundamental essence of government is ensuring legitimate order. Because every other thing in a functional society relies on the fact that there isn't just order, but there's legitimate order. Yeah. Before you talk about freedom, you talk about the right of the people. So the president speaking that is going to crush terrorism, I see it from the prism of talk being cheap.
And when he says from the talk being cheap, Mr. Frank, okay, when he says talk being cheap, you understand also that this administration have been able to acquire even more helicopters, saying that they are going to use those helicopters now to help out in trashing the people who have been causing mayhem in Nigeria. And let's take it back again to one of the congressmen actually proposed on the floor of the United States that a particular group, MACBAN, that's the Miyetti Allah group, and the people who are associated with them actually at this point in time have been faced with severe or strict penalty like visa ban and also freezing of their asset. Recall that some time ago in Nasarawa State, we learned about a particular group setting up themselves, talking about the Miyetti Allah, and there was arm and all that. Their president then, national president then, Bello Bodejo, was arrested. And at the end of the day, they said they were authorized for them to carry or wear this arm, saying the reason for that is for them to be able to ward off people who do cattle rustling and kidnapping of their own members at this point. Do you think that that statement of placing a ban or visa ban on them, a restriction actually, this is a way actually to crush terrorism to start with? And also with the fact too that we have new team, I'm talking about new security personnel now, new service chiefs being enthroned by the president. Isn't that a way actually to end or squash these terrorists and their activities?
You see, what pains me most in this country is the fact that emphasis is placed on activities rather than the appropriateness of processes and what ought to be done. You mentioned the fact that they are buying a helicopter. The president has bought a helicopter with reference to my assertion that talk is cheap. How many Tucano jets did Buhari buy? Now, will these people
when you talk about the Tucano jets, didn't we get some sort of restriction from the United States that, look, you can't just use them. We have to monitor the usage of those jets. How did that affect us?
No. That usage had no bearing with the impact. Where they were used, what was the result? My point is this. Government is missing its primary thrust. Before I respond to your question, I want to allude to a fundamental. In 2014, I listened to analysis by former vice president of Iraq when he put forth this analogy on CNN some years ago. When ISIS gained momentum, it wasn't because they had powers or they were better than Iraqi soldiers. Iraqi soldiers had the best of weapons, newly delivered to them by the United States, the best of ammunition the world over. ISIS that came after them were barely over 1,000. He affirmed on that in that interview that the Iraqi soldiers left the equipment because they felt like they had nothing to fight for. That was where ISIS gained momentum. They got the weapons to commence their crisis free of charge. It's not weapons that fight. It is believing what.
All right, we seem to have a glitch in the network there. That's affected our guest, Frank Ehioshun from Benin. But let's bring you back to the studio now. Gentlemen, Still talking about these crises and the escalation of things, Nigeria seems to be, there's a possibility that Nigeria will be a theater of some sort of drama in the coming days if care is not taken. If we take the words from Donald Trump, if we don't take it to heart, things might escalate in Nigeria. But still talking about China's involvement. You spoke about interest. China has an interest in Nigeria, of course, business interest, as it were. America, you think their interest only is to protect Christians? Or they might have other interests?
Yeah, I think America has her own interest also, as well as China do.
We may not just be protecting
But what is paramount
Christians.
for me is the Nigerian interest.
Now,
if the Nigerian interest is all about taking out these terrorists and bandits and what have you, that would be okay by me. But to my mind, I think the Nigeria has not been able to articulate her interest sufficiently.
Okay.
And that is part of the problem.
Now. The other day, Sheikh Gumi was on the show, and we had a conversation with him, and he alluded to something that I think a lot of us are not paying attention to. He said, look, if Donald Trump feels his only interest is to come protect Christians, and he comes and attacks the terrorists, and the Muslims might also be affected because there might be some collateral damage, that it will automatically make them turn their weapons against Christians, which basically implies that we might have a full-blown religious war. What do you make of that? And is there that possibility?
See,
how can we avoid that?
If I understand the situation very well, Trump is not coming to fight Muslims.
That's what you understand.
Yes.
But that's what. But I just told you what we are getting.
Trump is not coming to fight Muslims. Trump is coming to isolate the terrorists who also kill Muslims. So I think the Muslim brothers should also be very receptive to this idea. If Trump is coming to take out the people that are killing both Christians and Muslims, the only problem here is that Trump conceives that more Christians are being killed than Muslims, but Muslims are also killed. Now, if in his considered opinion, he thinks he can come and take out a common criminal, somebody that, kills both Christians and Muslims, I do not think there is any. On this table, I advocated 3 weeks ago for military contractors to come. These are the people, external, backing is required to solve this insecurity problem. If you leave it to the without prejudice to the Nigerian military.
How has it played out in areas where America has invaded?
Yeah.
Like
countries?
the likes of
How has it played out really? Has it worked in favor of the countries?
Is, should be treated on its own merit. Okay. Now, you reeled out, some of the categories of involvement, engagement, medium, light, and heavy, and all what have you. It is left for Nigeria to look at what America has suggested and see how they can play out of the three suggestions. Where do we come in? You can go for collaboration if you want. The issue is take out a common enemy. You can take out. You can reach out to them, take out. Take on one aspect of what they are dangling before you, and then see how it goes. But I am sincerely, I understand it sincerely that if you leave this insecurity to Nigerian military, it will not work. We need some external intervention, colored in any form you may think about it, to take out these people.
All right.
If we do not, the internationalization I talked about will creep in, and Nigeria will be worse for it.
I would love to stay with you on this one, but let's get Barrister's thoughts on it as well. The internationalization. The United States have said, look, they're going to focus on the Gulf of Guinea and the rest as well. And we know that Boko Haram, ISWAP, and the rest of them are not just in Nigeria. They are spread across some of these other states in the Gulf of Guinea that are in collaboration with Russia. So, America, Russia having their own interest, China having its own interest. What is the okay? This is directed at Barrister Asif. Barrister, Help us through what might be happening in the coming days if this isn't nipped in the bud, with the different world powers interested in everything in around Africa, West Africa, the Gulf of Guinea, Nigeria, and the rest.
The first question I want to ask those people who are talking about interest is this, or interventions. Why is it that it is only when we have situations of this nature that people begin to talk about sovereignty of Nigeria and foreign interventions? But when Fulani Marudas, who Sheikh Gumi and some of them claim are invaders from other countries surrounding Nigeria, nobody talks about sovereignty and negative foreign interventions. If you look at the expose, that was given to or was done by I think the UAE on terrorists, and the list that was sent, to former President Buhari, some of the list contains foreigners who were not Nigerians, but who were found to be operating and trying to exacerbate what is happening in Nigeria here by way of financing. That is foreign intervention. That is, nobody talked about sovereignty as at that time. Nobody talked about what are the interests of those people who are trying to destabilize Nigeria. Is it economic interest, religious interest? When the ISWAP, came and said that we want to colonize or want to, rejig the country called Nigeria to be a jihadi state, nobody talks about sovereignty. Nobody talks about foreign interests. Did anybody question them? Who is sponsoring them? Or is there a covert arrangement to colonize Nigeria and Islamize Nigeria, by way of whatever they are doing? These are questions we should ask. For me, at this point in time, for those people who are talking about interest, no, yes, of course, for every action of a man, there must be interest. Politics, like international politics is about interest also. Donald Trump, don't take it away from me, is a transactional and prescriptive, president, as the case may be. His interest is being found, by the evangelicals in America. You understand? Because those are the people that form the basis, or maybe I use as his base in America, to help the American people to get his votes, as the case may be. So if he has the interest to come and help the Christian brothers here in Nigeria here, for me, I don't see anything wrong. Because those who have been killing Christians, according to the report he got, were terrorists. He has not said that he's coming to invade. He said he keep using the word terrorists. Those terrorists who are killing the good Christians in Nigeria here.
Well,
as the case may be.
One thing is understanding what is being said. Yes. Another thing is understanding
what is the interest of China.
What is being heard.
What is the interest of China in this particular problem now?
Tell me.
Is it that China is only interested in economic interests and not about the lives of the Nigerian people?
Well, going by
our lives are not
what the Chinese ambassador said, he said China will support.
Where have they been
before
before Trump and America came into this? What has China done?
I think that's what we need to x-ray.
Yeah, that is, we need to explain
their own
that.
involvement in all of
So
this.
what has been their involvement? What have they collaborated? The Chinese army or whatever military, have they collaborated with the Nigerian army that were complicit and helpless and hopeless at the point in time? So what have they done? Is it just now that Donald Trump has come out to say, this is my interest, for instance, that you are now beginning to say, I now have interest in that particular whatever? For 10 years, China has been having affiliations with Nigeria. We have never heard the Chinese Prime Minister come out to say, this terrorism in Nigeria today, they want to tackle it. In China, there's no terrorism. They don't have that problem there. But they have the military might, etc., to help Nigeria, to collaborate with the Nigerian army, and flush out these terrorists, whether they are Christians or Muslims, as the case may be. The question is now, is it just now that America has said, we want to do this based on our interests, that China wants to now exercise their interest? That is the question we're asking. I've asked this question several times. Sovereignty is only a challenge when foreign bodies are coming in to do good things for Nigeria.
Oh well, let's hope somebody on this table can help you answer that.
I don't know. I just
well, Mazi Amobi, do you want to help answer that?
The issue I want, because you alluded to the fact that at what level are we? Is it eminent and all that? The trend, if you watch the trajectory we are going, I think we have 60% chances of, America, actualizing their threat. If you ask me, unless something seriously is done to make this threat, neutralize this threat. And part of what will be done to neutralize this threat is not for Mr. President to sit in his cozy office in Abuja and be addressing the ministers. I think at this point in time, Mr. President should walk the talk. Visit these prone areas, these vulnerable areas, these soft spots that Donald Trump has been pointing.
Wouldn't that be seen as just playing politics?
No.
I mean,
if you go there,
visiting now,
let them do the work. Let's talk. Don't talk too much. In the next 1 week, let's see the action and we'll see the result. We don't want to see efforts. We don't want to see press conferences. We don't want to see press statements and what have you. Let's do the needful, and then the results will start rolling in.
All right.
Otherwise, you get that mind.
All right, Barrister Ezeluche, okay. We seem to have. Sorry, you want to say something?
A man like President Tinubu that has not had the ambassadors. For instance, if he had, an ambassador in Washington D.C., I'm very sure maybe they would have interacted. There's no UN permanent rep for Nigeria today. So is that particular president and government, serious about even their foreign, policy interests? Under our constitution, there is what we call foreign policy interest. Economic interest is there, political interest is there. Why is it that he's not exploring or has not explored, the foreign policy interest as enshrined in our constitution?
Is this deliberate or calculated?
It is deliberate.
Let's bring others into it as well. Barrister Ezeluche, is this late in coming? The appointment of the ambassadors. Ambassadors. Is it late in coming? And also, even in America, I asked this question yesterday, and I'm not sure I got a satisfactory response to it. In America, Americans seem to be shifting away from the policies of Trump, because in New York, there's been a new mayor, and he's a Muslim, basically. He's a Muslim. And how will that play out, seeing that the biggest city, the most popular city in America, is now headed by a Muslim mayor in the person of Zoran Mamdani?
Thank you very much. You see, it's unfortunate the comments Sheikh Gumi made. In any sane country, people like Sheikh Gumi should be behind bars or in responding to questions, because he's been neck deep in this terrorism. He meets with them, he negotiates with them. In any serious country, he will be investigated to know exactly what's on whose side he is on. It's a mistake to think that Mr. Trump does not like Muslims. I mean, it's neither here nor there. Because even during his first term and even in his second term, the very first countries Trump visited were Islamic countries, Saudi Arabia and all that stuff. So, and these are the core Muslims. That is the origin of Islam. So I don't think this is an issue of Muslim-Christian. It is an issue of genocide, terrorism that is being addressed. And whatever it takes to stop it is most welcome. Those who are like trying to make it be a Muslim-Christian affair, those are the diabolical minds, and they should be addressed. But I don't think that is the issue. With regards to Mr. Tinubu's appointment of ministers, ambassadors and all that stuff, this is a reactional issue. I mean, ambassadors should represent your country. Why don't we have ambassadors in the past 2 years? Or was not prepared for it? and then asking for Mr. Tinubu to go to visit the victims, I think it's too late for that. Damn too late. And if I was in those communities, he's not even welcome. Because it is clear that whatever he's doing now is because of what the U.S. policies, what the U.S. government is doing or has said. It's not from his heart. And Tinubu cannot even come to address Nigerians. Those who want Tinubu to address Nigerians, don't you know he does? It's not. I mean, you know how Tinubu is. What is he going to say?
Okay.
So he's a government that acts. That's why he has over 25 press assistants, and they keep on dishing out at times even conflicting releases. The reality is this genocide, we are thankful for the United States for coming in. Whatever internal politics is going on in America with regards to election of a Muslim, of course there should be, if they are Muslim Americans, they can win any elections, whether governorship or mayors. It's an American internal affair, and democracy is working there. Is democracy working for us here?
Thank you so much.
So we are really grateful, like people say, we are grateful that the US is interested, and we should make the most use of it now.
Exactly.
Because
thank you.
If it was a joke, yes.
Sorry. Yes. Making the most use of it. The most use of it. I was concerned. Maybe I'll get your reaction and that of Frank Hioshu on this one, and then we'll wrap up this conversation because we've exceeded our time here. Making the most use of it. We've seen some clergy, Paul Adefarasi and a few others have said, look, there's no such thing as genocide in Nigeria. Well, now when people like that speak, seeing the crowd that follow them, and we lose, and Nigeria, loses this momentum in the fight against terrorism. What do you think will happen? This is for both you, Mazi, I beg your pardon, Barrister Ezeluche and Frank Hionshu. What do you think will happen if we lose this momentum, seeing that some Nigerians that ordinarily should be speaking? In fact, allow me to stretch this a little further. In the Senate the other time, we saw Senator Barayu basically taunting the president of the Senate, asking him, why can't you speak to the issues? And he said, look, who am I to address Trump? Let the presidency do that. Is there some sort of fear by those in authority or those that have influence in speaking to the fact that there might be genocide like you are doing right now, like some of us in the studio are doing? Is there some sort of fear? And where is that coming from? Those are my questions. Let's have that in a few minutes, please.
With regards to comments by people like Adefarasi and his ilk, when people have not raised their voice to condemn the killings, there's no need to listen to such characters when this response is coming. What has Adefarasi or his people like him, who most likely have ulterior or ethnic motives in trying to prop up or defend Bola Tinubu and not his Christian folk? In fact, it even puts to question those who are still attending his place of worship. I wouldn't even call it a church because these are like business centers. We should rather appreciate people like the Bishop of Makurdi Diocese, who is feeling the pain of his people. The bishop does not need to go anywhere because he's already very comfortable where he is, but he took the pain and he knows he's at the risk of his life that he had to voice out these killings. So when Adefarasi makes such comments, and people like Keyamu says because he was appointed as a Christian, we don't factor such comments. And with regards to the fear that some of these people have, like the government, people in government, Akpabio, for instance, or even Mr. Tinubu in responding, the reality is this: some of these characters have properties and business interests in the United States, or they are the funds they ship across the world passes through the SWIFT system, which is controlled by the US. So they have to be afraid because it's very easy to pin them down when they make the wrong statements. Or when they promote terrorism.
All right, then. Thank you for your thoughts there, Barrister Ezeluche. Frank Hioshu, let's have your thoughts as well, and we'll wrap up this conversation. Let's do that in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, while I do that, I would, in the course of my iteration earlier, Nigeria happened. There was power seizure, which is normal. So that's why I couldn't line on my point earlier.
That's okay.
Just
go ahead.
The normalcy that we are used to. Now, on this issue of genocide or no genocide and the viewpoint of the revered man of God, I think that Paul Adefarasi spoke his views. I want to assume that he has a peculiar definition for genocide because the provision of the relevant article in the UN Convention, so related, does not specify a number. It just carves out a motive and lines of action. It didn't say 50 people are killed, or 100 people are killed, or 200 people are killed. So I presume that in Ade Farasi's case, he is very educated. So I presume he has a benchmark for a number before a death trail is classified as genocide. But I think, first of all, yes, across the country, genocide is ongoing, but it's in a few places where you could sort, and maybe in places like Benue, in places like Plateau, but in some parts of the north where it's maybe the population is not so, in quotes, Christian on some notes. You may not use that phraseology, but it may even still fit in, because if you know the north very well, these guys, their ideology is not about just Christians or Muslims per se. It's about those who are not in tandem with their belief. So a Muslim that is a moderate is still like a Christian. That's unfortunate, but that's by the side. There's a fundamental I wish I could establish before time runs off.
Okay.
You see, Samuel Philip Huntington wrote a piece in 1968, Political Order in Changing Societies. And the first paragraph in that piece, he emphasized the fundamental that the most important concern among countries is not the form of government, but the degree of government. And why did he say that? That you could have democracy in title. It may seem to be the best form of government, no doubt. But where you have diminished degree of governance, the best of government could be so unimpactful. So communism, dictatorship could be more impactful because in terms of practice, there is greater degree of government. I said that to say this. In Nigeria, government is aloof. Government appears more like a mannequin that simply displays ego in city centers. Because
thank you very much,
trickle down to all the nook and crannies.
Thank you for your contribution. We're absolutely out of time. Now let's go to another conversation. We will like you gentlemen to stay with us. We're looking at GDP growth in GDP growth as put forward by Osinbajo. He says these are just numbers. They do more, speaking to African leaders. Do more and don't just put out numbers. Let's have this conversation, gentlemen. Well, in a fiery rebuke that's shaken political circles, former Vice President Yemi Osinbajo has challenged this administration's celebration of Nigeria's GDP growth, calling it mere statistics that fail to reflect the harsh realities faced by ordinary citizens. Speaking at the Ford Foundation's 65th anniversary in Abuja, Osinbajo warned African leaders against using GDP figures as a measure of address, arguing that despite Africa's rapid economic expansion, the continent still suffers from poor healthcare, weak education system, and widespread poverty. He emphasized that true development must be rooted in social justice and improved living conditions, not just macroeconomic numbers. Osinbajo's comments, widely interpreted as a direct jab at President Bola Tinubu's economic narrative, have ignited debate over the disconnect between government statistics and the lived experiences of Nigerians. Now, he stressed that growth without equity is dangerous and urged policymakers to prioritize inclusive development that uplifts the masses. With inflation soaring and unemployment rising, many Nigerians are questioning whether the touted GDP gains are simply political cover for worsening hardship. As Osinbajo put it, GDP growth does not necessarily translate to jobs or a decent life for citizens. Well, we very much still have the gentleman with us in the studio. GDP growth. Now, you know, there's always, and then you look at the other day, Apapa Wharf. The Apapa Wharf raked in a lot of money. I think to the tune of about 304 billion naira was what they made from, you know, between January and October. Monies coming in. And then in total, the ports in Nigeria in total had made about 1.7 trillion naira in about a few months in the year. They made about 1.7. So these figures are there, but they don't seem to translate to better living. And the government is still borrowing. What are your thoughts on all of this?
Yeah,
X-raying the statement made by.
Yeah, thank you very much. Before, during, and slightly after 2023 elections, one of the presidential candidates, you know, was known to reel out statistics and all that. And then this present government, you know, said that statistics is not what Nigerians will eat. This present administration. And now they have resorted to statistics. What a way to do governance. Now they have resorted to statistics, which is very unfortunate. And unfortunately, these statistics they are reeling out does not have direct relevance on the existential condition of Nigerians. I think that is what Professor Shibajo is you know, talking about, because he should know better. He was involved in traders' money, in, you know, some of this empowerment plot and all that and all that. You see, there is one thing about Nigerian leadership. When you are there, you don't see clearly. When you are out of government, you begin to see very clearly and all that. And people like us will continue to pontificate on this table that you should do the right thing, because that is not your permanent residence. Government is not a permanent residence. Aso Rock is not a permanent residence. Because one time you will come out of governance and then you begin to also see issues very differently. So I think Professor Shibanjo on this call is very, very correct.
How correct is Shibanjo on the call, given the fact that he was the vice president of Nigeria at the time, and also he happens to be the chair of the Nigeria's economy management team from 2016 to 2019. And he knew that during that period there was a very big gap, a wide margin between the government.
I answered that question. I said, when you are in government, you don't see things.
I think the question she's saying, she's basically asking me if he was still in government, would he be making this call?
Exactly.
He wouldn't. He would not. That is why we employ, you know, leaders to say the way it is. Do what you need to do, with, you know, no matter who source is God, because one day you will leave governance, you will leave the place. It's not your father's property. You understand what I'm saying?
So at this point, we should take the message and leave the messenger.
And leave the messenger. That is what I'm saying, because he had an opportunity to also turn things around. Nigerians will not eat statistics. The man on the street will not eat statistics. Go to the streets. People are yearning for change. Change in terms of their existential condition, which has plummeted in the last 2.5 years. It's not just statistics that is necessary. Nigeria is making so and so money when the inflationary rate has, you know, slashed the thing abysmally. So in effect, what Osinbajo has said, I'm not talking about Osinbajo as a person.
As a person.
What he has said is correct. Statistics should relate to existential condition.
Barrister Asim.
See, the thing I have to say here is that whenever I see our past leaders talking like this, I shed a tear for myself for being a Nigerian and for being among this generation that is alive suffering today. I say this because I have read, you know, Dante Alighieri's, treatises. There are many. The first one was that Dante's Inferno. The second one is the Purgatorio, then the Paradiso. If you look at what Dante was trying to explain in This Is Team Place, it's like he pictured Nigeria. It's like he existed in 1460 something. It's like he pictured a country called Nigeria, because there's an increasing descent to abyss. That is to find out that the leadership of Nigeria today, instead of upping the ante, we constantly going down the abyss. We are descending. That is what Dante was, trying to say about sins and punishments. And it's becoming so increasing. Every administration that coming, the Nigerian people begin to suffer. So the question I'm asking, when is the Paradiso, the paradise of Nigeria, going to come? I don't know. Now, secondly, I draw my own, take again, from, Seneca, who said that we dwell more on imaginations than reality. It's like these people have Nigeria, on their minds. Why am I saying that? You see, in Nigeria, when you say you rely on statistics, if you rely on statistics, for instance, you in Nigeria here, you might have some mishaps, in your living and daily living. For instance, let me tell you, even some of the e-hailing apps we have in Nigeria here, they mislead their drivers. So if you begin to want to rely on statistics from Nigerian, a bureau of statistics, you are wasting your time. I've said that a number of times, that Chapter 2 of the 1999 Constitution, the economic policies and direction of government, said nothing about statistics. What that particular section 16 of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is talking about is that you must have to tinker with the Nigerian economy to the happiness of Nigerians. Happiness of Nigerians. So happiness does not have to do with GDP, whatever the case may be. Are Nigerians happy today? You score yourself 100%. But the people are suffering. And that is why we have this descent where you see a man who says he's a first class holder. The statistics show that he had first class, but he's hollow intellectually. He cannot even contribute something meaningful to the existence of the country, but he has a first class. So that for me is shibboleth and perfidious. So when I see things like this happen, I cry. Because I don't even need a Sibanjo to come and tell me that statistics of GDP is different from the reality on ground. Gary today, my statistics I want to read to government is that a cup of Gary that was 6 months ago has increased astronomically to 1,000%. Is it the beverages that we buy? Is it even the toothpick that was being sold for a certain amount as a last month? My statistics to government is that it has increased 1,000%. Is that not inflation? House rent in Nigeria today, Mr. President, has increased 2,000%. That is my statistics to you. We're talking about GDP growth, etc. So my own statistics to you is that the house rent for a 2-bedroom apartment in a conurbation in Lagos, the price has increased 3,000% above what it used to be about 2 months ago. That is the reality on ground. That is statistics that is realistic, not GDP statistics. Like Osiban just said, I only listen to him and periscoping him now because he raised it. I don't even have that modicum of respect for past leaders in Nigeria here, including himself. Like you rightly asked the question pungently and rhetorically, if he were to be in government, he will turn a blind eye and will tell you that GDP is on the rise. We remember what happened, and I want to ask Osibanjo and Buhari, even though it's late, what happened to our rice pyramids that they were displaying, as the case may be. So, shibboleth leadership has been a problem. Statistics will lead us astray. But reality on ground is that the Nigerian government and those in power should come and meet us and we give them real statistics on how things are going bad in Nigeria.
Thank you so much.
That is my take on this.
Thank you, Barrister Asima Adams. Let's get your opinion on this, Barrister Ezeluche. What do you make of this statement from the former vice president, and also the fact that he went further to point out that Nigeria need to find a way to run an anti-corruption programs, so that the social justice program and every other thing will bring Nigerians to, be at par with the government. I'm talking about the reality of life and cost of living.
Thank you very much. The people I really blame are the audience at that event where Oshibande was talking. Because if I was there, I would have walked out of that place. There's absolutely no need to listen to such garbage. Because this man was vice president for 8 years. They use statistics the same way this government is using statistics. And now he's now pontificating and telling Nigerians. And when I say walk out, I have done that before. I was in a conference, international conference on cancer, where Obasanjo came to speak. And he was speaking soon after he had approved the BAT factory, that's British American Tobacco Factory in Ibadan. When he started talking, I walked out. And journalists asked me, I said, this man just approved the BAT plant in Nigeria, and he's come here to talk about cancer. So Nigerians should learn to tell our rulers, not leaders. They are not leaders at all. We should learn to put them in their proper position. Those at that event should have simply walked out, because the person who is talking is part of the problem. And you see the issue of statistics. Not too long ago, the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics said we had about 3% unemployment level. Even the labor unions told them they were talking nonsense. Going further back, Olusegun Obasanjo had to remove the Director General of the Bureau of Statistics when he gave out figures that Obasanjo did not like. So we have to realize that in other countries where they talk about statistics, these are independent bodies who generate real figures and then give government the hope of helping government to plan policies. But in Nigeria, you have appointees of government who are only garnishing figures to make the government happy and not giving them realities. So that's why in America, for instance, you see the issues between the Federal Reserve Bank chairman and the Trump administration, because he's independent and he can give figures. But when you have a CBN governor appointed by the president, a Bureau of Statistics president, and DG appointed by the president, what do you expect? And particularly in Nigeria, where we don't even have the basics, because to get to know the real statistics of anything, you must know your population, how many you are. We don't even know that. The figures we have, everybody agrees. We say between 250 million. It's all crap, because we're not real. So I agree, but what Oshibane said is reality. You cannot keep on manufacturing figures and hope it will make an impact on the life of Nigerians. How do people feel? Are they eating? Are they alive? And the problem this government has is this: they keep on measuring the amount of money raked in as taxes as a measure of their success. It is not. You are taxing people based on what they already have. There's no additionals, no incremental in their lifestyles. You are putting more taxes at the ports, at the taxing fuel, and you now say customs has generated blah, blah, blah billions. No, they have only extracted more blood from Nigerians. That is not development.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Barrister Ezeluche. Now, let's also look at the fact that, the federal government have come up with a particular move to combat hunger and stabilize food prices. The Nigerian government unveiled the Nigerian Post-Harvest System Transformation Program, a new agricultural reform which is aimed at ending hunger, boosting food production, and also reducing post-harvest losses, estimated at over $10 billion per annum. In line with President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda for food security and national prosperity, isn't this more like a way now to help, make sure that there's food available for Nigerians, and also make sure that Nigerians actually will have something to show? Because they've announced that, this was announced by the Minister of Agriculture, talking about they'll have food security now, and not just that too, Nigerians can boast of having enough, with them, without the whole, issues that we're having already. Mr. Frank, I would like you to give me your opinion on this. Then Barrister Ezeluche will also talk on this before we bring it back to the studio. I would like you to mute your microphone if you can hear me, because I cannot hear you. Can you hear me? All right, while I let you actually sort that out, I would like to get Barrister Zeluche's opinion on this. Total overhauling of the agricultural value chain of Nigeria, and saying that this is more like an improved way, you know, to make sure we have every other thing we need for us to have available food in Nigeria.
Yes, thank you very much. I mean, the policy, the plans are wonderful. They are perfect. But the reality is this: farmers can still not go to their farms. Where I stay now, where the people can't go to farm because they're afraid of being kidnapped, being abducted. And likewise, in the food basket of the country, in Benue, Nasarawa, Adamawa, Taraba, all that area, farmers are unwilling to go to the farm. So what this will like is like throwing money down the drains. That is why the fundamentals of government, security of life and property, is primary. Until you secure that, virtually all else, is a waste, including even inviting foreign investors to give you money for agriculture. It does not make any sense, because you are giving out these monies to who? Farmers who can go to the farm. And let me tell you, with this, in a government that corruption is hydra-headed, guess what happens? Before this policy is even announced, 1,001 companies are already created to collect these fertilizers, to collect these government legacies, and now sell to farmers at a premium. So you see that there's already a collapse before the policy is allowed to materialize. So the basics is this.
All right.
Good policy, good investment, but
let's have you land on your thoughts and maybe add a few as your concluding thought for the conversation for today. Can you do that for us in 1 minute, because we're running out of time?
Yes, thank you very much. The government is full of good policies, but the reality is that when there is insecurity of lives and property, all policies, including agriculture, investment, getting foreign direct investment, amounts to naught, because people are not free to move around. And it will likely fail. And then in a government where corruption is endemic, before lofty policies are even announced, members of government have already positioned themselves to benefit from these things. So it's all amounts to naught with this government of Bola Tinubu.
All right, thank you very much, Barrister Zeluche, for your contribution there. Frank Ehioshu, the network has not been very friendly with you this morning, but I hear that you're back and better. Let's have your concluding thoughts on this, your reaction to the question asked, and your conclusion.
Yeah, I say it the often time that talk is cheap. Unfortunately, government in this country should not be too excited about postulations on initiatives. If you have initiatives, especially when there is a history of poor performance of government in this country, where confidence level of the citizens in government is about the barest minimum, any initiative, however laudable, should be allowed to get some fruits to reveal itself rather than coming to boast about initiative. For me, this is more like I affirmed earlier, within the purview of talk being cheap. Let us see the fruits of the initiative, because there have been more laudable initiatives in the past, and we have nothing to show for them. That's why I said that they should put the energy into vitalizing this initiative, so people will see the fruits, rather than coming to boast about the initiative when we cannot even get clear evidence of how reasonable the impression will be with time.
All right then.
For me, on the final note, my advice to this government is this: governance is about the people. That's supposed to be the prime factor. What Osiba just said, with emphasis on social justice, which encompasses due sense of inclusion and equality, is what will make the people feel governance for real. If people have billions and majority of people have just thousands, what are the requisite policy initiatives to ensure that there is a spread of both economic reach and wherewithal for people to make a good sense of living? Government should make that happen. You don't need to go to Europe. I challenge you guys in the studio, you are journalists. Just take a trip to Benin Republic. Go to Togo. Go to Ghana. Just stay there for 1 or 2 days. And you feel some sense of normalcy. You feel some sense of energy that makes you more productive. Because there is orderliness. But you come to Nigeria, there is conflagration of chaos. And all these things diminishes people's capacity in terms of productivity. That is where social justice comes in.
Social justice, indeed.
Government must prime it.
All right. Social justice. Well, thank you very much, Frank Hioshu, for your thoughts there. This is where we drop anchor on VOP this morning, but we'd like you gentlemen to stay with us as we get into newspaper review. That's in a few more minutes. 10 o'clock on the dot. We'll be flipping the pages of the papers, analyzing the stories from the dailies, and as these conversations come up, we'll of course we bring the analysis to you. So stay with us as we dive into newspaper review very shortly. I'm Moses Humphrey. Join us again at 10.
And I'm Fina. Okay, Chico, thank you so much for being part of today's show.
And we must appreciate the gentlemen that have been with us, Mazi Amobi Iheburu, and also Barrister Asim Adams, who is former spokesperson, Chief Beatrice Etubo, and Peter Obi Campaign Organization, Labour Party, River State 2023. Barrister Eze Luche, attorney at law and public affairs commentator, and Frank Hioshu, author and a publisher as well, political affairs commentator. Thank you very much, gentlemen. But join us again at 10. Bye for now.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
2564 is coming up on Bunny 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel,
We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Everybody keep watching Voice of the People. All right? Love you all.
Hello, sweetie. What's going on? My name is Kiki. Keep watching VOP TV. Thanks.
Hey guys, what's going on? Olumide Oru, the Fresh Prince of Lagos here, and this is VOP TV, guys.
Hello guys, I want you to please keep on watching VOP TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hafiz Oyetoro. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Shout out to VOP TV.
Very big shout out to the fans and lovers of VOP TV. My name is Tayo Faniro. I'm an actor that you are gonna live to love. Keep watching. Cheers.
Hi everyone, so shout out to VOP TV.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please sport.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please
Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm Anambra the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV.
This is newspaper review, and we still have the gentlemen. If you're just tuning in, we have Mazi Amobi Inegro. He's with us, from VOP this morning, and he's still very much with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mazi Amobi, for being with us.
Thank you.
Barrister Sim Adams, very much in the building as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Adams, for
Thank
your time
you.
and
Thank
your
you.
contribution. Barrister Eze Lucie also joins us virtually. We appreciate you. And Mr. Frank Ekioshu, also with us this morning. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for staying with us as we get into newspaper review. Now, be aware that it is an open conversation at this point. Feel free to chime in at any point in time. But of course, we will maintain some sort of decorum as we go forward. Now, let me take the headlines from Nigerian Tribune, and then we'll take some of the headlines and get your reactions to these stories. A few of them we've touched on already. We can leave out the ones that we've touched on already. Now, economy rebounding, inflation easing, says Finance Minister. FEC approves $396 million loan for IDPs. Interesting. I like that. Economy rebounding, inflation easing. Inflation easing, says Finance Minister. FEC approves $396 million loans for IDPs. All right then. APC, now 2027 APC plots control of Northeast. Taraba governor may defect on November 19. Opens discussion with Adamawa governor. Interesting headlines here. Tinubu vows defeat of terrorism as U.S. military craft action plan presents challenges. President challenges a passing phase. President says we have opened diplomatic channel with U.S. FG. U.S. Congress seeks sanctions on groups, individuals over religious violence. Trump's stance a wake-up call, says Dixon. PDP crisis. State party chairman back Damagum's NWC. Insists on Ibadan convention. Adeleke not joining ADC. 8. Oyo approves reconstruction of Ido Akufo-Eruwa, Igboho Kishi roads. And on Anambra poll, Amukbito faces first test tomorrow. EU deploys 687 observers, 98.8% PVCs collected for election. INEC, OB6 credible election, kicks against vote buying. And on health, we hear that combining vaping and smoking increases risk of prediabetes by 28%. Study. That's for those that get themselves involved in vaping and smoking. Well, vaping is, yeah. Oh, well, those are the headlines from Nigerian Tribune. You want to react to any before we go into some other dailies that we have before us? Gentlemen.
I think for me, the one that, tickles my fancy is that of the PDP convention.
Okay.
That talks about PDP convention. Now, some time ago, Yesowike, said that that convention was not going to hold. That they were going to do everything possible to make sure that it did not hold. And that is what is panning out now. That is the first issue there. The second one is, the courts have started again. The Federal High Court in Abuja gave, restrained the PDP from, holding that convention. Then 3 days or some days thereafter, another court in Ibadan, Oyo State, now gave another order asking that the convention should hold.
Can hold.
Yeah. Can hold. And what beats me hollow in all of all this, my colleague is listening to me over there. What beats me in all of all this is that these particular orders that we're getting were ex parte orders. You understand? Particular orders, were ex parte orders gotten from these two courts, the Federal High Court and that of the, the Ibadan High Court. The CJN, the NJC, or even the NBA, they have warned, judges of coordinates, court jurisdictions, to stop giving orders and counter orders. My question is this now: which of these order will prevail? Is it the Oyo order that will prevail, or is it the Abuja order that is going to prevail? In this instance, for instance, if the PDP goes ahead to hold their convention based on the orders of the Ibadan High Court, will that not be contempt? Of course, to the one in Abuja. So I think the CJ has to come in and wield the big stick again. It's like they're not listening. I remember the era of I think Mohammed Tanko. Tanko had to sanction about 3 justices, one from Kebbi, one from Rivers, and one from Cross River State. And I believe they are still serving their punishment up till now. It means these people, these judges, they have not really learned, a lot. Maybe a bitter lesson or a stronger, punitive measure should be deployed or employed by the CJN and the NJC, to punish these, judges. Because I feel so sad, and I'm not very happy being a lawyer that, you have, conflicting orders. Thus placing the political party now on a crossroad, whether to obey or not to obey, as case may be. So it's even further depleting, the little this that the judiciary normally have. Now it's been eroded with all these things. That is just the one I could find out from there.
Yeah, just to add pep to what you said, this is what could be referred, or what many people have referred to as judicial rascality. That is what it is. It behoves us that at this point in time, when there should be decorum, because at the early stage of the CGN, she also made some attempts to sanitize the judiciary and all that. But when politics is all about everything, politics is the superstructure of everything, and it thinks it is looming large. So there is need. It's a precursor for 2027. What is going to happen? So there is need for the judiciary to put her ass in order, and then going forward. But what I want to zero in, is the issue of the economy rebounding. Okay. I verily believe, from political economic canvas, that economy is the substructure of this society. Every other thing is built on it, both social, political, and what have you. If it is not well structured, then the house is bound to, fall. So once leaders continue to talk about the economy rebounding and all that, it's an insult to Nigerians. I take it as insensitive and very unfortunate situation. The economy has not rebounded anything. Rather, the economy is nosediving. Like we said earlier in this conversation, there is need for the government, from their high horses, to come down to our own level and begin to appreciate in greater details what is going on in the economy. It is not almost always safe for them to sit down and begin to tell us what is going on. They should also relate with the average Nigeria. The economy is not rebounding anything. Rather, the economy is going down.
All right, then. Okay, let's go virtually now. Before you react, Frank Ehioshun and Barrister Ezeluche. There's another headline here that ties into the PDP issue. Damagum tightens grip as PDP state chairman disown rival group. That's from the Guardian newspaper. You know, that ties into the PDP conversation. Well, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you.
On the issue of PDP, my opinion.
Let Frank go first, please. Frank, please go ahead.
Yeah, I don't fancy talking quite on the PDP issue, but just for the sake of it, they lay their bed and they also lie on it. That's my summary on the PDP issue. It is their choice that they are experiencing. It is what they opted for. But on the issue of the economy, in concurring with the last speaker and the penultimate, the penultimate speaker too, if you travel across Nigeria, just last week, I was compelled because within my state, I'm not able to travel to my village. People can't travel from their place of residence to where they are from within their states in the country. And you say the economy is rebounding? In my village, a few days ago, I can't even travel there. It's on Facebook. I follow up what is happening in my place. Farmers are able to go to their farms because kidnappers are coming after them. So how will the economy get better when people cannot access their means of livelihood, especially agriculture that is quite prime to our survival as a nation? Secondly, in my trip, I drove and I said I will not wish my enemy travel through some of the routes I took in traveling across some local government. At some point in time, I have to overtake, not once, not twice, not three times, like 100 trailers. As in, I have to go one way to overtake them because if I didn't do that, I'll be on that road for 2 days. A journey of less than 1 hour. How can the government be saying there's economic rebound? You see, what could be transferred from the north to the south before for barely 200,000 or 100,000 now goes for as much as 1 million. Because the man that is going to deliver food or related matters from the point of produce to the point of sales, a journey of 1 day now takes sometimes 2 weeks. And government is saying the economy is rebounding. Like the last speaker said, they should come and face reality. The president should just travel by road 1 day. He said his advisors to go from Ware to Lagos, Abuja to Benin, Calabar to Enugu. They just live in a different planet and speak language that people cannot construe. The suffering is attaining dimensions that figures cannot describe. And they say economy is getting better.
It's interesting point that
it's very painful to have such point.
Interesting point you've raised there because, you know, the other day we talked about ripening of fruits. You know, how there's a law now that prescribes jail term to those that ripen fruits. But then there's an inherent problem as to why people ripen fruits, because if they pluck these things when they are ripe, before they get it from the farm to the market, they would have been spoiled. So what farmers now do, which of course this came from a farmer, said, look, what they now do is they pluck these things before they are ripe, and then they attempt to take it to the market. If they are fortunate, they get to the market and it's still not really ripe, then they use carbide and the other, you know, the rest of other things to ripen them so they can sell them, in hope that before you eat them, they would have been ripened. It's a complex problem.
Ingenious.
It's a complex problem. But the roads are in such a manner, in such a way that you can't even go freely on the roads. Anyway, Barrister Ezeluche, go ahead, please.
The article that got my fancy was the one that says APC plots control of Northwest or Northeast.
Okay.
Yes. Now, the language being used, I mean, that's the common language, plot control. The issue is not to govern well and be accepted by the people of Northeast or Northwest, it's about plotting control. And this is when the opposition parties should begin to raise alarm, because this is the normal language. The other day we saw the Deputy Speaker of the House of Reps go to his home state, Abia, and tell the government that the next governor of the state must be APC, because he is the, according to him, the 6th in rank in protocols. This kind of language being exuded, being unchallenged, portends ill for our so-called democracy. I don't know, and it's not a democracy. And that's what indicates what will happen. So the earlier we begin to address it, the better. And then just to address slightly what the barrister there also said about the conflicting judgments being to come up from different courts or courts of concurrent the same jurisdiction. All complaints goes to the office of the Chief Justice of the Federation, who is the chairman of the NJC and the chairman of the plethora of bodies. Unfortunately, when people look at the track record of Kekereko, who is the Chief Justice, it doesn't even give confidence. For instance, for people like us from Imo State, we still feel we are still living the pain of the role she played in imposing the person who was fought in the elections as the governor of the state. So when you are saying make complaints to the Chief Justice, because when you say to the NJC or to whatever, it is to the Chief Justice, will there be hope for betterment or for change? I doubt it. That's the unfortunate part of the country. So when we talk of revolutionizing the system, the judiciary needs to be rejuvenated and revolutionized, because as it's presently structured, I won't be surprised when the magistrate court gives an order countering the appeal court order. Thank you.
All right, then, talking about that, talking about election issues, let's look at this headline from The Guardian. It says, anxiety, tight security as Anambra elects new governor tomorrow. Let's zero in on the elections taking place tomorrow in Anambra State. We know that some parts of Ihiala, Lilu, and some other places are troubled zones. Occupants have left those places. Will elections hold in those kind of places? Are we going to see, and then we're talking about tight security. What do you see happening in the coming days, gentlemen? Pastor Asim.
I think why I'm talking is because of the fact that election is a do or die affair in Nigeria. Well, I could excuse the Anambra, state people, in the sense that maybe because of this security and this unknown gunmen issue and the rest of it, so. But I am very, very, very sure that the election will not be free and fair. Credible elections are scarce to find in Nigeria here. It will be very difficult for any candidate to defeat the incumbent. That is Soludo. Not because he's the most proper person or he's the best man for the job, but because as an incumbent in Nigeria, you have won your second term or tenure about 70% already. Because
he made a complaint.
Yeah.
He said they've written the results. Let them bring it. Let's see. They'll meet us there. So are there other forces?
It's just mind games he's playing.
Okay.
You say when you say an armed robber, telling you I know if the moment you release me, I will go and tell you where the others are. That is a situation. He knows them and they know him. So what is there is just a mind game thing. See, as a sitting governor in Nigeria led today, even the president, that is why he won the last election. That's why the last election was given to him. One, you have finances of the state at your disposal. Soludo has the finances of Anambra State in his palm. If he wants 2 billion naira this evening to influence the election tomorrow, he will get it within the next 30 minutes. The head of the police, the commissioner of police, is answerable to him. But when it comes to security, they'll say, the man, I don't have power. The chief security officer is just a figurehead. But when it comes to control, in situations like this, the CP of all the states or whatever, the governors control them in situations like this. 2, is it the DSS? The DSS, the governor has the power to bring them closer. Even the INEC resident electoral commissioner, these people are close. They can be manipulated by the governors or the incumbent in Nigeria politics today. Then you talk about vote buying. How many candidates will be willing? P2B was not willing. He had the money, but he did not, buy his votes because he felt there's no need for that. But there are those who were giving 20,000 naira, 50,000 naira, even 1 million naira to areas for people to share bags of rice. The incumbent has the power to also manipulate in Nigeria here. So what they are doing tomorrow is just a mere formality to crown the incumbent for a second tenure. If I were some of these people, I would not even contest. That is why I still believe in Dino Melaye.
I think that's a bad call.
No, it's not a bad call.
It's a bad call.
That's why I respect Dino Melaye to today. He lost the senatorial election in Kogi West. And they asked him, go to tribunal. He said, where will I go to a tribunal and waste my money? He just said, let me use my little money to go flex and enjoy myself. Because I will never get a result there. So these are the kind of things that should happen in Nigeria here. If you don't teach these for lessons, people should boycott election and say, we are tired of this perfidy.
Boycotting election.
This state of affairs, yes.
Give them the opportunity.
See, let me tell you, it has happened in some crimes. You go on, you and vote yourself there. Then when you come, ascend to that particular seat, then we are going to make sure that you will not remain there. But Nigerians, we are so docile and lackadaisical. People play with our and toy with our future at the end of the day. So it's something I really cannot understand. I'm sorry I'm being emotional about it, but that's just the truth of the matter in my own opinion.
It's okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. You cannot extricate the issue of insecurity, as far as Anambra is concerned, especially here like Yembosi axis. I would be surprised if resources are turned in from those areas, because when you get there, you will only see children of about between 0 age to 7 or thereabout, and maybe aged women. You don't see any person between 30, 25, 20 to other. So insecurity is going to play a very critical role in getting Anambra election to the level that we are envisaging. Then secondly, the election is highly militarized already. Because if you see the police is sending troops, I call them troops. Defense is sending troops, and even the army, all of them. So when you get to Anambra, the whole place is charged. It will lead to voter apathy. And then the governor has been accused of, buying the votes. But in their own thinking, in the government thinking, they said it is an attempt to ensure that the voters come out to, wage against voter apathy by promising
local
them government and all that and all. So it's going to be an interesting scenario in Anambra tomorrow. And then the other issue is that it worries me a lot that the paraphernalia of campaign, big wigs that is supposed to give pep to Nicholas Ukachukwu, who's supposed to be the candidate for APC. I don't see it, unlike other states where APC will throw their might behind their candidate. So what's going on? If you ask me, just about a few months ago, Soludo pledged loyalty to his good friend, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and all that. And if you begin to use your political lens to view, what is going on, it's like, let's leave the Anambra for him and all that. Would you be surprised? 1 year after Soludo must have gotten his second term, Anambra will go for APC. It's a poser I'm giving to you.
Okay. Well, that came up earlier in the day, and I would love not to believe that.
But it's correct from my own. I think I align with him. So it's like a quid pro quo, payback time. The next 2027, the next election.
My goodness. Yeah. All right, Barrister Ezeliche, your thoughts, please.
Well, thank you very much. I think the issue of the incumbents having the paraphernalia, having all the instruments of power may not be real in this instance, because the federal incumbent, the presidency, controls the police, the army, everything, even INEC. I think until there is a change in INEC, there's not much importance or not much import should be placed on elections in Nigeria. The issue is, who does INEC want to be made the governor? The campaigns, we don't have a democracy, basically, that's what I'm trying to say. You can do whatever you want to do, violence, killings, some attributed to the government, which is claimed security paraphernalia. So the reality is that
all right, we're having a glitch in the network there. It's affecting the fluidity of his conversation. Let's take this to Benin.
Okay, bottom line is that the incumbent does not have the powers that he should have if he was in the ruling party. But like the last speaker, I think Amobi said, I suspect that with the kind of gains Tinubu has played over the past few weeks, he may just roll in. He has adopted the gap of the APC. And I don't think he will waste up to 1 year before he jumps ship. And nowadays, with the very escalation to the cuts of jumping ship, he may even do that soon after inauguration. For the second time, after being inaugurated, he will just change his ABGA and then adorn the APC cap, which is very unfortunate for the country.
All right, there you go.
So I don't waste more time thinking about elections. Even those who are going to monitor or observe, I wonder what they're really going to do there. Because what you observe or monitor has no bearing with what is announced. We saw that with the elections. The observers were observing something else, and then INEC had 2 result sheets and they announced what they felt like announcing. So we need to have a change, a drastic change in our elections. Otherwise, it's not even worth discussing.
Okay, but if the governor is not shaky, if he's not threatened, why will he promise local governments monies for the ones that have the most votes? Frank, please, let's have your thoughts on that, on the headline.
I guess the governor simply wants to optimize his potentials. So making such promises within the Nigerian context, quite worthwhile. The Nigerian political system is what it is. I like to affirm that. So if you put or expect so much from a system that is replete with indemnities, with so much of lack of standard, where there are ill actions and no consequences within the purview of the law, you wouldn't expect so much. And so that's why I said the political system is what it is. I concur with the bulk of the viewpoint of the speakers earlier. But on the note of the guy coming to APC, if I were in those shoes, it's not even necessary. You should just pity for ABGA for the sake of symbolism. That is the only state they have in Nigeria. Let them retain that legacy in the spirit of the great Ojukwu, so-called. So it doesn't have to decamp to submit the state to APC. There were people there before him.
Why still in ABGA? You don't think so?
He can. Yeah. Of course. He don't need to decamp. That's why I say if I were in his shoes, for the sake of respecting that symbol, that the only party, the only state that the party has is retained in the party's name. Even if the party's name is just mere symbol. Like I always say, there's no difference between our political parties, especially when there's no modicum of ideological identity to create a sense of uniqueness for any one of them. So if you just, for the sake of that, retain that symbolism, the ABGA still has a state. And he can do all he wants to do for PDP in 2027, or sorry, for APC, for Tinubu. So you should just respect that party's existence by which to him.
Yeah, I have serious exception to that because recall that tomorrow's election is for Guba election alone. So you still have the State Assembly and the National Assembly, elections and all that. If we go by what he's saying, what it means that the senatorial seats and House of Reps seats will go to APC. The State Assembly seats will go to APC, while himself, Soludo, will be in ABGA. It doesn't work that way. It cannot work. That is why it is obvious, my postulations, that that is what is going to happen. So they will not make it look messy. It will not look messy. It will be the normal movement, like in Delta, in Bayelsa, in this, and Akwa Ibom. Every person is moving in one direction. I think that is a new normal in the. That's a new normal.
It's a new normal now. That's a new world order.
New world order.
Yeah,
you are not living alone. Look at
right.
the deputy governor in Bayelsa who doesn't want to move. An attempt, is being made to impeach him and all that. So, you see, Nigeria is, when you study the political evolution of Nigeria, it's negative. It's in the negative direction. Instead of moving and moving in the right direction, we are retracting, a kind of one step forward, 2 steps backwards. That is not correct. So that is why I continue to say that it is imperative that we look at the issue of defection, very closely. A political party cannot bring you into office and then after 1 year you defect to another political party. I do not think it is right. And that is why they are doing it with impunity. If we had a check on where you go to in terms of defection, the polity will remain relatively stable. But since we have a free defection, defection is not an issue in our constitution and in our electoral act or even INEC regulations, then we will continue to have this kind of situation. The political elites will be unchecked. They will move as it were, in a fluid state. Politics is not done that way. When you go to advanced democracies, you see somebody in a political party for 20 years, where ideology goes sway. But here, there is no difference between APC, PDP, ADC, and what have you. So that makes the whole political situation very, very nasty. So we need to tinker with a lot of things. We should be moving forward, not backward.
You see what I quite agree with you that we play politics without ideology in Nigeria here. There is no ideological, classification in Nigerian politics. With due respect, I have been opportune to go through the constitution of all the political parties in Nigeria. APC and PDP is the same. What they did was to just, photocopy the order, they change offices, etc. Everything, the same formation, the same format, the same section, the same whatever numberings, as case may be. APC, PDP, they have the same, constitution. The only political party in Nigeria today that had a standard constitution where it talk about ideology is the Labour Party. And it is also the Labour Party that had what I refer to as a manifesto that is crafted, and couched, the way the constitution of Nigeria wanted to be, particularly chapter 2 of the 1999 constitution that talks about, that is from that section 14 down to section 18. That is where the leverage of any political, manifesto, party manifesto must be built. That is the fulcrum on which it rests. It's only the Labour Party that has such, that talks about security, welfare, housing, economic, whatever, blueprint, as the case may be. But the other political parties do not even have any clear road, nothing on it. So that is why you see it's always very easy when you see a PDP politician, defecting from PDP to APC. Why are they not going to Labour Party? Why are they not going to ADC as the case may be? Even the ADC that was formed. The reason why they were migrating to ADC was because their own bedfellows who were in the other party who were aggrieved now saw another nest. And they now, begin to like birds. They begin to, call on the other people to come and join them in that particular platform. That is what happened. Now, if you look at the Arabian shoulders of this world, is it Erufais, Atiku Abubakar, Rukmi and Mechi, etc. These are people who have crisscrossed PDP and APC. They have never gone to Labour Party before, or even have that. So they are still one and the same, class of a motley class of Nigerian politicians that have brought this country to this ruination that we find ourselves today. So they don't have ideology. The only thing they have in common, or a common thread that cuts across, is that stomach infrastructure and prescriptive, a transactional politics and policies. To them, that particular, postulation and saying that politics, has no permanent friends and whatever, but interest. That is what they are doing. For them, the interest there, the only thing that is outside of that particular quote is that particular interest now is that personal interest should be added. Personal should be added to that interest to make it personal interest. No permanent friends, no permanent enemies, but personal interest. That is why they are all together like that. But ideology, nothing. I tried the other day to engage, one of the politicians. He had nothing there. A sitting minister in this country who said he wanted to become president in the ADC on open television when he was asked how he was going to think out with the economy that is in shambles right now. You know what he said? He answered John and said, I am going to employ, technocrats and economists that will, that I can't answer that question now, but when I become president, I will employ or appoint technocrats who are economists to advise me on what to do. Is that kind of person that you want to be your president? Even Donald Trump, no matter how loquacious he is, if you call him and pin him down on the economy of America, he will tell you his roadmap, as case may be.
Yeah,
but here we don't.
But
yes.
that is why.
So it's a big problem we have.
That is why it is important that public office holders should have requisite education.
And even a psychological test.
You understand what I'm saying?
Some of these people are, I don't
recall
know.
also that a Guba candidate in the Anambra elections, was asked about baby factory. He was talking about some other thing. What that tells me is that he doesn't really understand, what governance is all about. We are talking about baby factory, and you're telling us you have personal factories and all that and all that and all that. So that goes a long way, and that is why the opponents, is flashing on the thing and then making it an issue. I still believe that, the O-level requirement, for public office holders, even at the, minutest level as councillor, should not be, because if local government is the top tier of government and a lot of resources go into the local government and all that, there should be people who understand the dynamics of government that should be able to, as it were, articulate policies at that local level. And all that. So I think the issue of O level is, is. And then secondly, in Anambra elections, before this time, there was their public debate and all that. I did not see such a thing in this present time. You see, what public debate does in developed society, in developed democracies, is to begin to see the level of, intellect where would-be leader assumes. It is very critical. Somebody at the lead, even if you are not a medical, that is why a lawyer can be, a minister for innovation, science, and technology in the present administration. What it requires is your administrative acumen to be able to coordinate and all that. That is why a lawyer can also be minister for health, as it were, or a pharmacist can also be minister of health. What I'm saying in effect is that education has a way of, liberating your mind, make your, throw you open to ideas, and then you begin to understand. Just like Barrister is saying, how can somebody who wants to lead begin to rely on experts elsewhere? They can give you the wrong prescriptions anyways. Who said they cannot give you the wrong prescriptions? So on your own, you should be able to understand that this is why I'm here. Even if your advisors, give you advice, you should be able to distill it to be able to understand in greater details what the pros and cons of what advice they are giving to you. So we should look at our entry level, in terms of education in our see, there are areas that we can make progress in this country. But what baffles me is that the Nigerian society, are very, very fixated on maintaining the status quo, because the status quo, benefits them. It doesn't. There is need. Have you watched British prime ministers in parliament? You get excited because they know they have their fingers on anything you ask them, and that is what leadership is all about.
All right then. Thank you very much, Mazi Amobi. Barrister Ezeluche, I thought you were about saying something. I don't know if I heard I heard your voice earlier.
Now,
go ahead, please.
A mention about entry level. I'm not agreeable. I don't agree with that in entry level issue because we've had education is different from certification. What we have in Nigeria is a lot of certificated people who may not really be educated. So somebody who perhaps did not have an opportunity of formal education should not be denied that because he didn't have a PhD or whatever. We've seen PhDs. Soludo has a PhD, but we've seen his level of governance. So the reality is that you also talked about debates. Debates. Did Tinubu debate with anybody? Did the person debate with anybody? Rather, what Tinubu even did in Chatham House was to point out at people to answer questions. That's why we're in the mess we are in. So yes, we should have a way of identifying true leaders, but we should not make the mistake of placing certification as education, because we know what school in this country is now. So we have to look out for good leaders. There are people in my village who did not attend formal education, but their leadership qualities are impeccable. Then there are some rascal elements who have a PhD, multiple PhDs, who when you give them an office, they loot the place dry. So let us be a bit, let us understand actually that it's not certificate.
Yeah, Barrister, you are looking at it from, not the perspective I'm looking at it. I look at education as giving you basic understanding of what the issues are. I'm not talking about education. I agree with you that, education certificate has gone, there's racketeering of certificate and all that. That is why I'm saying that there must be a process of evaluating the candidate itself and know the level of understanding of the problem of the society which a candidate, have. Because if you don't understand, if you don't have what it takes to understand a problem, just like what we are said about baby factory and all that, you are talking in different direction. And look at, as a chief executive of a state or chief executive of Nigerian PLC, you are attending conferences where you meet people of even people that are much more exposed than you. You must play, you must understand, you must contribute. That is the point I'm making. I'm not talking about certificate per se, but you need education. You need some level of education to begin to appreciate, what. How can somebody, attend a UN conference, for instance, or an international organization conference? You don't understand the world, the dynamics of the world. You don't understand green. You don't understand what do you call it? You don't understand policy alignments. You don't understand a lot of things. So education gives you that leverage to begin to understand those things, and then you now cascade them into, if you are a state governor or a president or what have you, you begin to understand this. That's what I'm saying. I said there must be a process to do that distillation between candidates to be able to know that whoever we are taking, has a sound mind to appreciate, when things are being discussed on the table.
All right. All right, Frank, please, if you have any reaction to that, please give it. If not, there's a headline here I would like for us to quickly touch on. Do you?
Yeah, I have a reaction.
Go ahead, please.
Yes, I have a reaction. In comes the great barrister on his viewpoint on the issue of educational level. I want to say that in this political system we have today, go and check out, most of the people who we have in elected offices, both at the National Assembly and executive level, governors and presidents, most of them have more than first degrees. So the issue of O-level does not even come up. And the Constitution made it open, just to even clarify the issue to the great analysts that highlighted the point. The level in that is required is not O-level. There is provision in the Constitution for its equivalent. Even somebody that didn't go to any school, by certain practices and capacities, falls within the purview of that equivalence. So what matters more, or what should matter most, is what the lady barrister said just now. It's debate that would give room for contestation of ideas, where people can measure people's intellectual capacity, their sense of judgment as it pertains to issues in governance. There was a study that was done about a decade ago or thereabout, where it was discovered that productivity, proficiency, impact in terms of governance in the Second Republic, is much more than what we have in so many of the states in this fourth republic. And as at that second republic, most of the people that were in the legislature had barely school certificates. Some of them primary six living certificates. And they were far more productive than the people who we say have PhDs and know what not today. So education is not defined by the four walls of our formal system. Knowledge is not at its peak within that purview. It is a matter of individual position to learn. So people can attain the peak of knowledge without going through any four walls. There are people who won Nobel laureates and they never went to primary school. Just to emphasize that point. Now, coming to the issue of our political system, that is where the challenge is. That was what I was driving at earlier. That government is making a fundamental mistake, just like they are attending to security issues by pumping more money. Go and check the data of money spent on security in Nigeria. During the Jonathan time, during the Buhari time, the more they get sophisticated equipment, the more they pump in more money, the more the insecurity. Because it is not money pumping into issues that solve issues. It is the discipline of governance that makes things work. And we lack that discipline in Nigeria. Governance lacks it. Government makes policy and government does not have the modicum of wherewithal to implement it. There is no seriousness shown forth. Go and bring people from heaven to come and run this state. It will still be run aground if they don't go by the requisite standard of discipline that is required for the sustenance of nationhood. That is what is required in every sphere. In the same light that our leaders take us for granted. All these things we are talking in campaign, even if you make it a law, it doesn't solve the issue. People can decamp from one party to another because the people are not supreme, in quotes. If governance or government, if government is separate of the people, they will not be decamping like that. If vote really counts, if universal adult suffrage is as vital as it is in a democracy, people will not be decamping because they know the people hold them to account. But because the people are mere pawns in the political equation, that is why all these things are going on. So if the law is prioritized and government plays the role it's supposed to play, which is to ensure some sense of legitimate order, every other thing will fall in line with time, because you know that there is consequence for incapacity to perform in office when you are elected, because people will vote you out. But in Nigeria, we cannot even vote people out because our universal adult suffrage is perennially abused. That is my point I'm emphasizing. The system as it is today cannot guarantee the paradise that anybody dreams of. What this system guarantees more is hell and not any form of paradise. If we don't change the paradigm, it will be a journey from bad to worse. It is the truth. That is why I made reference to what Samuel Huntington said in his piece, that form of government is not as important as degree of governance. A dictator that ensures that there is a well-spread degree of governance to the nook and crannies, government will have impact on the people. But if you have democracy, where almost all local governments seem detached from governance, what impact do people feel in terms of government? Whenever they have direct access to kidnappers, they have issues, they can't report it. See Nigerian police, for example. Go to any country. That's why I said to you just now. I took a trip across a few countries in West Africa. Ghana, Togo, Benin Republic, Niger Republic, just about 6 countries. Just when you enter the country, your first interface with the police will tell you the Nigerian story. You go to those countries, they don't need to tell you the police is your friend. But when you come to Nigeria, the police try to emphasize it to you that they are your friends because they know they are not your friends by policy and practice. That's why I'm saying that we need to reject the system to ensure that government promotes legitimate order. Otherwise, all these back and forth policies and initiatives will fall like pack of cards. Will be like pouring water in a basket because there's no discipline for sustenance.
All right, thank you very much. This will be a good place to drop anchor. Wanted us to touch on the big story on the cover page of The Guardian, which speaks to my constituency. These are those of us that, bring the news to you. It reads, Nigeria's press at 166. Old battles linger amid new threats. Fight for survival, truth. And then that picture there, the cover page of The Guardian, is quite instructive. I mean, this just speaks to it. The pressman locked up behind bars, the pen stabbed, the ink leaking away. Where do we stand in all of this? But this is where we'll leave.
Press freedom.
Yes, this is where we'll leave the conversation today. I must appreciate, I mean, it's been an incisive one. I must appreciate Mazi Eze Luche, thank you very much for your contribution. Frank Ehioshu, thank you very much. Mazi Amobi Heburu, thank you very much as well. And of course, Barrister Asim Adams, thank you very much for your contribution on the program. Well, that's it on the show today. Well, let's keep our eyes on the elections. 55,000 policemen mobilized for Anambra elections. That's a huge number, I must say. 55,000. Oh, well, we'll keep our eyes on it, and we will bring, yes, on the screen, those are the contenders. Some of them have been accused of doing fashion parade. Some others are just, there to make up the numbers. But we know those who are truly contested. But tomorrow is the date. Anambrarians go to the polls. We'll keep you updated. Our studio will open very early tomorrow morning with information from Anambra to keep you abreast of what's going on there. Join us then. But at 11 o'clock, will be time for sports. I am Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful day. Bye for now.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
You have more than a voice.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibanichuka, Anambra, the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Everybody keep watching Voice of the People. All right? Love you all.
Hello, sweetie. What's going on? My name is Kiki. Keep watching VOP TV. Thanks.
Hey guys, what's going on? Olumide Oru, the Fresh Prince of Lagos here, and this is VOP TV, guys.
Hello guys, I want you to please keep on watching VOP TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hafiz Oyetoro. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Shout out to VOP TV.
Very big shout out to the fans and lovers of VOP TV. My name is Tayo Faduro. I'm an actor that you are going to live to love. Keep watching. Cheers.
Hi everyone, so shout out to VOP TV.
The 2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we'll bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9 right.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Yes, very well said. When things like this happen, you go back to know who is this said person. I'm sure I'm not going to be nasty, but anyways, I like to say you're welcome to the Sports Republic show. It's a very big fat day, and I must say this: you don't need to know who the coach is, right? That's the question. But I like to say this on the show today because if you look very well and you look very closely, you would understand that what the Super Eagles are very, very close in that very encounter. But let's look at this one, the Atalanta game against Marseille away from home. Ivan Juric, I don't want to know how big he is. He's not even the top 20 managers in the world. If you ask me top 30, I would say no. But let's really get to know his record. Hajduk Split, Sevilla, Albacete, Sabine, Crotone, and also Genoa. These are the places where this man has managed. And I looked at his international career. I saw Croatia under 17, 19, 20, and so on, just like that. So that being said, on no account does the manager have a right to lay his hands or possibly put up his hands on the shoulder of a player. I'm not saying it because he's a look man, but because he's still a look man. And then I know how he has really gone through the phases of Atalanta at this point and how he struggled. I then will say, I don't feel happy about that very well. We'll bring you a clip very soon so you can see Rio Coca, who played for Aston Villa at some point, did very well in his playing time, and also Troy Denny, the wild sport king, you can call him. They said a lot about Ademola Lookman, and then how Ivan Juric has lost his respect for me. Now, would he be sacked? Is it worth being sacked? When you do such thing on the Champions League game, the biggest phase of football in club level, then you have, for me, lost it. I would never respect you if I was a Lookman. That's how I feel, and that's my opinion. But let's watch this one about Rio Coca, Troy Denny, the press media talk, how they saw this very affair. And then we come back on the show to tell them more. What's next? Some of the highlights you want to miss? No, you don't have to miss it. Just watch this one. We'll be back shortly.
put your hands on somebody, at that point, we and you are not going to have a conversation again. There is nothing you can say today, tomorrow, next week that makes me forget that you did that in front of everybody.
And now as a manager, you got to go and apologize. So now that makes you even in a weaker position.
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, we don't know if he's going to apologize, but the biggest, the most simple thing for me is when it comes to responsibility and powers of position, Juric is completely in the wrong there. You as a manager cannot do that regardless of what said, whatever it is. You're a football manager managing Atlanta in the Champions League where it's going around the world. You cannot do that. When you put your hand on a player physically like that, you have lost. Full stop. Regardless of what's being said. That is what is not allowed categorically. I'm sorry, I don't care what anyone said. We've seen managers have exchange words with players and have bust-ups and say stuff, but we've never seen managers and bigger managers than Juric, who've actually won bigger things, have not put hands on top class
Nigel,
players.
we've all had arguments. We've all had frustrations. We've all had back and forths and swearing and all these different things, said things we don't like and vice versa. But no one ever goes to the point of putting your hands on. And that's the point for me. Once you put your hands on somebody...
a couple times when I was playing in it.
Yeah, how did he get on? Yeah, every time got moved on. That's the point. So, like, if you want to be able to do it, put your hands on somebody, just know the consequences. You're probably going to be left. But when you physically put your hands on somebody, at that point, we and you are not going to have a conversation again. There is nothing you can say today, tomorrow, next week that makes me forget that you did that in front of everybody.
And now as a manager, you got to go and apologize. So now that makes you even in a weaker position.
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, we don't know if he's going to apologize, but the biggest...
Yes, like I already said, I don't know what anybody wants to tell me about that very one. Ivan Juric, for me, has done wrong. I look at Lookman's career and I said it's done. He should not be playing for Atalanta anymore. And we know what happened. Controversies where Inter Milan came, rivalries, the club side saying we've got a clause in your contract that you cannot make that move to our arch rivals. So Lookman, for me, I think his time, not even now, his time is done 2 seasons. It was done 2 seasons ago rather. So I don't think Ivan Juric, who was not in the setup, he has done well with the national team of Croatia, no doubt. We saw him at the 2018 time, good coach, but coming to put your hands on a player like Ademola Lookman, not even about Lookman, you don't have a right as a coach to do that. But quickly, let's get on the highlights. Victor Osimhen is on fire, actually. Victor Osimhen, how he was celebrated, before we talk about the Super Eagles and the rest of the stock, how Victor Osimhen got that one, 3 man of the match in a row. Champions League took the ball home. If players give out things, I doubt Osimhen will give out that ball. He will keep that ball. That's an evergreen ball. That ball happens to still stay more with that man. But let's see. Let's watch a clip, just a video, short one, how Victor Osimhen was celebrated when he got on that one. From the tunnel, you could see the ovation. He's so much loved in Turkey. I don't think I've ever seen a man who has gone to the Turkey League, Super League, to get this ovation. I'm Amoka played for Besiktas. He was loved, but not like this man. Talk about, what's the name? Wilfred is currently Besiktas. So we've seen players, so Coach plays for Fenerbahce. So players who have gone to the Turkey side to play good football, none of them has gotten the ovation like this man is really getting. The most informed striker you can see in the Champions League right now. And I think that's 5 in 3. 5 goals in 3 games. Victor Osimhen is in Nigeria, just so you know. Watch this one, we'll be back shortly. How much Victor Osimhen is really celebrated in the Turkey world. But that game was played away from home. That's the Dutch ground. That's Amsterdam, where they won the game. And it was about Victor. He came off, and then Icardi came on. So we look at that game and begin to say, yes, we want Victor Osimhen to continue with this form. I was having a chit-chat with my producer off air, right? And he said a word to me. He said, where he saw the very game, when Osimhen had a contact, everybody there was just shouting, no, I better go, Victor, I better go, because we know how integral he's been with the national team. All the time he was out of the team during the qualifier shows, we struggled to do the job without Victor Osimhen. He's literally our best player, and we are envisaging, believing that, yes, Victor Osimhen has got all the takes to give us the results against that very side. end. What more can be said? Let's go to the next one and move on. Nwabali is in the story right now. He believes that the Super Eagles will win the AFCON, even though for me, this is not, I don't want to say it's not, it should not be talked about because it just closed. 21 December it started, that's 24th, you might call it, and moves to 18 January 2026. That's about the AFCON, the game that's played on African shores, and Rabat, Morocco, Casablanca, all of these places are the venue for this very encounter. But let's talk about Nwabali in a bit. He's been on I don't want to say the pressure, but recently you can say, maybe we just keep the highlight. We're not show you some highlights, but let's just get into the news quickly. Stanley Nwabali, you have on your screen, that man, he's been in the news, and people are saying Nwabali is so proud. He's this, is that. He's not even doing, his club side, not him personally, individual brilliance pays off, but he's not really doing so well. Not him, sorry. The club side, better watch. Chippa United will have Orlando Pirates, Kaizer Chiefs, Mamelodi Sundowns, quality teams right there. But Chippa United, every time I check on the log and I see their games, they're either losing or, they are struggling. But Nwabali can be picked out. We know his story. We got to him the last AFCON where Pesero, my friend, had to visit South Africa and had a chit-chat with Nwabali. And that's the reason why Nwabali said, yes, he has been in the MPFL. He didn't get his stay. We never knew about Nwabali, not until Pesero made the move. Now, he's on that. He should be under pressure if all our goalkeepers start owning and manning up their games. Now, I like to say this. Nwabali is quality. Yes, you can say. He's big. He comes alive when he needs to come. I like to say Nwabali is like one of the, big team we have at the team. Goalkeeping department now, even though we need to have more goalkeepers who can compete with Stanley Nwabali at the highest level, but at this point, we feel so covered. But want to see pressure. Now, I don't know if Maduka Okoye can ever merge. He's been on that road before, but he lost it, and that's how Nigeria works most time. When you lose it, someone else comes to take a position, and it goes like that. Now, Super Eagles can win the AFCON 2025. That's Nwabali. But Udinese's goalkeeper, Maduka Okoye, who is also on the story, believes that he can get the first team shirt for himself. But I don't know if the coach will want to give him that opportunity. If you ask me my opinion, Nwabali needs to be talked to. He's, what's the word? I don't want to say he's too proud, but he knows he's the best. That's the word. He knows he's the best. Now, sometimes, like I talked about Lookman, not the first time we've seen players walk out the tunnel or walk out of the game or come off the pitch when they are upset. World stars do that. Ronaldo goes off, he's very angry. Messi gets injured on his ankle and you're changing him, he's worried. We've seen our big players, Neymar, all of these guys, Jude Bellingham, Vinicius was elated before Lookman. So it's okay, like I said, I'll come to Nwabali. Whatever Lookman has said, Ivan Juric has no right to place his hand on the shoulder of a player, whatever he has said. So I bring it back to Nwabali. Discipline is key. Nwabali is in discipline for me. That's my opinion. Some of the goals, I think the goal we conceded the last time we played, some of those goals was Nwabali's fault. Because sometimes you need to come alive in big moments to save your team, especially when your team is trying not to concede. And after that game, few persons talked about Nwabali. But if I have the time on the show from now till night, I can analyze and talk about Nwabali. He's got reflex, he's good, his quality, we know all of this story is nice, but he needs to start doing things right. He needs to be composed. He needs to understand. I've seen the game, when he came to me, I was pushing him, take it easy, guy, watch the time. And if you're yellow carded on this game, you can't play the next one. So we want to believe Nwabali has to change his thoughts. And all of these things he's doing, going to the AFCON. If you want to be out there, big keepers, professionals, don't go that road. You want to be in the next place, not about the club side, but personality is key. He needs to understand this game so well and know that violence and discipline is not allowed on the game. But quickly, let's shift attention and move on. Tell you, that's the news we brought on the show was Wednesday, I recall. Akpobore, who played for Stuttgart and in the German Bundesliga as well, did so well in his club level game. He has said he's not happy with the late squad announcement for the Super Eagles, but we'll tell you why there was a late squad announcement very soon. Don't worry. We'll tell you why Eric Chell did not name or hasn't named, better word, his selection or his players for that major tournament, that major mini tournament. If you call it major, you will not be wrong. You call it mini tournament, it works for me. Anyone calls, but it's a mini tournament. But let's talk about this. While we talk about the Super Eagles, we also need to talk about the Panthers. Let's celebrate them in a bit. I like to celebrate them because I saw, this is what I love to do. If you know me well, I like to celebrate people. And I like the name from the Lesotho world. I like the South African names. I think the connection with me and South Africans is the forehead. Yeah, this. If you see Bongani, Zangana, you see names like Sounds cool to talk about, you know. But now let's let you know why we prepare for the very big one. Aubameyang is in his team with other players on this one. The Gabon national team, the Panthers, have unveiled a strong 27-man roster at a press conference in Libreville on Thursday. Head coach of Gabon, Thierry Mayuma, revealed that the squad list will be available to play for Nigeria. They already have the list. But if you look at that list, I must tell you, Marseille and former Barcelona or Arsenal forward Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang is in the team. He'll be leading the Gabonese to this very one alongside 36-year-old him. His personality is 6 right now. And now the likes of Lemina brothers, they have Lemina. Noah Lemina is in that team. Mario Lemina is in that team. They have Dennis Bonganga. I like that one. Gabon highest goal scorer in the qualifiers with 8 goals. So when you talk about Osimhen on fire, they also have men who is doing well on that phase. And they have other veterans. So let's talk about the squad list of the Gabon side. You know, yeah, I tell you, on goalkeepers in the team, they have Jane Noel, Amanome, that's the team you can see. So I just have to run through with that club side about the Gabon side, how good they can be when you look at them. So the squad list we have on the screen. Yes, this is a very big gun coming out. Lois Marios, Bekele, Franios Jr., Mungeno, Mbalaya, Lucas. This is about goalkeepers. And also the midfield, the defenders, you can see up on your screen. The defenders are Oyono Antonio, Oyono Jeremy, Obiang Juan, Economy Yaquez, Apindari Ngoye, Ekweli Manga Bruno, Mbembena Yanis, Muketulu Alex, Kila Onofia Meek, and Do Macolino Jonathan. These are the defenders in that very team. Good side, you know, they're good to go because I think they got upset where they just could not make it out with the Ivorians, top it out very well. Now the midfield is where I like to look. Lemina brothers, Lemina Mario, or you could say Mario Lemina, Lemina Noha, Nze Samake, Kanga Gelo, Ndang Ibrahim Didier, and also Poco Andre. Now up front, Avalant and Damitani, Bwanaga Dennis, I'm scared about that very man, and Mayo, Ungwa Brand Enzo, or Penda Royce, though Macaulay Allen, that you can talk about, you know, Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang in that very squad. So you have to wait to know if the Gabon side can get the result right when the time is on. But quickly, you already have the list. I already told you about these guys. Yeah, that's a Sambisa. Some names, Sambisa, David Sambisa. All of the names for the Gabon squad. So you already have them on your screen. But let's move on and tell you about the qualifiers. I mean, the playoff, the game, where it happens to be. They are forward. Aubameyang plays for Marseille. Dennis Bongano plays for Los Angeles. And then Axel May plays for Bolizard, Algeria. Aaron Benvenza plays for Al Shabaab, Saudi Arabia. Orik Eneme, Ella plays for Angers on the French side. Although Gabon played well in the 26th World Cup qualifying game, but they were unable to make it out because the Ivorians took the first place in that Group E. Now moving on, let's talk about the Super Eagles and the fans. I like to say this, in the national team of Nigeria, what's the word? You cannot, not about Nigeria alone, but generally football world, the fans play vital role on the game. The game of football would not be interesting without the fans. I recall during the COVID time when games were being done, players scores goals and celebrate into the seats, the stands, and that has been that bad. At least 200 fans will be flown to Morocco to share the Super Eagles to victory at the CAF 2026 World Cup playoff. Arrangements have been finalized by the National Sports Commission, NSC, for fans to give the Super Eagles good support at the World Cup playoff. So that's the news. Now we'll be seeing our fans make that move. 200 is okay, good to go, not bad, not really bad. 200 fans, you know, or up to 200 more if possible, going to that very game to give the Super Eagles the support that they deserve against the Panthers of Gabon. While you're preparing, you need to know it's not just Nigeria that wants to be at the World Cup. Every country wants to be at the World Cup. I like to blame ourselves because when other teams were able to make it automatically, where was Nigeria? It's a question. So many things to be talked about on the shores of Nigeria because recently, if I want to watch Donald Trump, right? I want to watch Donald Trump, I'll have to go to CNN to go and see him. You know, but lately he's been in the news, Nigerian news everywhere. It's a Donald Trump thing. And if everywhere was so good like that, maybe I can still go back to the CNN. But right now, I go on TVs, media firms all over Nigeria. We're talking about Donald Trump because we know what's really going on and all of this talk. But it's not me to give you more details about that very one. We keep on going. Let's talk about the fans' protest as FIFA names an African referee, Nigeria-Gabon clash. And I saw this. I love Patrice Motsepe. I was saying it on the radio some minutes ago. Let me say this right. Transparency for me is key. To be transparent is also nice. I love Patrice Motsepe. He's the CAF president, and I've always given him all of the accolade that he deserves when the time is high. When the ovation looks quite low, I'll still give him a high ovation. But you know, has he done so well? Not bad. I can say he has been good for some time. No, not really for some time, but I think recently now I'm not liking some of the things that I'm saying. Now, why is fans protesting? Who are those fans in quotes? Nigerians. Because the news is out that FIFA has appointed a South African officiating team to handle the Super Eagles 2026 World Cup playoff first leg against Gabon, and sparkling strong objections from fans who have questioned the neutrality of the decision. According to a FIFA letter dated November 3, you could say November 12, 2025, Tom Abongile will serve as the center referee. I told you I like their names. South African people, I like their names so well. But the referee, when I see him face, they laugh. But I'm not concerned about his look. I'm just concerned about what he brings and who sees this game. So the letter was dated November 3, 2025. Tom Abongile, who now will be serving as the center referee, assisted by compatriots Zengeli Svila and also Agona Makalima, who will oversee the VAR duties. Good to see as the VAR duty on those very one. But the referee assessor for the match scheduled for November 13 at the Moulay El Hassan Stadium in Rabat will come from Benin Republic. Why? Like, this is, no, see, it's not me to question. We don't have the right to actually question. We can talk. You know, that's what the media do. Cut to the mass, we need to talk. Just keep talking. And if your talk goes far, social media is very big, and then they can listen to you. But I saw this and I'm like, this is not looking so nice. It's not nice because the senior Nigerian Football Federation official, journalist Osasu Bayuana, has told the federation that it's also baffled by FIFA's decision, citing strained football relations between Nigeria and South Africa. There's a rivalry between Nigeria and South Africa. And this one is saying, how can FIFA appoint a South African referee after their sports minister openly said he wished Nigeria would not qualify for the World Cup? South Africa are clearly hostile to us. That's about the Bayuana. Now, why is this a talk point? Why is this to be looked out for? We might just keep talking and it feels like nothing will be done, but this is what we call the transparency road. Why are we going to have a South African officiate that game? Out of all of the referees that CAF has, Eritrea, Mozambique, Ghana, what about this connection? We just came out from the Group C, bro. We came out from that road of Group C. We played South Africa. They know. If I say we made them to the World Cup, we made them go to the World Cup, I don't want to be wrong to say that, because if Nigeria had done their jobs from the onset, this would not be happening. Why are we going to have? Why? Why are we going to have a South African officiating the game? Why? That's, for me, is out of it. I don't think I love that story when I saw it. The story for me doesn't look good. Now, a Benin Republic man on the sideline. So I'm now, see, there's every reason to be scared for that very game. We have so much reasons to be scared of the Nigeria-Gabon match, because if you look at it from the outside, if you look at it from the point of view, if you're not trying to be in Nigeria, but you want to understand the game, because you have to bring your team, your style to that very game, you would understand that this doesn't look good for Nigeria. So if they are protesting, it's okay to protest. We don't support violence. We're not saying the game, we already know the game does not condone violence. All of this thing does not work in the game. But looking at the big one and how much it means to Nigeria, then I must tell you, we need to be very careful. And then some of these things that they call offside on that day, we should start talking about it. We need to be very careful. Watch the line. If it's the Denda man with Ajayi, if it's Anekong starting or Kevin Bassey the starter, we know Onyemaechi, Seidu, all of these guys need to understand that at this point in time, if you say you're playing against the referee, you will not be wrong, because that's how they will feel. If you're bringing a South African to officiate that game, I'm not saying the referee Abongile is not good. Don't get me wrong, but I'm trying to say, if you want to get the minds of people and let them be happy and see this game as a fair game, because the game is fair, then you will not have a South Africa. So I'm still possibly waiting for Patrice Motsepe, the CAF, the FIFA, to even tell us why. But we can't question FIFA, because this is not just about the CAF. It's about the FIFA, the body that governs the game, the biggest game of football. So I want to believe they know what's best. But why am I pondering more blames on the CAF? The CAF are the ones who I felt would have sat with the FIFA people, Gianni Infantino and his lads, and tell them, see how this works. or see how people will see it. It's not about how it works. You can't teach them their job. But this is what we felt should be done. If not for any reason, for Patrice Motsepe's transparency and accountability, you need to be safe on your job, right? So I don't think I'm a fan of that story. To see Abongile, I like his name, Abongile. I'm liking Abongile, you know, on that very one and how far he has done. But we need to do the needful. We need to do what we need to do. And I don't think, because one thing about Nigeria most time, whenever there's something that looks quite good coming close, something just comes to distract. The players are professionals. They've played at a high level. They're still playing the game. I would say they should not even think about that. Let's just continue doing what we're doing. And then let's believe Nigeria will get out of this very one. But let's go on the Super Eagles news. This one looked quite long to be talked about, but we need to say it. 1996, where were you at the 96? I told you Nigeria have a very good squad from the 1980, talking about the US 94 as well, where we were the 5th best in the world. That team has a lot of structure. Clemens Westerhoff was the coach. You know, we know the connection with Voptvlive Joe, who I'll be talking about very soon. And then I look at the national team at that point, and I say these ones are good to go. The Eguavon, the Benny Roja, the Thompson Oliha, who's late today, Stephen Keshi late today as well, Peter Rufar, blessed memory, late today, Uche Okechukwu in the squad, Finidi George, Samson Siasia, Monique, Amokachi, JJ. These guys were good to watch. When you look at them, Emenalo, you know, they had that compassion and that composure. Nigeria at that point, we were like the next big thing. We had just one thing, I must say, structure. And that structure kept on going from 94 to 96. In fact, let me talk about 93. Japan 93, some of the players who thought they would have been at the World Cup in US 94 did not make it because the structure said, Kano Wanko, Celestine Bayero, Emmanuel Bayero, you guys, Oruma, you guys are still young, calm down. Now, if you watch the road to the game, you would understand that the national team at that point had that very good structure. Now, I'll take it. Japan 93, USA 94. Japan 93, USA 94. You could see. Now, the young ones went for that very one. Japan 93 were amazing. Kano was so much on form. And from Japan 93, if you look at Japan 93 squad, let's even do the Super Eagles talk a bit. You will see that it can it should be translated into the 1996, which was the Olympic. So some players who were part of the US 94 were actually getting old. Thompson Oliha was not part of that one. Eguavon was not part of that one because we had Mubi Akparaku. Eguavon was not there. The Bayaro that was supposed to be in the World Cup in 94 was quite young. He was at the Olympic. Kano Wanko could not make it to the World Cup because he was quite young. Okocha was just good to watch. He made it to the US 94 team. Now, let's look at him. Okechukwu, when they say the Super Eagles need leaders, Uche Okechukwu was the leader. He made it to the Olympic from the US 94. So, Kechi was not there. Siasia wasn't there. Amunike was there. Amokachi was there. Are you saying it? Sondo Lise was there. So there was this transition that we had at that national team time. But let's talk about one man. Why am I talking about the Olympic? I'm talking about the Olympic because we have the news now to share. Rufai Oseni, I was listening to him on radio. One of the men I work in our sister station, also a part of the radio version here. He was talking extensively about this, and I'm like, yeah, you really know this so well. Nigeria, like I like to say, it's a country with testimony. You don't come to Nigeria without testifying. No way. It's not possible. But we have former Nigerian coach, Voptvlive Joe, has petitioned the Senate over the alleged refusal of Lagos state government to release a property given to him by the state government in appreciation for winning the 1996 Olympic gold in football tournament for the country. The Dutch tactician, or technician you want to call him, had won a gold medal for Nigeria during the 1996 Summer Olympics in Atlanta, Georgia, United States. What did he do? He defeated global football powerhouses, including Mexico, Brazil, and Argentina, in a very astonishing fashion, making Nigeria the first country to lift the trophy in Africa. That's about the Olympic. You have on your team, you have on your screen. I think I look at the screen. Yeah, can I call the names? Yeah, I think so. That's kind of one called Kingsley Obiakwe. Kingsley Obiakwe's story is not good to be talked about now. Close to Kano. That's Dosu Joseph. I think I have, let me see, Voptvlive Joe has been carried by Olise and Dosu Joseph. Mubi Akparaku is on the side, Taribo West is there, Okechukwu is also there. That's the team you have. They have Tesla Fatusi. This 96 squad was good to talk about in the Olympic, and we are still waiting. We are the first side to lift it. However, 29 years after winning the laurel, Coach Voptvlive Joe, right, you call him, according to documented evidence, is yet to receive a property given to team and coaching staff by the then Lagos State Governor. who is Olagunsoye Oyinola. That's the name. Olagunsoye Oyinola. If I say His Excellency, I will not be wrong to say that. Now, prompting him to seek Senate intervention with a view to getting the legislative arm to pressure Lagos State government to give him his property. Now, in a letter by his lawyer, T.O. Adejo and Company, which was submitted on Thursday to the Senate through the chairman of the Ethics, Privileges and Public Competition, and copied the Senate Committee Chairman on Sports. Bonfrey played the Senate, prayed the Senate to summon the Lagos State government to a public Senate hearing to provide a detailed explanation for its refusal to allocate a plot of land to their client. Investigation is still ongoing. Investigate the circumstances surrounding denial of the client because they are not happy. They're saying this is a big denial of our client, his allocation, and ensure that justice is served. Take necessary steps again is what they're wanting, including pressuring Lagos State government to release or reallocate. This is from them now, to release or reallocate another befitting plot to commensurate with the achieving of the team to ensure that their clients, after 39 years, get justice. I like this news because I like justice. Now, speaking shortly after the submitting of the petition, his media aide, Eze Okichukwu, said the petition became necessary following the persistent and blatant refusal of Lagos State government to release the property, despite having given all members of the team theirs. And they are saying, what Bonfrey Joe achieved for Nigeria during those days as our coach remains unequal till date. I agree with them. Right? I agree with them. Now, moving on. They said, which Nigerian coach has defeated those big names since the Atlanta episode? Now, when I talk about the team, I don't think anyone can do that. With the squad that they have, if you see the Kamot, the Simeone, the Ayala, the Batistuta, that squad, Kamot, was very strong. And you talk about Brazil, Bebeto, Romario, you see that team. Ronaldo, the dilemma, with Ronaldinho on his back. That's the name because Ronaldinho is the younger one, right? So he came with Ronaldinho. Romario, all of these guys, Amaral, out there, Roberto Carlos. They got a quality team at that point, and they still have a team now. So we want these sides. And I will not forget the goal from Kanu Nwankwo against the Brazilian side. I will not also forget Amunike's goal that didn't come close to the ground, and then he smashed it. If there was a VAR, then it would have been an offside. But there wasn't a VAR check at that time. Now, they are also saying, which Nigerian coach has ever won the Olympic gold medal in football since Bonfrey did it in 1996? That's a question. And they said, Oyinlola, who is then governor of Lagos State, in the euphoria of the celebration, gave out parcel of land, which to all the players and coaching staff received. And that's what they say in Lekki, Asaden. The document of the land are domiciled with the Lagos State Land Registry. All the players have received theirs. Now, I wasn't there, but I'm saying according to reports. But it's been confirmed. We learned that J.J. Okocha, Daniel Amokachi, Taribo West, Kanu Nwankwo, Tijani Babangida, Amunike, all of those guys have agreed that yes, they've gotten theirs. So why is Bonfrey's own not given to him? The question is, who tampered with it? Why? Those are the questions that we feel the government will answer when they appear before the Senate. And they are saying if there's anyone to be shortchanged for goodness, it should not be Bonfrey Joe. If there's anyone to be shortchanged for goodness sake and image right of Nigeria, it shouldn't be this man who has done well. But expressing confidence in the Senate leadership, Mr. Eze noted that the Senate President, His Excellency Senator Godswill Akpabio, is a sport-loving senior citizen. I know, everybody knows he likes the game very well, who understands the importance of winning a global laurel, especially doing it in a remarkable fashion against the world's best legs at that point. You can still say to date. But let me tell you, the Senate President Godswill Akpabio, we know, built the stadium in Uyo, which the national team uses now, our best stadium in the world. For now, if there's anything like Nigeria best stadium, that's our best stadium. Anything that happens to that stadium, I'm so sorry that we should be thinking about something else. That stadium might not be favorable to Nigeria, right? Even though lately there's been this change. But if not for any reason, if I don't even like Godswill Akpabio, I would like him for that stadium because I love the game. So he loves sports, especially football, as much as every average Nigerian. Therefore, he will do everything humanly possible to get the right thing done to Bonfrey Joe. It will add a great feather to his position as Nigerian number 3 citizen. So this one is coming from those people who are on the Bonfrey Joe side. Asked if Bonfrey Joe had made any effort to meet with the current governor of Lagos State with a view of resolving this matter before coming to the Senate. They said yes. They are stressing that each time he tried, he was technically blocked from seeing the governor. Talking about Lagos State government, that's what we heard. Now, the message is saying, do you know what 29 years is? It is now 29 years since Governor Oyinlola gave out this land. For the 29 years, he's been making inroads but no result. In fact, Bonfrey Joe had visited Nigeria and sought the help of late Senator Ifeanyi Ubah to take him directly to the current governor of Lagos State. Senator Ubah could have done it, but for his untimely death, that's the reason why that was not done. Now, moving on, Governor Sanwo-Olu is a sport-loving man. Everybody knows. Who could be shocked at hearing this story? And we want to believe he will not only pacify Coach Bonfrey, but investigate the issue to know what really happened to the property. And that's the news is on there. But if I talk about this, right, let me say this. Taribo West, one of the players, came out to say he has lost count of how much he was owed by the federal government. When I mean federal government. Now, I know how this works. I think recently we stopped it. We don't do it just short notes. We know when games wants to come up. Someone say, first person to score. I mean, Otedola likes to find himself in that place. Big name, He likes to say that if the team scores 3 goals, first to score this is the team will get 1 million each. We like to do that. It works. Sometimes we connect the football game to politics. So sometimes when I see these people coming in, I'm like this. But some of them we know love this game with their heart, body, soul, and mind. We know. The likes of Kunle Shiname, Remo King, today the Remo CEO, the CEO of also Value Jet. He loves this game. But before that, we've seen people who have owned club sides before Kunle Shiname is now on this job. But one thing I want to say is on the show is that if you say this is not true, I don't know who to put to believe. But because of what we've done in the past, Taribo West said he has forgotten how much he was owed. He's lost count of how much he was owed. He cannot even remember how much he was owed during his playing time. That's what Taribo West said. Because he was owed. And late Chuku, 1980 Nations Cup, the chairman, the captain, he's late today. Give him my money, that was the news. And when he died, we had this, the secretary, that's Sanusi, came out to say, your file is there. How does a dead man go? We see, it's not bad when we say the federation is owing a man who is late. It's not the first time we've heard this. I also learned that the 1994, we had a counter report saying the 94 houses that were given, some of them, Siasia. We even have a video. I think I had Siasia on the show. Yes. Thank God I had that. I can't remember. I had Siasia. He said some of them, those things that was promised to them as a 96 in Abuja, he said they can't even find it. There's nothing like that. I mean, until date. So I'm saying. So if I go back to that video, we could do a throwback and bring it on the show so you can see for yourself. So this man who, because sometimes when you come on the radio, you come on the TV and you talk, people feel like you just want to dish out this news, but that's why the media is always going to be available. We have to go, make your research, get your facts right, so you can talk. Because what happens the other way, if you say something wrong about the federal government or possibly about the NFF, and you're not making your research well and you're not having your evidence, so you can actually be sued. This is what it is. So when we give out this update, we'll make sure we do a big research to understand how it is. So if things are on, see, we are not the court of arbitration, right? We're not in the court room. It's not us, it's not VOP thing to say, VOP TV to say, no, give him is this. Because the question is clear. If I will question Bonfrey, I will say, when your players got theirs, why you separate? Why did you get yours? Why is it happening now, 29 years later? So, it's a lot to be talked about. So, that's just what it is. But quickly, looking at that news, it's still something that we need to look into and that we need to watch it. And these players is really worth talking about, because when you play for a team like the national team of Nigeria, you need to see that everything goes on so well. But okay, so going into the comment section quickly, let me get some of the comments. I think Coach AA is on the show today, the man from the Switzerland. He's saying greetings from Switzerland to Kizi. For me, he's saying appointing South African referee for Nigeria-Gabon match, for me, I see not... Okay, he's saying he's not seeing anything bad in it because the referees are professionals. Our boys are just... what's it? Okay, that's about him. And also, let me go on the comment again. He's saying need to do the needful on the field of play. Okay, the Super Eagles players need to do the needful on the field of play. That's about Coach AAA. I'll tell you about what's AAA later on. And also, he's saying Stanley Mabali should just be more professional towards his attitude with and without the ball. We like professionalism on this game. And then, lastly, he said, I see nothing bad in such referees' appointment to handle Nigerian match. Isn't it a closed door match? The world will be watching, and there's VR also for review for the referees. Well, what made this a talk point? Why the fans are protesting? Our coach AAA, I like to call AAA, I know your name is Adeyemi Adefemi, so I think with all due respect. But why this is a talk point, I'll explain to you and I'll tell you, is because we learned that the Minister of Sports in South Africa has said he does not want to see Nigeria in the World Cup. So this rivalry is big, from entertainment to sports. I recall, what's the lady? Tyler, yeah, the lady that sang that Water, that song. I recall the story. And with, I have started this competition. So I'm a piano, there's been this comparison, there's this competition, Nigeria, South Africa. But Nigeria should just try and do what they need to do. The Super Eagles, to make it to the World Cup phase. Now, you might be asking a question, why is there a delay in the national team who is not on this one? Why is there a delay? We'll tell you. Return of 3 players, that's the reason why Eric Chell has kept it at bay. Head coach of the senior national team, Eric Chell, will be, let's say in the next 48 hours, make public the list of players who will represent Nigeria in the World Cup qualifiers playoff in Morocco. The list has already been submitted to the federal side to cover the Nigerian Football Federation, NFF, but Chell admits he told them to hold on as he awaits the fitness of 3 players. That's reporting saying so, who were Nelson Knox picked out while on their club duty. He has, however, gotten an update on 2 of the 3 players, with the 3rd also declared fit to take part in the playoff, which begins with Nigeria taking on Gabon on the 13th of November. Now, you want to know who are these players? We'll tell you. 3 players were largely, the reason why Eric Chell didn't give permission for the list to be made public. There were doubts for that very game. Samuel Chiko is the number 1. Rafael Onyedika and Seydou Sanusi, all of 3 of them are now past fit and ready to travel, as the team source reveals. But if you ask me, this Sanusi, I'm sorry, I don't know, but when you say it's not time to point the blames, that's what it is. But Super Eagles, I don't know. I like the way I beg the Super Eagles, the way I beg the NFF is how I beg Nigerian politicians. I like to beg them. When I try the pity for us, I always say it anywhere they talk on. Men are pity for us, So I like to say this: the national team pity for people that watch football. I'm going to say this, and I'm going to sound it clear. It might not be what you love to hear, but the national team, not be anybody Papa get on. Nobody Papa get national team. If there's a call up, it should be. I think the call up. There should be transparency. You need to earn a call up in the national team when we've seen what you've done. Sanusi, well, Seydou Sanusi, please go and watch Porto. You're not blessed how they carry the talk. Go watch Porto. See, when you make yourself, they get chance, they play for the Olympiacos small. I even feel bad that our players, the national, some of them are not starters at their club side, but at least now we are seeing the change. These guys are, and look, man, please, look, man, when you're coming, forget about Ivan Juric, I beg, leave him, just come and do your job. But Sanusi, I don't know, Eric Chell, you owe me this explanation, not Nigerians, to me personally. What are your criteria for selection? Who they tell you may call this one? All right, lastly on the show, let's end it. Talk about Victor Boniface. He's defending himself. He's saying he's not scoring for Nigeria. Doesn't make me a bad player either. Such is from the Super Eagles star, who is in the news. He once played for Bodo Glimt of Norway and Union St. Gallen of Belgium. He has declared that. He said, I will just say that I'm not lucky in terms of goal scoring for the national team. I know there were a couple of games in which I did good. But scoring of goals is the most important thing about football. That's about, my friend. I know, just be calm, don't worry. Be calm. I like him, or I like him. But presently, all over the world, he said, people who don't watch the game will go to live score. They will see you as Ronaldo if you score. Ronaldo not be person mate. Ronaldo not get mate. See, I want to achieve my dreams like Ronaldo. I want to achieve, not just my dreams, my goal. That's the goal. That's a target. That's a goal. Because Ronaldo has got goals, so I need to put him in the line. And he said, I'm sorry for people who think that way, but I still believe it's only because I'm not lucky with the national team in terms of scoring goals. Dramatically, his lack of goals has followed him to Werder Bremen, where he has just 1 assist, but no goal in 7 games for the club. He joined this past summer. But Boniface insists he's good enough for the Super Eagles. And he's also saying, my biggest dream is as a footballer, I want to see myself out. My biggest dream as a footballer was to have a chance of representing my country, which I have achieved. I'm happy that I pushed myself to that point, and I'm grateful for it. That's about Boniface. And he said, if it doesn't work out, it does not mean I'm a bad player. That's about Boniface, and also, so that's how it goes. Now, if it doesn't work out, it doesn't mean I'm a bad player. It's been good for me at the national team level, but God knows why. He's saying, I'm really happy that I'm representing my country anyway. So if you look at the national team, I just want to look closely. There's a lot of competition. And reports gather that the embattled striker who was born in Akure, Ondo State, is set to clock 25 years. That's for December 23rd, just a few days before just after the Nations Cup date. And we'll be hoping he scores his first goal for Werder Bremen this weekend when they host Wolfsburg in the German Bundesliga. So if you ask me, I say to Boniface, all of the love and all of the support. And also, Pajay Sports is saying, with South African referee or not, Super Eagles will qualify. We believe they will qualify. But if you did see those games that was played yesterday, the Europa and the Conference League, we'll bring it out to you quickly as we call it a close on the show, so you can have yourself all of this now. We look, and you have it on your screen now. The Conference League, the Europa League, all of the results. Yes, you have on your screen. There will not be need to go through all of these phases, but you can see that result out there. Which of them was the most surprising? This one is the Europa. The other one you saw was the Conference. So it's a very big phase. And then we believe, I think I'm just looking out for Nigeria. I look out for Nigerian players on this, Basel. Now look at the table. That's the standing after match day 3 of the Europa Conference and also the Europa Conference League and the Europa League. Look at this on your screen. Basel, Creighton's Veda, Leo, and the rest of that. So these are just the results. But we need to go and call it a close of this day. We have the media news coming up next. Keep watching our Voice of People TV. And again, we'll be back on the show. Personally, the sport world. I, myself, will be back on the show for TV, show, sports-wise, and that will be on Monday, hopefully, all by the grace of God. Do have yourself a wonderful weekend. Please don't go anywhere. We have more to come. Stay with us.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpayon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing at all, please just watch.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin. Hi
guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say call me Enjoy Med Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the content they come on. A VOP TV.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures. both serving on former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụla dị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kedukosi aga ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ọbụla dị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a ị nwere karịa olu.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm Anambra, the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV Channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Scope every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope. The sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to the Media News on Voice of the People TV. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am David Edwin.
Before we begin the news, kindly visit the website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. The headlines. ECOWAS seeks reform of Islamic schools over terrorism, extremism.
IFAD urges government investment in agriculture.
Nigeria seeks meaningful action on climate change.
Federal Executive Council approves $396 million loans for Northern IDP's Sokoto Health Project.
INEC says 98% PVC is collected for Saturday poll.
In the world of business, federal government to release new tax reform laws.
In sports, Dembele, Mbappe, Salah lead FIFA Men's Best 2025 nominees.
And in the world of entertainment, Hilda Bassi receives Guinness record plaque for largest jollof rice pot.
Now the news and details. The Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, has called for the modernization of traditional Islamic schools to tackle the surging scourge of terrorism and violent extremism across sub-region. Making the appeal at the West African Islamic Conference on Security and Governance in Abuja, the president of ECOWAS Commission, Dr. Omar Touari, stated that modernizing and protecting the schools, students and teachers will end the street begging phenomenon. According to him, it will also end child abuse and children's vulnerability to radicalization and recruitment by extremist and terrorist groups. Traore explained that the situation of the traditional Quranic schools and the focus of the Commission's preventive action against radicalization and violent extremism in this conference. He further stressed the need to improve and modernize the school system and convert them into conducive and formalized centers of learning and economic empowerment.
Still on targeted developing stories, the youth and the future, the International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD, has tasked Nigeria's federal and state government to invest more in agriculture to harness the potentials of the youth while also ensuring food security. Speaking in Benin City, Edo State capital, at the 5th Supervision Mission of the Livelihood Improvement Family Enterprises, a Niger Delta project, IFAD Country Director Dede Ekwe stated that food sovereignty cannot be achieved without fully harnessing the potentials of youth in agriculture. According to her, the youth have the largest population, therefore, Life ND is aimed at empowering them with practical skills using a model of business incubation through which they will become agribusiness owners. IFAD added that creating jobs for youth is the key to enabling growth, the key to peace, development, and business growth.
Still in the news, but in under development, the Federal Executive Council, FEC, has approved 2 major external loan facilities totaling $396 million to support critical humanitarian and health projects in Nigeria's northern region. Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, disclosed this to State House correspondents at the end of the council meeting at the Presidential Villa in Abuja. According to Edun, the first facility is a $300 million World Bank credit to support the internally displaced persons, IDPs, and host communities across several states in the northern Nigeria. The second, he said, is for a combined $96 million credit from the Islamic Development Bank and the African Development Bank, with $50 million and $46 million respectively allocated for Sokoto Health Infrastructure Project. The minister described the project as critical to addressing regional disparities, improving access to health care, and rebuilding communities affected by conflict and displacement.
Still on welfare, the Federal Executive Council has approved the construction of official residences for heads of key federal courts and for major water and infrastructure projects across Federal Capital Territory. Minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike, disclosed to State House correspondent after the Federal Executive Council meeting, which was presided over by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu at the Presidential Villa in Abuja. Wike said the approval encompasses the design and construction of residence for the President of the Court of Appeal and Industrial Court, as well as the Chief Judge of the Federation Court and that of the FCT High Court. According to him, work on the residencies had been flagged off earlier, and the necessary consortium arrangements are ongoing to ensure timely delivery. He said the council also approved new water projects to serve satellite towns in the FCT, including Karu, Kershi, Orozo, and Buari.
Meanwhile, Nigeria has urged global leaders to take responsible action in tackling climate change issue by moving from pledges to performance. Vice President Kashim Shettima made the call at the opening of the Head of State Summit at the 30th UN Climate Change Conference, COP30, in Belém, Brazil, where he represented President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He also implored world leaders to be more proactive in curtailing the attendant natural disasters from climate change that have claimed innocent lives and rendered many homeless across the globe. He further urged world leaders to let COP30 be remembered as the moment when the world moved from pledges to performance, from ambition to action, and from dialogue to delivery. He reaffirmed Nigeria's global climate leadership with a commitment to achieve an emission reduction target of 32% by 2035. According to him, the new initiative from the core of Nigeria's climate finance architecture, designed to attract billions of dollars in clean energy and adaptation investment.
Moving on, the Israeli ambassador to Nigeria, Michael Freeman, has stressed the need for his country and Nigeria to deepen dialogue on peace, building, and economic cooperation in order to strengthen sustainable growth between both countries. Freeman spoke in Abuja at the program titled Coexistence and Dialogue Among Abrahamic Faiths, organized by the Israeli Embassy, the Hallelujah Society for the Promotion of Israeli Culture in Nigeria, Chabad Aid Humanitarian Aid for Nigeria, and the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria. Emphasizing the importance of embracing coexistence and unity as pathways to sustainable peace and progress, he noted that such values could only thrive in an environment built on dialogue, empathy, and mutual respect. Freeman, who noted that many parts of the world are currently struggling with division and misunderstanding, stated that coexistence cannot be taken for the mere absence of conflict, but represents the presence of respect, empathy, and shared purpose. According to him, it is about choosing dialogue over hate, building bridges rather than walls, and recognizing that diversity can be a source of strength.
Ahead of tomorrow's governorship election in Anambra State, the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) says that over 2.76 million out of the 2.80 million registered voters have collected their permanent voters card in the state. Disclosing this to newsmen in Abuja ahead of the poll, INEC Chairman Professor Joash Amopiton described the 98.8% turnout for PVC collection as a significant achievement for any election in Nigeria. He attributed this to the Commission's decision to extend the deadline for the collection of the cards across all 326 registration areas, stating that it enabled nearly every eligible voter to obtain their card. Amapitan further urged all eligible voters to turn out in mass on election day, assuring them of safety during the election.
Moving on, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, commenced the distribution of materials for the Anambra State governorship election in the presence of the media and major stakeholders of the political parties. Among the items on display were some sensitive and non-sensitive materials, including Form EC8B. Our correspondent in Oka, Ndu Opaleze, has an update.
Electoral Commissioner Dr. Elizabeth Agu. The materials were on display at the premises of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Oka branch headquarters, amidst tight security. The INEC officials, led by the Supervising National Electoral Commissioner in charge of Anambra elections, Dr. Kenneth Ukago, were seen packing them local government by local government, ready for onward distribution. Dr. Ukago and Anambra State Resident Electoral Commissioner Dr. Elizabeth Agu later explained to the media and the party leaders present the composition of the materials on display after giving them a checklist.
The local government areas. We are supposed to have agents at the local government areas. They will witness the opening of this cartons. We are not tomorrow. We are not going to open the cartons. We are just going to remove the cover, the palace cover. We are not going to open. There is only one carton we open, one set of cartons we open, and that is the PCA.
2 days to the election, we normally distribute the sensitive material. By sensitive material, we mean the ballot papers, the result sheets, and the beavers.
The Commissioner of Police in charge of Anambra State elections, Abayomi Shogunle, was on ground with his retinue of officers supervising security arrangements. He restated the IGP's resolve to resist any attempt to abort the polls or commit any electoral offense by the non-state actors or any political player.
The election will go ahead in all locations as expected on Saturday, and everything that is needed to be put in place to ensure that this happens in terms of security and logistics has been put in place.
Some party chieftains like Dr. Alex Obiobolu and a member of National Assembly, Dr. Pascal Abodike of APGA, as well as APC's Chris Chikwelu, sought some clarifications from the INEC with regards to election results sheets. Ndo Papaleze, VOP TV News.
Thank you so much, Ndo Papaleze, for that wonderful update. You're still watching the Media News on Voice of the People Television, and it's time for the Media News analysis. And we have joining us virtually the Take It Back coordinator for Koshofe local government area in Lagos State, Mr. Obeyemi Benjamin Ogulami. Good afternoon, Mr. Ogulami. You're welcome to today's Media News. I would like you to unmute your device for us to establish communication. Can you hear me? Good afternoon. Please, I would like you to unmute your device so that we can hear you properly and establish communication.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Good and fine. Thank you so much for being part of today's Media News.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right, interesting. Let's start off with the first story that made it to the bulletin today about how ECOWAS is calling on the federal government and also other countries within the ECOWAS bloc, calling for, let's say, a general overhaul or rejigging of the activities of the Quranic schools, especially in Nigeria, where they believe that the lesson or lectures being given to children happens to be one of the challenges we're having, because it is from there that we have extremism as well as, radicalization of persons actually who do turn out to be terrorists or overzealous people trying to preach their religion. What do you make of that particular call? At the Bay as well, we'll have another information coming out already from the United States of America about the possible bombardment of Nigeria to eradicate the Islamist jihadists, in quotes and unquote, who they believe have been killing so many Christians and even all the Nigerians here.
talking about Islamic school, ECOWAS calling for that. I think it is necessary, if it is important to focus more on Islamic school, we should also look into what is the curriculum that's being propagated from this Islamic school. Actually, we are not done yet with our education system in Nigeria as a whole. We want to delve into Islamic school. If ECOWAS is calling for that, from my own perspective, it is not a priority because it does not benefit the whole country as a whole.
Exactly my point. Now, the question I want to ask you again now is this, Mr. Benjamin. Are we to focus on, making sure that we tackle the surge and scourge of terrorism and violent extremism across the sub-region, by looking at Quranic or Islamic schools, where we know we still have, a discrepancy within our constitution, where what is termed a criminal act here in the South is not the same in the North because of the religion that they practice and also their custom and norm. Wouldn't it have been better if we champion on a way to make sure that we have a single constitution running for everybody in Nigeria?
With the situation of Nigeria as it is, Nigeria actually operates one constitution, but it has been evident, it is vivid, showing obviously that majority or all people representative from the northern part of Nigeria have been operating in their own mind, in their own philosophy of Nigeria. They are operating the Sharia law or whatever constitution is concerned. But the idea now is, in their own propagation, they recognize the Islamic law, and then they are trying to enforce it into the society by the promotion of the Islamic school. Talking about the main education which their own youth and children have been deprived of. They feel that, okay, the Islamic school is the best. Well, I think whatever they are being taught over there in the north are also given here in the west, especially in Lagos. Lagos also, our children, Muslim children, I don't want to tag them Muslim because I don't want to sound divisional. Our people are also going through Islamic education in this part of Lagos.
Now if that should be the case, what is now the difference? I want to get your opinion. What actually now happens to be the difference? Because you just made mention of us having Islamia here, Makaranta Islamia here in the south, and if you get to the north, we see them sometimes too have the education to the point that the former president and also former governor of Imo State decided to build, Islamia schools in some northern states where I'm talking about modern schools for these children to go gain their education. And what really happened? Why are we seeing, more like religious extremism happened to be the order of the day, to the point that some of them now encourage street begging against, children going back home or going back to school and all that?
It's a question of leadership. What kind of leadership do we have from the north? You will notice that most of these leaders too, their children aren't going to this Islamic school. They are shouting up and down. Their children are abroad, having quality education, Western education. By the time their children return, they want to also be a leader in Nigeria. It's a way of subjecting the poor to servitude. Let me put it. It's a way of subjecting the poor to their own whims and caprices. So our leaders from the northern part of Nigeria trying to promote Islamic education is just telling us that they don't care about what happens to the mind of our youth in Nigeria. And then ask us, are their children there? They are not there.
Why I'm asking this question, Mr. Benjamin? Why we're asking the question is this. For example, let's look at the emergence of Boko Haram. Boko Haram simply means people who happens to have projected to say that, modern education is prohibited, is haram at this point in time. And according to the information we have made available, the whole teaching, the whole lectures, the whole everything began with children being guided by a particular cleric teaching them Before you know what is happening, it's related to the issue of Boko Haram, to the point that we have terrorist group coming up from it. And their demand is they want to say no to anything modern or Western education. Now, isn't this a call in the right direction for us to look at, especially the curriculum or the teachers or even recruitment of the teachers and people that we have attend all these Islamic schools?
Well, as at this moment, just as you said, we should know that Western education or the quality education we are talking of, conventional education, isn't what the northern part of Nigeria has signed up into. So they've signed up their own society into the Islamic education, which isn't contributing enormously to the well-being of our society. It is from this Islamic education you teach them extremism. You teach them that not to tolerate other religions. This is not a way to go.
Mr. Benjamin, if this is the narrative, clearly from what you're saying, if this is the narrative, what then would you say the ECOWAS push for reforms with Islamic school a genuine concern for security strategy, or do you think it's like some others have said, it's a donor-driven agenda, clearly at, of course, some hidden geopolitical narrative?
I think the ECOWAS is leaving major issues aside, concentrating on Islamic school. To be candid, ECOWAS hasn't faced a lot of things and a lot of challenges that we are facing in Nigeria. ECOWAS isn't ready to tackle them, even as Africa is concerned. What has ECOWAS solved? Bringing us down to Islamic school, what will be the contribution of ECOWAS to it? Is ECOWAS not saying that our education should be improved, our curriculum should be improved, other than having Islamic schools improved? That is not the way to go when it comes to security of a nation. What we need to improve our security is the quality education that our youth should have. What we need to improve our insecurity, just to improve on security, is to develop and to cater for the young ones. The more you start having young ones on the streets, the more you start having young ones being beggars on the streets, then there's no security in that nation.
All right, then. Yes, we can hear you. Can hear you. All right, then. Now, let's get to another conversation where the International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD, has, of course, asked the federal government to clearly, at this point, invest more in agriculture to harness the potentials of the youth while also ensuring food security. First off, the call for youths to go into agriculture. Again, from your perspective, my question would want to be, how very much aware would you say that the federal government is when it comes to agriculture, hands-on agriculture, not even just mechanization in that particular sector, but how very hands-on would you say that the federal government has been so far aware of the space that the youth can actually give in this in our economy?
I think on agriculture, the federal government isn't well aware of what its economy, its agricultural economy, the sector or economy is really talking about. Young people are getting into it en masse. And I've seen even people around me getting into it. I've seen young people leave Lagos, get to Osun State to venture into agriculture. Right. And they use their own personal money and funding into this sector. Government will only say they promote whatever in the paper, in the news, without it getting into our youth. If they say our youth need to get involved more in agriculture, I will tell you that yes, they are getting, but the federal government isn't investing time, research into it. The quality of research federal government will invest into it will also determine the quality of response and the quality of investment that the government will
experiencing with oil. So where do you think the government has missed it on the part of training and, of course, still having young people unemployed in the country?
Just a matter of last year, I have one agripreneur around me who is so versatile. He doesn't stay in Lagos for 1 week to different states in Nigeria to train people, other young people in agriculture. And what he said, according to him, he said most of the trainings organized by federal government are trainings that are too individualistic. What do I mean by that? It means these trainings that federal government had organized for them are trainings that stops at the training center. It does not exist. The funding of federal government to establish and to promote them in venturing into agriculture sector in large scale, it's not even getting to our youth. People will get funding out of government force and it's not even delivering. It's not delivered onto our youth to invest into this sector. So there is a kind of unrealistic attempt, or let me just say, successful attempt by the federal government. And this is as a result of people that are put at the helm of affairs in this training with young people. So young people are in training, they are not seeing any result coming from that training. You go for this training, they are not seeing any result coming from that training. You go for a training of 6 months and you didn't get anything, you back out. They return to their home to handle their POS.
All right. Now, when you say they back out at this point in time, you know, the Minister of Agriculture made a certain revelation that the federal government is already on the way to make sure that we end the issue of food wastage as well as boost agricultural produce in Nigeria. You know, he further talked about how we lose approximately $10 million annually, you know, on food wastage. I'm talking about agricultural food wastage and all that, when we're not talking about hunger. Now, looking at all this from what you just talked about, and also the projection that we have a wonderful way. I'm talking about what the senator himself, Abubakar Kyari, talked about as Minister of Agriculture, that there's a plan on the way to make sure that agriculture remains the single largest employer of labor in Nigeria and contributes more than, you know, will I say, 1/4 of our gross domestic product at this point. With issue of insecurity at this point, and the fact that a certain amount of money have been approved by the Federal Executive Council for them to be able to get a loan to take care of Northerners in internally displaced people's station, and also to look at other projects in the North. How are we going to be able to achieve our projections and even some goals that were set with the issue of insecurity still being high the way it is?
Up to this moment, when federal government says it's planning or on its way doing something, we should check the viability, the applicability of whatever policy or plan the federal government is having. Let's check it on our society. Is it reflecting? No. It's not reflecting in any way.
So, Mr. Benjamin, it's not
reflecting on the
sorry. Can you hear me? Well, I'm sorry to butt in here. The question I want to find out from you is, with billions of naira being spent in importing foods into Nigeria, who then benefits the more with this contradiction that you just mentioned a couple of minutes ago?
It's a case of corruption in the system. You get billions of naira and it's not adequately applied to, not even adequately applied, it's not applied to whatever we want it for. That's what's going on. The agricultural sector should have improved more than what it is, but we say that ministers, directors, from where they are in their offices, they get money out with their pen, and it ends up in several other persons' accounts, not getting into the right place the money should get to, the funding should go to. Our youth are not receiving funding. And I'm saying it because I know many of agriculturists and agripreneurs around me, and they complain that they don't get anything.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Benjamin Obeyemi Ogunlami, who happens to be the coordinator of Take It Back movement here in Koshofe local government area of Lagos State. Thank you for being part of today's Midday News. We sincerely appreciate your presence.
Thank
We'll go on a quick break, and when we'll come back, the rest of the news continue.
Glad to have you back. It is still the midday news right here on Voice of the People television. Now to more stories. The Kano State Judicial Service Commission has sacked a clerk with the Upper Sharia Court in Regia Lemo, Salim Umar, and demoted 2 others over allegations of gross misconduct. The other affected were a presiding judge of the Upper Sharia Court at Dumbode, Alkali Mo Al-Nani, and the principal registrar with the Magistrate Court of Zungeru Complex, Isa Budinlawa. In a statement, spokesperson of the Kano State Judicial Court, Baba Jibo Ibrahim, said the disciplinary action followed recommendations by the Judiciary Public Complaints Committee, which investigated the petition and complaint leveled against the officers. According to Ibrahim, the clerk was dismissed in connection with forgery, falsification of court records, and demanding of bribes from litigants, while Mal Ain Nani and Wooden Lawa were demoted for financial impropriety.
Nigerians are once again calling for justice for late Ochanya Obanje, a 13-year-old schoolgirl who died in 2018 after being sexually abused by a father and son. The call came during a peace walk for justice for Ochanya in Lagos, aimed at raising awareness against rape, child molestation, and sexual abuse. Voice of the People's Television's Matthew Ogunswada has more in this report.
Justice for Ochanya! The Justice for Ochanya Solidarity Walk kicked off early Thursday morning in Lagos, with participants marching through strategic locations, including Ikeja, Allen Avenue, the State Secretariat, and the Lagos State House of Assembly. The demonstrators demanded justice for 13-year-old Elizabeth Ochanya Ogbanje, who died in 2018 after years of alleged sexual abuse, said to have been perpetrated by Andrew Ogbuja, a lecturer at Benue State Polytechnic, and his son, Victor. Convener of the walk, Kasmi Ozurigbo, alongside other child rights advocates, said the march was organized to renew calls for justice for Ochanya and to spotlight the rising incident of sexual abuse against minors across Nigeria.
They should end child marriage all over Nigeria. They should end early marriage, child abuse, molestation. All of these things is getting too much. 4 in 10 of every girl is likely to be raped. 1 in 10 of every boy is likely to be raped. There is a pandemic. How long shall we wait? Is it until it becomes your child? Thank God for DSV in Lagos for what they are doing. If not, this would have been so much in Lagos. But we want them to do more.
You come up and tell us, look at what you're wearing, look at what did Ochanya wear? That girl was defiled. She was in a house filled with people that she trusted, her brothers, her uncles. What did they see in her? Did she grow any breast? Even if you grow any breast, is that a criteria for you to defile her? She was just a child. All she wanted to do was go to school, and she came to a city in her place to go to school, and they raped her. The son raped, the father ate. For how many years that girl suffered?
There's no reason whatsoever why anybody, whether man or woman, and I say this very, very clearly, but rape obviously affects women and girls so much, but we also have right now a rising incident of male rape, of young male kids also being sexually harassed. And that is why we have to say very clearly that nobody can have an unapproved access to the body of anyone.
Today we need to focus on fixing our societal norms that encourage these behaviors. Let's raise better boys. Let's raise better girls. We are constantly talking about our girls being raped and abused, and in so many ways we are suffering because of how we are raising our children. Mothers, you need to do better with your sons. Fathers, you need to do better with your sons and your daughters. We need to make sex education a topic in Nigerian schools. Children need to know that there are inappropriate ways to be touched. If we don't talk about it, they will never talk about it.
With different placards, participants demanded stronger enforcement of child protection and gender-based violence laws, calling on authorities to urgently prosecute offenders and deliver justice for vulnerable children.
Justice for Ochanya is for the girls that were silenced, the girls that couldn't talk, the girls that does not have the power to talk out, the women that does not have the voice to speak when they're supposed to speak. So when we say justice for Ochanya, it's not just for Ochanya, it is for all girls.
I got to know about this movement from TikTok. I saw that there was a group that they were coming together for Justice of Ochanya movement, and I decided to join the group. And it has been very helpful because I've been hearing the same stories, and I've been seeing a lot of victims that have not had justice. For this one, we must have justice.
Yeah. We want to beg all the judiciary to ensure, the IG, to ensure that the ministries, all the people that are supposed to work on this case, they look for these perpetrators. Perpetrators are out there doing this evil. We don't know who is next. Whose child is next? We don't know. And that is why we are saying we want them to be fished out and they should face the wrath of the law.
Everybody who has conscience in this country must come out and join advocacy like this, because justice in this country is becoming something only for the rich. The poor people don't get justice. I mean, look at the girl that was killed inside the BRT bus some years ago in Lagos State. Where is that case? We need to wake our justice system up to make sure that there's justice. This is the only way this society can grow.
Standing here at the Lagos State House of Assembly, the final stop for the Justice for Ochanya peace walk, participants say their message is simple. Every child deserves safety, and every offender must face justice and say no to rape. From Ikeja, I'm Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Thank you so much, Matthew Ogunswada, for that wonderful coverage. Away from that, amid rising road crashes from distracted driving, the Edo Sector Command of the Federal Road Safety Corps has launched its 2025 Ember Month campaign in Benin City, urging motorists to take responsibility for their safety. The campaign brought together transport associations, National Youth Service Corps members, and security agencies to step up awareness on safe driving. Correspondent Rhoda Johnny has more in this report.
For your safety. The Federal Road Safety Corps, Edo Sector Command, has flagged off the 2025 Ember Month campaign with the theme, Take Responsibility for Your Safety, Stop Distracted Driving. The event in Benin City brought together key stakeholders, Transport Association, National Youth Service Corps members, and sister security agencies, including the Nigerian Army, Police, and Federal Fire Service. Sector Commander Sisi Cyril Matthew urged motorists to take responsibility for their safety and avoid distractions while driving.
This year's theme, take responsibility for your safety. Stop distracting driving. Every journey begins with a simple reminder. Stay alert, stay focused, stay vigilant, and save lives through keeping the road safe.
Representing Governor Monday Paulo, the Chief of Staff, Gani Yuawudu, cautioned drivers against careless behavior and called for a culture of discipline on the road.
One of the leading contributors to road traffic accidents is distracted driving. It has become increasingly common to see drivers answering calls, replying text messages, scrolling through social media, eating, adjusting car control, and even engaging in heated conversation.
Zonal Commander, Assistant Corps Marshal Stella Orashe advised motorists to obey traffic rules to prevent crashes.
This year's theme is captioned, Take Responsibility for Your Safety. It is a personal responsibility that we must take. put your phone away. Yes, put your phone away. It's either you put it on silence or you put it on do not disturb mode while you are driving. Stay focused. Keep your eyes on the road and your hands on the wheel. Driving requires 100% concentration. It's a serious business, driving.
The event also featured a drama by National Youth Service Corps members showing the dangers of drinking and smoking before driving. The campaign was officially declared open by Gani Yahudu, Chief of Staff to the Governor.
To the glory of Almighty God, Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the most beneficent and the most merciful. So we have a whole lot of plans for every sector of the economy of Edo. So it's not when they come, they will. I'm sure the governor will listen and they will give them something reasonable.
But they have to take responsibility for their own safety. They should avoid distracted driving, and we should drive safe so that we can reach next year.
In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
Thank you so very much, Rhoda Johnny, for that report. Still in Edo State, the Livelihood Improvement Family Enterprises in the Niger Delta project has begun its 5th joint supervision mission in Benin City. The mission aims to evaluate project performance, strengthen partnership with the state government, and boost support for youth and women in rural agribusiness. Our correspondent in Benin City, Rhoda Johnny, has more details.
The Livelihood Improvement Family Enterprises in the Niger Delta, known as LifeND, has begun its 5th joint supervision mission in Edo State, alongside the official launch of the LifeND Plus partnership with the state government. The exercise is aimed at assessing progress made in earlier programs as facilitators and stakeholders share success stories and challenges to strengthen future outcomes.
Every time there's something new, a best practice that is relevant to LifeND, you see them moving quickly. You have seen, we just talked about digitalization. They even started before IFAT finalized its digital innovation action plan. That sense of innovation and a forward-looking approach to implementation, not doing implementation just as usual, as we have always done, but always seeking opportunities to improve, to innovate. This is what makes LifeND a unique program. A big round of applause.
Over 51,000 beneficiaries from the participating states that have met their financial obligations are expected to benefit from the next phase of the project. The initiative, supported by the federal government, the Niger Delta Development Commission, and the International Fund for Agricultural Development, continues to empower entrepreneurs in fish farming, poultry, and cassava production through incentives, loans, and insurance support.
We have communities that we are intervening in and also provide what we call the business development services. This is part of the design of the additional financing, critically to look at existing farmers and provide advisory services to them, use technology as a driver to ensure that their businesses grow and escalate and move to the next level.
The project has been instrumental in providing self-reliance, enhancing food security, and driving local income transformation. As we embark on this mission, let us reaffirm our shared commitment to transparency, sustainability, and impact.
In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, UOP TV News.
Thank you so very much, Rhoda Johnny, for that report. To more stories, the College of Medicine, University of Lagos has honored Professor Janet Ngozi Ojuluchukwu at a valedictory ceremony celebrating her remarkable contribution to cardiology and medical education. Voice of the People TV's Praise Peters has more on this report.
The College of Medicine, University of Lagos, Idi-Araba, held a valedictory ceremony in honor of Professor Janet Ngozi Ojuluchukwu, celebrating her decades of outstanding service in cardiology and medical education. Her citation reflected her strong upbringing, academic excellence, leadership, and mentorship, earning her the popular title, Mommy of the Hearts.
I stepped into the land of this College of Medicine in September 1975.
Guest lecturer Dr. Ogechukwu Oga spoke on gender inequality in cardiovascular care, explaining that while cardiovascular disease remains a leading cause of death, biological and structural differences between men and women influence how the condition develops in response to treatment.
In other words, women have smaller left ventricles. The chamber of the heart, when the heart relaxes, is smaller compared to men. When the heart contracts, also, there's also a difference. So women have decreased stroke volume and they have increased heart rate when you compare men to women. So their response to things like psychological stress differs.
The ceremony featured goodwill messages, presentation of gifts, and warm tributes before guests later joined in a reception filled with celebration.
She's been in the University of Lagos for 50 years, more or less, as a student and as a doctor. So, and she's quite dedicated. I've met her. She's just my teacher. If you don't know that, I'm a doctor. So she's trained me. She's trained a couple of my colleagues. I've met a couple of her patients, and everyone has something good to say about her. So I think that really tells the story about her dedication and that she's done her best. And I thank God for everything.
I am most excited about today. My mom, I can't even put it into words how happy I am about what's going on today. My mom is a phenomenal person, and not just because she's my mom. I'm most proud of her legacy of kindness. My mom is she's a mother to everyone, every and anyone, and that is what I would like to hold on to as I go through my journey in life.
Thank you so much, Press Peters, for that coverage. Away from that now to some business stories. The Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, will on Monday officially unveil the Nigeria Tax Reform Act as a strategic stakeholder engagement session in Abuja as the government moves to simplify the tax system and improve revenue efficiency. The session is designed to help Nigerians better understand the reform and what they mean for taxpayers, businesses, and the wider economy.
And in the world of sports, the Federal of International Football Association, FIFA, has unveiled the nominees for the Best 2025 award, consisting of players who delivered outstanding performances in global football over the past year. The selection reflects individual brilliance across domestic and international competitions. According to FIFA, the award is designed to honor the footballer who has demonstrated the highest level of excellence during the period under review.
Moving on to some entertainment story, the future of fashion in Africa is being reshaped through innovation and technology. In Lagos, Nigeria, fashion entrepreneurs, designers, and digital experts gathered for the Fashion Tech Conference, an event focused on how technology can drive growth, creativity, and sustainability in the continent's fashion industry. Correspondent Onyi Demola Olukoton has more on key insight from the event and what it means for the future of African fashion.
At the intersection of the creativity innovation, the Fashion Tech Conference brought together some of Africa's brightest minds,
from designers and entrepreneurs to tech innovators, all exploring how technology can transform the continent's fashion ecosystem.
Mediocrity is what? Better than what? Misplacement. It's better for you to be a mediocre fashion person that has clarity, that to be excellent, but you are misplaced.
The event featured insightful panel sections on topics including digital fashion design, sustainable fabrics, e-commerce integration, and the use of data analytics to predict consumer trends.
Based on that design, craft it and say, who am I making this for? Is it nursing mothers so they can easily nurse their babies? Like you see this thing, I can easily nurse a baby if I was nursing. Was this blazer? I can wear for business casual meetings. I can wear for professional meetings. I can wear it, if I'm feeling cold. I can wear it to travel out now if you give me speaking engagements in London. Are you getting it? If you say this trouser is high-waisted, if you have mommy pouch, maybe it's unisex, it can fit a man or a woman. Once you know what you are tailoring your product to solve, pitch it excellently, deliver a good product, it will travel. Use your media space to create your own story, and people will buy into it.
Participants also emphasized the importance of storytelling and branding in position African fashion as a global first, while empowering women and young creatives in the industry.
Very important that all fashion brands begin to think like a tech company.
Right, and what you're doing is filtering the people that don't necessarily need your product. Right, so if you're selling kaftans, you're selling outfits, ready-to-made outfits, there are certain people that can afford what you're selling. So you look at their age, where they go to, the people that influence them, right? Their location, very, very important. So when I'm sending ads on Instagram, I will not send ads to Uyo because I like Uyo. I will send ads to where my customers are. So that's how you determine your market demography. You actually sit down and build a buyer persona who is a typical person that reaches out to you to buy your product. Sometimes you can determine that, and sometimes your product can determine that.
For many attendees, the conference provided not only inspiration, but also actionable strategies to embrace innovation while preserving the continent's cultural identity. Oyindamola Olukusor, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
That is it on the Media News and Voice of the People television. We encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all the social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. You can also visit the website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending stories. Up next on the schedule of Voice of the People television is the Spotlight Show with Precious Agumanu. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am David Edwin. Good afternoon.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, The grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m.
To 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Novisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyosarete is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to the show Spotlight. Yes, on VOP TV, where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And yes, I'm your girl, Precious Agmanu, aka call me Prezi. You know I'm feeling good today. I feel good, but today is Friday, and I don't want, oh God, you know what they say about Friday. I don't want to talk plenty, but then it's all weekend, you know, the weekend vibes and every other. All right, it's a good day to stay positive, inspired, and grounded. And yes, we are bringing you an exciting blend of gist. Please don't go anywhere. And today I am not alone on this place. I am here with someone so special. And yes, joining us today is a professional stand-up comedian, actor, content creator, and scriptwriter. He's a graduate of Delta State University, Abraka. During his study in school, he discovered his talents in stand-up comedy delivery and performance. And also, he was the director of socials on campus SUG. He's building an attractive brand and has featured in top events organized in Nigeria and internationally. He is the brain behind Positive Youth Talent Discovery, a quarterly comedy competition built to entertainment comedy lovers and discover new talents in stand-up comedy in Nigeria, which is an initiative of Ekene Smith at the Youth Foundation Nigeria, founded by him. And yes, he's no other person than Ekene Smith. Ooh! Welcome to the show.
Thank you so
This smile is, oh God.
Yeah.
I know that you are feeling this vibe already. I don't even need to say plenty things. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
How are you feeling today?
I'm super excited.
Super excited. So what has, today is Friday, and it's a time to, party.
Yeah.
Thank God it's Friday. You need to party and all this. So how's the week been for you? Like Monday, Tuesday?
It's been amazing, although I've been on some project works. And
Interesting.
I'm really excited that it's Friday.
You see, you get what I'm trying to say. It's not only me that is happy that today is Friday.
So I'll be able to take a little unwind and do some other things.
You see, now you walking, and that's it's a lot. And trust me, Friday is everybody loves Friday, me especially. But when it comes to Mondays and the rest of them, we are always is well, but God will continue to give us strength. And yes, we're talking about a lot of things today. I'm sure you don't want to miss all the gist we have for you today. So please don't go anywhere. Sit tight while we ride together. So first off, on what we're talking about today, media personality Ashoke cries out as rent for decent Lagos apartments increases to 15 million. So he actually said that if you're to rent a good 2 to 3 bedroom flat in Lagos right now, you got to have your mullah. You got to have your like 12 to 15 million naira. So in a post he said this, and that this is 20s, that this cannot be his 20s because of the amount of, you get what I'm trying to say, the amount of houses. But come to think of it, I don't know if it's the landlords or it's about the economy or anything. Because trust me, everybody's crying. Both landlord, both tenants, hey, blood of Jesus. I can't see. Do you know in Lagos now, if you want to even rent a good apartment, what I'm saying is, even the good, is it really good? Because some of the houses I'm even seeing for that price is like
sign. And I think it's not just the agents involved. I believe the landlords too are involved, and I feel we all need to speak out.
Yeah.
And because it's funny how you pay for a house rent maybe in a year. There's a certain amount they give you to pay that year, and the next year the landlord is serving you another paper and telling you that the rent is increased. That one is the landlord issue. But now when you want to rent a house, these agents guys are crazy. Some of them, they even want to take more than even the house
rent.
You understand? Which is insane, especially when you are now looking for a house in some of these cool areas. Like the Seoul areas, the Lekki. you have to go maybe even empty your account just because you want to rent a house. Which is not supposed to be so. They're just being greedy. Some of them are being greedy with their commissions. They call it commissions.
A lady came out one time and she was crying out like the house she actually paid for. She kind of walked in the house, renovated everything, the bathroom, the toilet, every area of the house, and everything was just good. And she has already paid for the house and she has moved in.
Wow.
In weeks later, the landlord came and just served her a quick notice that they've sold the house, that she needs to back out. I'm like, why?
With no notice.
With no notice. A lot of things are happening, and not even about the house rent or anything. But then, I feel these agents and the landlords, they need to do better. Because it be like saying that then they
there's something else. And if you notice now, a lot of people are now moving to these areas, these far areas because of this.
We are talking about far areas. Talking about let's move to where there are rivers. Where you will buy a house of how many millions and still end up swimming in water.
Like I used to stay in Lekki Phase 1. Most of the time, we don't even see water to bathe.
But there will be.
You could take you like 24 hours before it could be sorted. And sometimes those waters are not even clean waters. You don't drink it. We drink bottled waters almost every day in Lekki. Even the pure waters are not clean.
Not clean anymore.
So why is the rent increasing when all these things are not being sorted? It's something else.
Yeah, they need to fix this thing because me, I don't even understand what's going on. Even if you're going to increase the prices of the rent we have in Nigeria now or in Lagos, basically. What I'm trying to say is that let there be this, I don't know how to put it, but let there be this thing that if they see the house, this is it's watered.
Watered, yeah.
Let there be water, let there be everything that is supposed to be in the house be there. So that if you're paying for something, you know that yes, this is what I'm paying for, and it's what I'm paying, not something else.
That's what happened outside the country, you know. Though you pay the rent monthly, but it's worth it. You enjoy everything you're paying.
At least you go to see money where you spend. You go to see and you say this is the house.
It's crazy when you're giving them your salary and it's not worth it. You know, just because you want to try to meet up with your works.
Yeah.
You know, most people don't want to stay too far from where they work. You know, you have to now start looking for who you want to merge with. You know. Yeah. Just to.
And come to think of it, you know, a lot of people are actually smiling because Ashake, he normally gives this kind of person that is a giver. Okay. So he comes out to, you know, gift ladies and the rest of them. And now people are saying, if Ashake, you understand, they cry, say house rent, they increase. Waiting where's everyone?
It's something else.
All right, a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. We have a lot of fans coming out to say things. Let's take some comments because people they say, Baba, if now you can't talk this one, wait till we yourself go call they do because what is going on in Nigeria? Oh Jesus, a lot of houses, but yet it's not okay. Talking about the rent and the rest of them, it's a lot. So let's take some comments. A lot of people are talking about this. Yes, let's take some comments. And JK Desum said, if person where they do give away, they cry like this, then waiting come on man go they talk. Oh my, he had So another person said, on the mainland for a standard good 2-bedroom is 3 million above. To even see a good one is another story. You saw what I was talking about. Good. So Royal Hawk Surprise said, no lies as So Happy Okos Comedy said, too much hype on Lagos. Although I understand there are job opportunities over there, but the cost of living is becoming too high. Like everybody's crying. Like I don't know. I don't know how to put this. Even the landlords, the tenants, the agents, everybody's just crying. But I just feel that there has to be this consciousness between everybody. They should be aware of what this landlords, especially if you're trying to give out a house, make sure your house is in good order, good condition before you give it out. Because you can't just tell somebody to come and rent an apartment where maybe the roof is leaking or something, and you expect the person to pay millions of naira and millions of money just for you to be okay, not the person renting the house. It's actually something wrong. Yes, it's not nice.
Also, the government too can do something. You know, they can, because imagine the government also building homes that are affordable. You know, I think it will help to government homes.
If you're talking about the government, but basically when we talked about, you know, the floods and everything, what has been done to all those places? It's a question actually, but let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this.
It's serious.
Seriously, you get everybody's just crying, and I don't even want to shift this matter to what Trump has actually said. But then, it's well. This Nigeria will go there better. We'll be strong. All right, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people actually coming out to say things concerning this. And then Health sets, and my daddy still charges about 500K for 3-bedroom in all his houses. Wow. He'll say, don't worry, I don't want to disturb anyone. May God continue to bless that man. Amen. Do you know they are good landlords actually?
Yeah,
they are good landlords. I mean, I'm not even coming for the good landlords, good people. But the ones I'm talking to, the people that are very greedy. That they know that their house is not good and they want to come and rent it for you and tell you, come and pay. You will pay all the money in this world and then you will not live in peace in that house because I don't know what is going on. Please, I don't know. I'm trying to say this to all the landlords, agents, and if you're trying to rent out an apartment to somebody, please let it be in good form. Let it be in good order. Let it be a good house that you want to rent out. Or even if it's not, let the price of what they are paying for, they should know what they are paying for. Maybe if they can fix it and any other thing. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Yes, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And somebody said everything they increase except salary. Jesus. problem be like, and I don't know as I want to explain them. If problem na tank now, then the salary go come be bucket. How you want to take the sort this kind of thing? You go use God, I beg, But we are going to come out strong, actually.
Amen.
We have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments. And Light Unique said, note that he is not complaining because he can't afford it. He is voicing out because it is ridiculous amount, even for a billionaire. It's like buying biscuit for 100K because you have the money to. Like, hey, God. Do you get?
It's something else.
I guess he's not even crying out because of,
himself.
But trust me, other people will call.
Other people. He has staff.
Definitely he has. Yes. But he's well. You see this Nigeria, everybody could do all right.
But I feel the government needs to do something about it. They really need to, because it's turning into something else
Every day we are talking about it. Seriously, everybody's talking about the government needs to do this, the government needs to do that. But I think they should. The government has actually heard us.
Even if they can even build some homes that can be leased, you know, there are these houses you can just pay for some time and you can be there for 5 years, 4 years. I think it would even be better. Then you know that at least for 4 or 5 years, you're paying something reasonable and all.
It's well. All right, yes, let's move to our second gist, and that happens to be, so a Nigerian man has proposed to his girlfriend on a boat and in the middle of a river. So people are actually coming out to say, why this man go they ask this girl out, will you marry me inside river? Hey, blood of Jesus, sir, what happened to the restaurant? What happened to all those beautiful places? You know, agree. You carry this fine young lady and on inside boat, put her for me to come the ask her whether if na me, I'll not go agree. That if anybody, if both of us go inside that river together. All right, please, let's see this video, because a lot of people are saying, Kilo de, this brother vessel, events carry boats, Kilo de, with this fine ring, you carry this fine lady like this, put them inside boat, tell her, say, will you marry me, carry ring, come outside. If not me, I not go agree. You cannot keep me like this. You see, there was this video going online, and I saw a lady trying to, a guy in a wedding reception, and he knelt down to, actually propose to a lady, and the lady like slapped him that she doesn't want to get married and the rest of that. And I got to know that the lady said she doesn't want before that time.
Wow.
So I'm like asking, this question has been on my mind. I'm like saying, why is it that you have the idea that this lady doesn't really like you and she doesn't want to end up with you? So why go that length, to ask for her hand in marriage, especially in public?
It doesn't worth it.
It's like, do you get what I'm trying to say? A lot of people gone there.
A lot of things.
You know, say this girl don't tell you, say you know one do. You still carry yourself, go reset, wedding reset, uncle.
Something else.
Is well with you. All right. A lot of people actually come out to say things concerning waiting this brother don't do. He don't come out, go engage in babe for inside. God help us. Nothing do flower. Green, carry flower, carry, arrange better restaurants, foods, drinks, and the rest of them. You carry and go inside. But this man, sense, too much sense won't kill you. Now be this like this. All right, a lot of people have come out to say things concerning this. Let's take some comments. People are saying, but I do well. Some are saying, well, that is a good thing. Make this girl just say no. Now inside river, they go push up inside. All right, we have a lot of comments. Let's take some of the comments. And somebody said, you want her to say no. Now, wise man, you be. If na you go say no inside that kind of place where when I go keep her, you say make she say no. All right. Somebody else said, if they born you well, no green inside water you go see yourself. Oh my beg go. Lolo Igwe 24 said, he no get well now, no go propose. God I beg. He reach Jesus. Everywhere they don't propose everywhere. I don't know even where else they go. Don't wait a minute at the restroom. Baby, will you marry me inside restroom? Don't come to think of it. People don't even engage inside restroom. Say, baby, will you marry me? But they don't want that man where. So are you married?
No, I'm not married yet.
So I don't know. So if you want, you want to engage your babe like this now inside river, you will come carry your baby.
No, I believe, everything anybody do in this life, there must be something behind it.
Yeah.
For that man to not carry the girl go river.
Go river.
It they pass a message. That song we say, I can never turn back.
Lord Oh Jesus, I can never turn back. No, this one is late. Even I me they tell that one step. Oh Baba, all two of us go inside that. You cannot do this to me.
Shout out to Gaze Baba, you know. That's just the meaning of what happened, you know. No turning back.
Too much sense not kill this guy. Carry in the middle of water. The guy they fear seven the other day. I said, what's it with this?
No, you must by fire by force.
By fire by force, or you must grieve. If you don't grieve, we die here together. All right, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are actually talking about this. And yes, people have actually come out to say, boss, you know, try, boss, you do well. Yes, Onyx Hair said, you guys should chill. She's genuinely happy. Can't you see they are both in love? Congratulations. Are you sure said that's mine? I risk mine. She said they even laugh, said, but you know, sure I risk. Even I be there put there. It's well with you people. So Gele by Mild Star said she can only say no if she can swim. If she can swim well, congratulations to them. Well, congratulations to them, yes. And Lillian Original said, congratulations. And Ugo Simba said, Onye guy, congratulations, bro. He reached to say Onye guy because that guy had too much sense what killer. All right, we have a lot of. Another person said, sharp guy. Another person said, when it reach your turn, go kneel down for more. Amen, I slap you. My guy here at Heaven's Will is well with you. Official Olami Sumnek said she for say no now. Make she see magic. Magic for inside river. Is well with you. And Kosi Brown said them no born you well. Make you say no. Say yes or see so. So Tony said if you look well, the guy has found a good thing. She's in love with him. I think one thing about that video I saw then was there's this trust, you know.
Yeah.
Because if the girl didn't really trust the guy, she wouldn't be there. So, but you see, she was just smiling and everything. But not be me go to smile like this. Oh God, hey God, then Jesus, carry me put inside water. Me that have phobia of water. Father. Please, let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. And Top Boy 8155 said, them no born our way to say, all right. At by D4 said, if she had said no, the video may not make it to the internet. Ew. Are you really? That's not true. A lot of nose videos have been going on the internet too. Don't talk rich like that too. Our pretty Uzi said she go say yes now when you self carry her go on top water. Before uncle at Ice Gong said she for no green make them throw her inside water as well. Then Chris Lil said no like this now, just one kick straight to the water. Why you go kick him? You know go kick him now. At Ade Badmu said, even without being on the boat, she was still going to say yes. She seems so happy and is in love with me, her brother. All right. It's actually beautiful to see love. And yes, see, just our celebrities this year, not even agree. Forget about this, you know, this engagement or everything. Everybody just did. Even Sammy Lee, our actor, just got engaged recently. Everybody just they get be like saying that this year they say, if you don't marry this year, but you know it's finished. One day everybody go and be carrying your wife, carry your husband. I won't say no, I remain for but God go help us. Don't worry, our own people, those people never receive their own husband, don't worry, your husband will come. If you never receive your wife too, your own they come, just chill. What you guys do, just they pray, they tell God, you know, Baba God, I need this kind of thing, I need this kind of thing, and definitely he will hear you. And yes, that happens to be, we have a lot of gist, trust me. Our next gist, we're talking about a lawyer has shared how a gym instructor has impregnated 2 married women and 2 single ladies in Ogun State. Please, it's not gym that is this. This is another thing entirely. You cannot tell me that this is a gym. Uncle, that is a gym. You are not a gym instructor. Oh, Jesus, you went to go. Person wife. Hey, father. You know, a lot of people have actually talked about gym recently. That they don't really go to gym. They do things there.
A lot of things.
So like this now, I say I want to go and start gymming. They'll be looking at me one eye. So, I be like, say this girl one day go somewhere. Where,
You know, a lot.
Me like this, I cannot comfortably go to a gym and be fit. And be fit. I will not go to the gym and things will be happening. Hey, from me. Hey, my father, my maker. What is going on?
A lot. A lot is really happening.
You know, not even one. Oga does they distribute. Jesus Christ! You are distributing even to a person's wife. You know, agree you do.
No, some men now are even buying the gym equipment in their own house.
Because why would you? Do you get what I'm trying to say? If I be man, I go tell my wife, don't let anywhere. You go their house, they do the gym. Now me and you inside house. Waiting be that thing when they outside when you want go gym when you know
you go learn all the to teach her. I think it's better that way because it's something that
you go there like this. Gym is not gonna tell you, baby, raise your leg, mama, raise your. Waiting you they raise. Oh Lord. See, a lot of things are happening, and to those are men. I don't think just categorize or anything. The same thing also happens to the ladies. You understand? I'm not trying to categorize, but see. Our men, you have to be careful. If your wife says she's going to gym, Oga, dress up and follow her. That is my own advice. Because if you don't follow her, anything where you see at the end, you will use your head carry her. Then our ladies, when your husband starts saying, baby, I'm going to every day, you know, for one day, you know, carry your bag, follow your husband, wear gym, just dress. You understand? Like say they go do, you know, you're going to the gym, you dress, follow your husband for back. Baby, let's go to the gym together. You understand? No, but you say you want theirs. Anything where you see now for gym things they happen. You don't hear that now. Things they happen for gym. So you where they house, you say try get sense. So make I just tell you. All right.
I mean, I don't have a problem because it's a meeting. It's like it's a meeting place where you could network with people. But for married people, you know, is a no. You understand?
So are you trying to say that
for a young person, you could go there, you could meet people. You know, you can even. You understand what I'm trying to say? But when you're married, you know,
even for a young person, I think there has to be this how will I put it? You just have to, I don't know, like you're going to the gym actually. You have to go there to do what you have to come to do. You've come there to do. I'm not sure that you're supposed to go there. That place doesn't look like.
When you do what you come to do now, you always it's just like in a working place. People still, you understand.
But you came to do what you want to do, but things are doing the things that they are doing here. Like what is going on? You people should tell me what I don't know because you get what I'm trying to say. See, a lawyer. Two married women.
No, it's something else.
Impregnate. I'm not being. You go tell me say that once. Now that you take impregnate these two people. Oh Jesus. Baba is just distributing things. All right. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. Let's take some comments. People will go on the short break. Let's take some comments. We have a lot of people saying, Baba, you too do. All right. J. Art said, Father Abraham, have many sons. This song, that is the best song where they're supposed to give this guy because what is going on? All right, another person said he walked on 3 tummy. Please, you know that press up that you be doing like this, you do sit up and your tummy will be. That don't be tummy they walk. We don't walk on the tummy. It's not the tummy to the enter inside. The tummy don't they come outside. God. So Bruce 0529 said Jim Oshi Lauren. I don't know what that is, but then another person said no oblate for all of them this December. How they want to take the oblate with Bele? It's all right. Another person said somebody said power. And DJ Tonight said fitness goals. Is where okay, he said no be crime at all. He said no be crime. To carry person wife go na crime, but not talk that thing again. Official Korope said this is why I stopped going to the gym. The lady instructing us almost impregnated me. Lady instructing you.
They say people don't share their own.
It's confusing.
Yeah, it's really
lady don't they give person belle, a man they give woman belle now.
Say the lady. Let me bless you now. I don't.
He said the lady instructing us almost impregnated him. Like I don't. This guy is a confused person.
Nice story.
And Supergirl on the radio said, "Hope say no be our gym." Because what is going on? Little said, and the married women came out to announce it. Hey, Father Lord. Royalty Fitness said, thank God say na gym instructor, no be personal trainer. I don't understand. What is the difference? Personal trainer, gym instructor. All of them are the same thing. The same road though. Joseph Mowan said they heed to the instructor's instruction. Cardio instructors. Baby, remove your leg. You remove. Baby, put your legs in everything ready. Evidence don't do. But it's all good. All right, this is where we go on a short break, and when we come back, we still have Ekene Smith with us. Please don't go anywhere. We still get plenty gist too. We don't ever tire. Don't be tired, please, and don't touch that dial. We're coming back.
Hi, my name is Tosin Mohammed. I'm a gospel artist. Keep watching VOP TV.
Almighty Father, you are the mighty Redeemer. We've come to worship at your feet, oh Lord. This is Ayotunde Adejumo, chilling with you on the Voice of the People TV. Don't touch that remote. You are where God wants you to be. Listening to the Voice of the People TV.
The Bible says we should give thanks in all circumstances. And all circumstances include the good times and the bad, the high times and the low, the times when everything look as if they are going well, and those times when Enugbe, the ground is dry like the sand in the desert. Those times when you feel like giving up, you should give thanks still. My name is Jeff Melu, and I'm a gospel poet. And you should keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch that dial.
We were born to give you twale, to give you a shame. People of God, you are watching Voice of the People TV, and my name is Flo Rocker. I encourage you to listen to things of the gospel. You know, we live in a very perilous times where there are some things you watch on television, you will lose faith, you will lose God. Keep your eyes on Voice of the People TV and remain blessed. Flo Rocker says so. Kuzoshi.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome back to the show Spotlight. And yes, I'm still your girl, Precious Agmanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And you know, say today I'm not day alone. Yes, I'm still with my special person, Ekene Smith. So we've been talking about a lot of things, a lot of jests, a lot of things about the house rent. We talked about a lot of things about proposal, about engagement, and about a lot of things. And now we are talking about comedy. And yes, we are here with Ekene Smith in the... Oh, that's your name. How did you even... That's your full name, yeah?
yeah, that's my full name. My full name is Ekene Smith Adigu.
Yeah. So please, Ekene, can we meet you?
Okay.
You know, a lot of people are watching right now. They look like, who's this guy? We need to know, please.
Okay, my name is Ekene Smith Adigu.
Yeah.
I'm a professional stand-up comedian, an actor. I'm a content creator, and I'm a script writer. And by God's grace, the founder of Ekene Smith Adigu's Youth Foundation.
Hey, only one person, actor, script writer. Hey, Jesus, if we want to do now, which one they go remember for us? We will do as well. Yeah. All right. So, what is about comedy? How did you even come about comedy?
First of all,
yeah.
I would say comedy. I was inspired by God, you know, the giver of life and talent, you know. But I won't fail to let me share a brief on how my story went, you know, my journey into the comedy industry. Okay, I was opportuned to work as a personal assistant to a renowned comedian, which happens to be my elder brother, Emeka Smith.
You get what I'm trying.
So I was privileged, you know, when I finished my secondary school, you know, I picked interest in entertainment, and he said, okay, I will give you opportunity to work as my personal assistant.
PA. You know what that comes.
You know, and then his name was everywhere in the country. Emeka Smith is a household name in Nigeria, the Nigerian comedy industry. So I had the opportunity to meet a lot of comedians, you know, from Ali Baba to AY, you know. So that helped boost my confidence, you know. And at some point, I did hear too many jokes, you know. Sometimes, you know,
Jesus.
You know, before he goes to stage to crack a joke, that I'm the first audience.
Yeah. You get that?
You know, just the way you're looking at me, like,
hey, Father, no, you don't start with me.
So he go crack the joke for me, you know.
Yeah.
At some point, I will be adding, you know. I was saying, bros, why would you add like this?
I know people like that.
So I did that for a while, you know. But the journey started fully when I gained admission into Delta State University. After I served him for like 4 to 5 years.
Wow.
And I gained admission and you know all these campus shows. I don't know how some people call it because the resemblance was there.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't know how 1 or 2 people found out in my department
that you are related to.
Brother to Emeka Smith with this, so the AY, you know, and also they were like, we want to do the departmental week. You know, there's this week they're doing campus. Who's good? Who will do MC? You know, one person say, you see Emeka Smith's brother, but yeah, you want carry out, you want to go pay, who won't pay? So that was how it started, you know, and I was the MC, you know, and over what I've learned, you know, I tried to now start practicalizing what I learned. So it was good, you know, I was now like the official MC on campus, from my department, from there to faculty, from faculty to the student union government, which I even ended up as a student director of social of the student union government.
And so how was it like? Because I know that people that crack joke like this, they know they're around this place. They go down, they carry you like. So how was it like, you know, in school then? How were you able to, you know, relate with people and the rest of them?
I've always been this kind of person that I know they like more person, know they happy with me.
Hey, wow. That means we're gonna be quarreling every day.
No. What I do is basically, it's not like, nobody say I will start the crack joke for you, but I want to know what thing they make you feel sad. Even if I don't solve the problem 100.
You don't always say this. I said, people wait in Nigeria and no depression they kill you. Now just that you have not come to Nigeria to laugh because see, my country now cruise. Everywhere you enter, anything you go just they laugh. Trust me. It's not like I don't know. There's something about Nigerians that is just so special. I even when people outside hear our voice, like they'll be like, is it Nigerian? Like, you get what I'm trying to say. So I don't know. Like a lot of people feel more relaxed when you know when they're in Nigerian. I'm trying to relate with a Nigerian person because they have this feeling that you get what I'm trying to say.
People.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's how it basically started. And I want to make you happy. I want to talk things, even if it's not to go buy you food or just make you just day happy, you know. So I just noticed that was part of me, you know. So I decided to work on it that, okay, this is a gift too. So wanting to make people happy and how can I build on this thing and all. So I decided now, when I'm with you, I try to want to look at what's happening, you know, try to look at societal issues, you know, trying to want to bring out the humor in it.
Yeah.
I started from there and all. And today I'm a stand-up comedian.
So I'd like to ask this question. What has been the most awkward or unexpected thing that has happened to you on stage before?
Okay, you know, when I started, I told you I built more of my confidence when I was in Delta State University.
Yeah.
And if you know Delta people, and every Delta man is a funny person, you understand?
Yes,
so at that point when I was doing departmental event, on my mind, I don't feel so more, you know when you don't get some kind of fan base for campus, you know.
You're sure that all they are. Oh my God.
So there was this like the biggest event on campus, which is XUG night. You know, everybody come out to, you know, so me now, I always say,
don't already get your mic. God, wait till come for your hand because I don't say your hand for that day.
So, you know, I wasn't really fully because, you know, this job, you have to be prepared about
it.
You know, you have to rehearse, you have to plan. Some people plan every single thing they say on stage.
That's true.
You know, so I just come that day, you know, started just doing my normal regular, not knowing that that's more like an extraordinary event. You know, because you're having the whole campus there. You know, so I didn't really get what I was looking for. You know, as a comedian, there's this setting of performance that you perform and you'll be like, there's this
confidence.
There's this joy you have in your heart that you did well. You know, but when you don't get that joy, you know that, man, there's still work to be done and all. So I didn't really get that performance I was looking for.
Yeah.
So it's actually made me feel so.
God, I beg you. You know, there was a time I was asked to, you know, do something, and I was in my head, like every other places I've been doing it.
Okay.
So, but it came to a point where I was supposed to sing and do some things, but I didn't know what happened that day. Just be like, say, make grand open my entire inside. Even say I can't dodge people as far as you know that kind of feeling you are having. I can't dodge people say I don't want make people know saying I meet this guy. Who be that? Because I can't say who be that guy? We do that kind of thing for stage. Hey, good. I can't fear. It took me a while to come out of that. You know that kind of expression. Oh God.
And the time you come on stage matters a lot you know, in an event, especially when you're an upcoming. It's always good for you to come early. you know, just do your thing. You know, people are still much active. You know, energy is still there. People want to listen to you. But in a student event, imagine them bringing you up towards morning, early hours of the morning. You know, a lot of people are tired. You must be very good
to even make them
laugh.
Yeah, good.
So that was an experience.
So you talked about your movie. You talked about movies. You talked about acting. So how's it been like in the acting career?
Acting industry. I've been understudying a lot of this content creators, that we like call them skit makers.
Skit makers, yes.
And I've been trying to want to see what I can do differently, you know, unlike the normal skit, because anything I do, I want to see the bigger picture of that thing.
Of that thing, yes.
You know? So I thought of, why don't I come up with a comic series, not just a skit, something that over time it can come up on TV, on DSTV and all, you know, I can build it up from there. And I started up, I'm always this kind of person, don't mind me, I'm always this kind of person that I like building, I like wanting to create platform.
Yes.
Because I know platform is a lot in the industry. You need platform, you know, and there's some people that won't just want you on their platform. You understand? So I know it's going to take a while, but I want to build my own platform. So I started with the Jobless Neighbor. So it was an idea, because I'm a creative person, like I told you, I write too. So I started with Jobless Neighbor, you know. Jobless neighbor is just like a neighbor in the compound. He doesn't have job. Busy
doing nothing.
So I got a lot of attention on it, on YouTube and Instagram. Then I switched on when I traveled to the UK for a tour. You know, when I came back to Nigeria, and I was like, the transportation system I had, the kind of system I saw when I was in the UK was just different. In the UK, you can see you're in the bus and you have network, internet, you know, you're very relaxed. And when I came back to Nigeria, I just entered, and you know, I entered bus and
Father, Nigeria,
the drum.
Make I just swallow it. I want to talk something, but I swallow
passenger.
From the roads. I don't even know where they could start.
So it was just crazy.
It's crazy.
And I was like, what can I do with this? Because anything I see, I want to bring out something from it. Then I started a series, which was the comic satire of the Lagos Bus Passenger, which I was the Lagos Bus Passenger. It's on my Instagram and YouTube too. So I'm looking at bringing it on cable TV soon. You know, comic satire expressing the Lagos transportation system, how it could get better. You know, not like we are centering on the bad side of it. We're just trying to bring out the rich culture of Lagos and how it could get better.
Nice. So apart from that, is there any other project you're working on right now?
Yeah. I'm working on another project. There's this, like, you know, I own a foundation that helps promote positive youth and talent discovery. And we're focused on stand-up comedy for now. So there's this show, Laugh Supper I do, Easter Monday. So the next edition will be next year. Easter Monday, which I think is April 6th or so, So we're going to have a show. The show is basically Laugh Supper with the Kenneth Smith, Team The 12 Disciples, which will be showcasing the new stars of stand-up comedy. The 12 Disciples will be the new faces. You've never seen them anywhere, you know, new faces in stand-up comedy. And we're going to have the Laugh Supper Comedy Challenge, Laugh Supper Comedy Challenge, where someone will going home with 1 million naira. First prize, second prize, 600,000.
I want to be
the third prize.
Be like say God, they call me to another place. You understand? Maybe not be here. Be like say now comedy. You get what I'm trying to say, but that one will after the show. We'll talk about it.
We'll talk about it. The advert will soon be everywhere.
Oh wow!
By God's grace.
So what should the people expect for this?
Expect to see new faces in stand-up comedy. You know,
you get this feeling,
new talent, new creativity. You know, that's one thing the foundation aims at. You know, we believe in the next generation of the African talents.
Wow. So a lot of your fans are actually watching you right now, and they're like, I want to go into comedy. I want to be in this space in entertainment. So what's your advice for them?
Okay. First of all, you need to pray about it. You need to be inspired by God. You know. Then secondly, you need to have a mentor. You need to have a mentor. You know. Then thirdly, it doesn't matter who is your mentor. You know, it can be someone that is upcoming too, you know, but you just love the person's style and all. Then there's this masterclass I do for stand-up comedians, upcoming stand-up comedians. It's always the last Friday of every month. You know, it's online. We bring established comedians to come inspire the younger ones. So they could just join. You could just chat me up that you want to be a comedian on my Instagram, @Smith_CFR. Just chat me up. Then I'll add you to the masterclass. Then you could connect with all the comedians, you know. And from there, you could start your journey.
Hi. I don't hear him now. All right. Thank you so much, Ekene Smith, for sharing your light with us today. It was just a blast. I enjoyed myself, and I'm sure those watching us right now, you also enjoyed yourself. And yes, to my amazing viewers, thank you so much for staying with us on Spotlight. It was a blast. Remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your journey. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle @VOPTV Live. And yes, subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes. Until next time, I am Sid Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight. Bye for now.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV, now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Thomas Sankara was a remarkable figure in African history. He served as the president of Burkina Faso from 1983 until his tragic assassination in 1987. Sankara's presidency was characterized by his progressive and revolutionary policies, which aimed to transform Burkina Faso into a self-reliant and socially just nation. During his time in power, Sankara implemented a range of reforms to uplift the lives of the Burkina Faso people. He prioritized gender equality, education, healthcare, and agricultural self-sufficiency. Sankara believed that empowering individuals and communities was crucial for the overall development of the nation. One of Sankara's notable initiatives was the Village Revolution, which aimed to decentralize power and bring the government closer to the people. He strongly advocated for the grassroots democracy and encouraged local communities to actively participate in decision-making processes. Tragically, Sankara's life was cut short when he was assassinated in a coup which was led by his associate. Despite his untimely demise, Sankara's legacy continues to inspire many Africans and beyond. His unwavering commitment to social justice, self-reliance, and Pan-Africanism remain an important part of African history.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Obudu Mountain Resort, formerly known as the Obudu Cattle Ranch, is a ranch and resort on the Obudu Plateau in Cross River State, Nigeria. It was developed in 1951 by M. Macaulay. Macaulay, a Scottish, who first explored the mountain ranges. In 1949, he camped on the mountaintop of the Oshia Ridge on Sankwala Mountains for a month before returning with Mr. Hugh Jones, a fellow rancher, in 1951, and Dr. Crefeld. Together, they developed the Obudu Cattle Ranch. Since 2005, a cable car climbing 870 meters from the base to the top of the plateau gave visitors a scenic view while bypassing the extremely winding road to the top. The resort is found on the Obudu Plateau, close to the Cameroon border in the northeastern part of Cross River State, approximately 110 kilometers east of the town of Ogoja and 65 kilometers from the town of Obudu in Obanluku local government area of Cross River State. It's about 30 minutes drive from Obudu town and also about 332 kilometers drive from Calabar, the Cross River State capital. Charter air service is available to the Bebi Airport, which lies between the village of Obudu and the resort. However, the airstrip is no longer functioning and the cable car has been grounded for a while now. due to lack of maintenance. In 2020, it was reported that the governor of Cross River State, Professor Ben Ayade, pledged to revive the cable car after successfully test running it for the Christmas period. Since then, life has returned to the ranch. The climate of the Obudukato Ranch is semi-temperate mountain climate, which is the general weather condition experienced on the Obudu Plateau. Due to its 1,600 meters elevation, the ranch has in recent times seen an influx of both Nigerian and international tourists because of the development of tourist facilities by Cross River State government, which has turned the ranch into a well-known holiday and tourist resort center in Nigeria. It has a serene climate compared to other regions in Nigeria.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News on Voice of the People television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website, www.vop.ng, for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African news from the story where judges at the International Criminal Court has confirmed war crimes and crimes against humanity charges against Ugandan rebel leader Joseph Kony. The decision sets the stage for a trial, but only if he's captured. The court says there is a strong evidence linking Kony to 29 counts of atrocities, including murder, rape, and sexual enslavement. He led the Lord's Resistance Army, a rebel group that terrorized northern Uganda and nearby countries for years. Deputy Prosecutor Mame Mandiaye Niang said the group's brutal campaign left deep scars, tearing apart communities that are still struggling to rebuild. It's also the first time the ICC has held a hearing without the accused being present. Kony became globally known in 2012 after a viral campaign exposed his crimes, but despite years of pursuit, he remains at large. His lawyers argued the trial without him was unfair, but the court insists justice must continue. And in Cameroon, Cameroonian's President Paul Biya has called for calm and promised to restore order after being sworn in for an 8th term following a disputed election. The 92-year-old leader appealed for unity, urging citizens, especially those in the diaspora, to stop inciting hatred and violence. His message came after days of deadly protests that erupted when the results were announced. The United Nations estimated that 48 civilians were killed in the unrest, while the government puts the death toll at 5. The capital, Yaoundé, was heavily militarized as Biya took his oath of office. In his inauguration speech, Biya blamed irresponsible politicians and diaspora groups for the post-election chaos. He vowed to remain faithful to the people's trust and work for what he called a united, stable, and prosperous Cameroon. The country's top court declared Biya winner with 53.66% of the vote, ahead of his former ally Isha Chiroma Bakari, who claimed the election was rigged. Biya, in power since 1982, remains Africa's oldest ruler, a figure both credited for stability and criticized for decades of authoritarian rules. Meanwhile, authorities say armed attackers using machine guns and rocket-propelled grenades have hijacked a tanker carrying gasoline off the coast of Somalia. The Malta-flagged Hellas Aphrodite was sailing from India to South Africa when the pirates struck on Thursday morning. The crew of 24 managed to lock themselves in the ship's citadel during the assault and were later reported safe. The ship's owner, Latco Marine Management, confirmed it has activated an emergency response team and is working with international authorities to secure the vessel. Security experts believe the attack was carried out by Somali pirates who have recently resurfaced in the region. The European Union's anti-piracy mission, Operation Atalanta, said it has a naval asset moving towards the area and is ready to respond. The incident marks the first hijacking of a commercial ship off Somalia in more than a year and has renewed fears of a resurgence in piracy. Analysts say instability in the Red Sea, fueled by Yemen's Houthi attacks, has pushed pirates to step up their operations in the Horn of Africa. And in Sudan, Sudan's paramilitary group, the Rapid Support Forces, has agreed to a humanitarian truce proposed by US-led mediators. The temporary ceasefire aims to allow the delivery of much-needed aid to civilians caught in the ongoing conflict. The truce follows months of fighting between RSF and the Sudanese army, which has displaced millions and left much of the country in crisis. Mediators say both sides are being urged to uphold the agreement and create safe corridors for humanitarian workers. In a statement, the RSF said it accepted the proposal in the interest of the Sudanese people and expressed readiness to cooperate with international agencies, according to the statement. The army has yet to publicly confirm its position on the deal. The United States and its partners have welcomed the move, but stressed that true progress will depend on both sides honoring their commitments. Aid groups warned that any delay in enforcing the ceasefire could worsen Sudan's already dire humanitarian situation. Meanwhile, the UN Economic Commission for Africa is calling on African nations to harness billions of dollars in remittance from the diaspora to drive social economic development. The appeal was made at a high-level meeting in Doha, Qatar, where ministers and experts discussed how to transform remittance flow into long-term national progress. The session, themed Unlocking the Potential for Remittances and Diaspora Contribution for Social Development in Africa, was organized by the governments of Ghana and Tunisia in collaboration with the ECA. Deputy Executive Secretary Hanan Mosey said remittances should be integrated into national plans to create jobs, reduce poverty, and improve social services. Mosey noted that despite global challenges from COVID-19 to climate shocks, remittances have remained resilient, contributing nearly 10% of global GDP. Ghana's Minister of Gender and Social Protection, Agnes Momo-Latte, said her country is using diaspora funds to boost education, youth empowerment, and entrepreneurship. In countries like Comoros, where remittances account for up to 20% of GDP, the impact is even more pronounced. Delegates from across Africa and beyond emphasized turning brain drain into brain circulation, encouraging diaspora experts to return home temporarily to share skills and strengthen local economies. And in South Africa has launched an investigation into how 17 of its citizens ended up fighting in Ukraine's Donbas region. The men, aged 20 to 39, claimed they were lured to join machinery forces with promises of lucrative employment and have requested help to return home. The government says it is examining how the citizens became involved in the conflict, which has dragged on for nearly 4 years and drawn foreign fighters to both sides. Reports suggest that men were likely recruited by Russian forces through deceptive offers advertised online. Foreign enlistment in Ukraine is not new. Russia has actively recruited Africans, Asians, and Latin American nationals, while Ukraine allows volunteers to join its international legion. Analysts note that while the number of foreign fighters remains small, their symbolic and propaganda impact is significant. South Africa's officials have pledged assistance for the return of the men and are reviewing measures to prevent further citizens from being drawn into foreign conflicts. The case highlights the dangers of deceptive recruitment tactics in war zones. Sudan is facing its deadliest cholera outbreak this year, with 71,373 cases and 1,999 deaths reported. The African Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, that's Africa CDC, has said this. The crisis is worst among African countries in 2025. Deputy Incident Manager Yap Bom II said conflicts, water system failures, and widespread displacement are driving the rapid spread of the disease, while access constraints hamper response efforts. All 18 states in Sudan are affected, with Khartoum and Darfur among the worst hit areas. The country's cholera fatality rate of 2.7% exceeds the continental average of 2.3%, reflecting extreme pressure on Sudan's healthcare system. Bom highlighted challenges including surveillance gaps and the very large case load. To combat the outbreak, multiple rounds of oral cholera vaccination are underway in Khartoum and other high-burden states. Authorities hope these efforts will allow the spread and reduce further fatalities. You're still watching the African news right here on Voice of the People television. We'll go straight now to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more in the studios with me is Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Peter is an erudite scholar, an economist, and a major writer right here in Nigeria. Doctor, a very good afternoon to you.
Having me.
All right, then let's start with this situation in Sudan. So much to talk about in that country. As it stands, 73,373 cases are being reported in Sudan. And I'm talking about cholera outbreak just 2025 alone, with 1,996 deaths also being reported. And these records are coming from the African Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, that's Africa CDC. First, what's your reaction to these figures? And of course, how can this situation truly be put to bed, if in the barest minimum, in Sudan?
Well, that should be seen as an emergency, is understand?
Right.
Which WHO should intervene. But what is causing this is the situation that's in the country. You know, cholera is a result of bad water, and so forth. So, and a country that has been in war for a very, very long time, you should expect situations like this. So,
Unfortunately, sorry to butt here, Doctor. The concerns are being raised about the fact that these are lives of citizens that clearly are, and of course, if not taken care of, this might lead to high deaths. I mean, to think that 1,996 already are dead, and then over 71,000 clearly have been identified as the cases that they have right now.
And that number will continue to increase, multiply, because the situation has not changed. Understand? What led to the infection of other people, that's bad water, will still, because they cannot stay without water.
Yeah.
So when you are talking about humanitarian AIDS, this is where it is needed most. Okay. But the world that is always focused on that's on Middle East and understand, as if that Africa is not it's not a part of the world.
Even though mineral resources are still coming from Africa, and they're benefiting from the mineral resources that are being taken from Africa.
It is still that's a colony that's of the West, so that mentality is still there, and they don't want Africa to become developed.
Okay,
that's the truth. So that they can be getting cheap mineral resources. So that is one of the things that the Western world are using against us. Understand? they want us that to keep on begging for arms. Understand? So that they can be coming in exchange for give all this and take this. Give all this and take this. Understand me? So I remember songs that we were taught in the primary school those days. When the white men came, they were using sugar to bring people. Understand me? When they give Africans sugar, they will not tell them go and bring your relations, and they will go because they have not tested the sugar before, without knowing that sugar cane that they are eating is just an extension of it. Understand me? So. That is the situation, but it is terrible.
Now, Doctor, I like the fact that you just said that it's terrible, but all the 18 states in Sudan are being ravaged by cholera. In fact, the fatality rate of it right now is about 2.7%. That exceeds the entire continent 2.3% as of last year. How intense is this situation? And then what does this speak to the healthcare system of a country that is war-torn like Sudan?
Well, you don't expect normalcy in such a country, understand? But the warring people should put the interest of their people first. Because if everybody should die, who are you now fighting for? Understand me? If everybody in Sudan should die, who are you fighting for? Assuming you win the war, who are you going to rule? So for me, that a time has come for them to drop all these weapons and make sure that lives are saved first.
All right. Now, I like this part of you talking to the heart of the warring factors, but let's talk on the part of institution. The World Health Organization as it stands, do you think at this point there is the need for urgent act on the country Sudan when it comes to vaccination, oral vaccination of that could help curb this particular outbreak that is being recorded right now? And then also on the part of the UN, what can be done? Because yes, we know as it stands, the US is having conversations with the warring factors, that's the RSF and of course the army, to shelve their sword to allow humanitarian aid, which again, it's neither here nor there because the army has not yet declared that they are going to be involved in that conversation. So where exactly should the UN come in at the end of all of this? Because over 71,000 is way off scary for a country that is already losing close to 2 million people when it comes to displacement of humans in the country.
Assuming this happening in Europe or in America, CNN would have focused on it.
You think that's an exception to reporting here?
Sure, because they have their concerns, priorities, and so on and so forth. The objective of Al Jazeera is to project the Arab world, and that is their focus. So CNN also has its own focus. But Africa don't have any media organ projecting it. Understand me?
Some would bet to differ. The media organ that Africa has is owned by the politicians to push their narrative to the people rather than
what I'm saying. Al Jazeera focus is project the Arab world.
Okay.
Understand?
And none is in Africa at all.
And none is in Africa at all. So NTA is focusing on Nigeria. Understand? None is doing what Al Jazeera is doing.
Okay.
Understand me?
Okay.
So and this is why maybe bodies like UN and WHO may not give it all the seriousness that it deserves.
But with these buyers, Doctor, really, because it's putting up a new narrative to me now, with these buyers of reportage, like you mentioned now, are we saying that the World Health Organization and even the UN is not clear on these figures that are being reeled out? These very scary figures, over 71,000.
They may know, but assuming that the media is focused on it, understand? It will have put them on their toes. Assuming that the media is focused on it, it will have put them on their toes. As Al Jazeera was focused on Gaza morning, afternoon, and night. So that was why countries are doing what they are doing, because they saw that as a global concern.
Okay.
But this is not giving that same projection.
So that is about the reason why it's looking more like almost everybody is quiet about it.
Sure, exactly.
Wow. Okay, now, still staying in Sudan, the paramilitary rapid support forces, that's the RSF, has agreed to the US-led humanitarian truce, practically to hold on the drone flying and drone shooting to allow humanitarian aid to the people. An effort that they said is on the part of trying to consolidate and, of course, give some level of respect to the Sudanese people. Again, the army on this part has not agreed or said anything to these kind of agreements with the US-led humanitarian movement. What is your position with this?
For me, this is one area that I would like Donald Trump to go in with all the might of America. Understand?
Okay.
That to force himself through, understand, and let humanitarian aids begin to go into that
but Doctor, on what ground is Donald Trump going to stumble or storm into a sovereign state like Sudan?
Forget about sovereign.
In other words, sovereignty have been battered.
When 71,000 people are on the verge of annihilation, you are talking about sovereignty. Understand? It's just like you are living in a compound, and one is trying to kill his wife. You say it's their own business. Understand?
Without interfering.
But if the woman dies, police will come there and arrest everybody in that compound.
As suspect of the crime scene.
Sure.
Okay, so you think Donald Trump's move into Sudan might curb this a little bit, or fully curb
to save lives. Understand me? Since they don't want to grow up, I know that what they are struggling for maybe is for the better life of their people.
Right.
So when 71,000 people dies, who are you going to rule?
Doctor, temporary ceasefire by the RSF is what it's on ground, it's on the table with, of course, the humanitarian truce led by the US government. Between the time this war has started and now, several lives in their thousands have been killed. Is this worthy enough to be termed a genocidal war between both factions, not just the RSF, even the army?
Even the UN has declared that genocide is going on in Sudan. So it's not that it's today thing.
But there's not been any arrest to that effect, Doctor.
Well, I don't know what UN had declared that genocide is going on that's in Sudan. So I don't know why they should allow that to continue up to now without putting their foot on the ground. And again, NATO cannot come into this. Understand me?
Why so?
NATO is for the European.
Right.
So cannot tell them to leave EU nations and come to Africa. Understand me?
Okay.
So, and we don't have our own stand force army. So this could be the handicap.
Okay. Now, when you say Sudan is handicapped in this situation because we don't have a stand force.
Africa don't have a standing army.
Okay.
Understand me? Assuming this is happening in Europe, NATO can easily going.
What happened to ECOMOG?
ECOMOG. Yes. ECOMOG is West Africa.
So why do you think there hasn't been that level of cohesion between all the military forces in Africa to have one particular team that could do justice when it comes to all of this kind of battle that we see in different states in Africa?
Because a lot of the heads of government in Africa are serving different masters in Europe and Asia.
Colonial masters is what you're talking about?
They are serving different. An instance, Nigeria is serving Britain. Côte d'Ivoire is serving France. So there's no unity, there's no cohesion.
It's not about funding.
It's not about funding.
Because I've heard...
But who are you taking instruction from? Understand me? Who are you taking instruction from? That is the main thing.
Okay, now before I jump off this particular story, Doctor, there are concerns about the fact that there's a call for a unity military force that, of course, can stand like NATO, like you mentioned earlier. But the concerns about what you raised earlier, colonial masters and, of course, colonial masters' involvement in some of these countries, shouldn't that be shelved aside, particularly when it comes to the security of the African state going into all of the economic and, of course, the resources embedded in Africa that we're supposed to protect as a continent?
Well, leaders in Africa who had wanted that to champion the oneness of Africa are being killed. And that was one of the reasons why Thomas Sankara was killed. And many other people. That's also one of the reasons why Muammar Gaddafi was also killed, because they don't want a united Africa. Europe, America don't want a united Africa, because a united Africa would constitute a problem to them. They want a divided Africa so that they can be... They just see Africa as source of raw materials. Understand me? That is their perception of Africa, source of raw materials, where they can be getting cheap raw materials for developing their own country.
Doctor, I would love to want to continue this, but I think I would have to. There's been several conversations about not having strong leaders like we used to have before. And when you say we don't have strong leaders, which again is the reason why such narrative of not wanting to have united Africa is coming up. From your perspective, looking around Africa, how much of strong individuals can we point our fingers at that are in government presently, maybe with an exception of Burkina Faso and maybe the Sahelian states?
I can only think of John Mahama of Ghana. I can only think of John Mahama of Ghana. You cannot look at Paul Biya. Understand? You cannot look at this woman that just emerged as
Lulu Hassan of Tanzania.
That's of Tanzania.
The African Union chairman. I'm talking about Lorenco of Angola.
From Angola.
Yes.
So how inflation is seen, and what Donald Trump said called Nigeria a disgraced country.
Yes, I wanted to come to you on that. That particular statement, isn't that much of an indictment for the government as it stands, particularly on the redesignation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern?
Well, that's the perception. That's the perception, because you cannot be this so rich and your people are going through the desert to get to Europe. So from all the indices, he could be right. Understand?
Okay.
Because a lot of Nigerians are, as we speak, are walking from Kanu to Libya, understand, to Morocco to enter Spain on foot. And you call yourself a giant of Africa.
Now, Doctor, again, we're still talking Africa, and Nigeria is also part of Africa. There has been several calls about that resignation as not true. I mean, to the point of some pastors, including Reverend Father Bishop Kuka, saying the same thing. And of course, some of that...
Saying what?
Saying there is no Christian genocide, as it were. Now, let's juxtapose the fact that...
let me just ask you one particular question. Assuming that Christians are being killed, Muslims are being killed, who are doing this killing? Which denomination, which sect is doing this killing? Let us start from there. Maybe there's no Christian genocide, but both Christians and Muslims are being killed in Nigeria. Who are doing this killing? Is it Christians?
Well, Sheikh Gumi on Monday did say here on air that these people are elements, and of course he said they are, according to the prophecy of the prophet, that these people are not Muslims, so to say. That's what he was trying to make Nigerians and of course Africans understand as well.
Do they say glory be to God or Al-Hakoba? What do they say? Let us know. What do they say? Do they say thank God or Al-Hakoba?
So in other words, from what you're saying, I don't want to presume that that's you're saying that these are the Muslims, even though Sheikh Gumi has said these people are not, in his own words, Muslims.
That's why I say, what do they say? Do they say glory be to God or Al-Hakoba?
But concerns, again, let me bring it to...
So there may, if there's no, it is still the Muslims that are killing that are killing both Muslims and Christians, isn't it? Let us put it that way.
Right.
It is the same because no ISWAP member is a Christian. No ISIS member is a Christian. So, okay, the people that were kidnapped in Castena, those that kidnapped them, were they Christians or Muslims?
Huge question. And again, there is a call by the U.S. congressman that sanctions and visa ban be placed on Bayeti Allah, a group, of course, cattle breeders in Nigeria. You think, again, some quarters have said that the U.S. government does not have hands-on information about their sanctions. And of course, they might be. So
what?
They don't have hands-on information. Like that information is incorrect. You think that's true?
Because they don't have an embassy in Nigeria. Is that because they don't have an embassy that's in Nigeria?
Well, there is an embassy in Nigeria.
Okay, what does embassy do? Embassy sends information to their headquarters. Understand me? And yesterday, PDP members protested in front of U.S. Embassy in Abuja. So if there are no people working there, why would they protest? So when they still send this a message to America that Nigeria is going towards a one-party state, they will now say that they don't have information. They have far more information than us.
All right, then. I would love to continue on this, but let's move to another story, Doctor. The UN Economic Commission for Africa has called on African nations to harness the billions of dollars in remittances from the diaspora to drive social and economic development. Well, you are an economist. That's why I really want to come to this angle. Remittances from Africans in diaspora. There's a call from UN to African leaders to channel this clearly into social development and, of course, economic development. What's your take about this call? Even though, yes, some people will say some countries are trying when it comes to their usage of this diaspora remittances.
Well, for me, it is a good one, I think, remembering where you come from.
Right.
Understand me? And these people are doing it a lot. In short, most of the money being spent, a lot of the money being spent in Nigeria are remittances from abroad.
Okay.
But the issue is it being used for what it's supposed to be? Because they are sending this money for development. Understand me? They are sending this money for development, to develop where others come from, because they have a picture of where they are, and they want where others come from to resemble where they are. Understand me? So, but is it? I know that some countries are using it well, some are mismanaging it.
Now, Doctor, to think that Ghana and Tunisia are the ones that championed this particular conversation with the UN, and clearly this, like you said earlier, is to develop the countries in Africa. Is there the possibility that these two countries clearly understands how much is being brought in, and clearly also understands the usage of this money when it comes to social and economic development, rather than some other countries in Africa? Is that possible?
Mind you, that's why I'm saying that the Ghanaian president is attracting respect in Africa and beyond Africa. Understand? But mind you, the people that are supposed to champion this is Nigeria.
Who has more population?
We have more population, and we have more people abroad. Understand?
Right.
Than these two countries. Because America is dominated by Nigerians. UK is dominated by Nigerians too. Understand? But these people they are concerned about accountability, about due process, about doing things right. Those who don't want to go into this are those who are afraid of accounting for the remittances. An instance, if they ask you how much was remitted to Nigeria in 2024, understand? Some people will begin to kind of do some assaulting. So it is people who want to be transparent, accounting, that are championing this. Because if there's transparency, if there's accountability, it will encourage them to do more.
Right.
Understand me?
And not evade wanting to do at all.
Sure. Because they know that what they are sending is being used for the right cause.
All right, then. I would love to have your thoughts on Paul Biya, that has called for calm, and of course has asked that people from the diaspora, because we're talking diaspora now, to try as much as they can to stop inciting hatred and violence. This, again, is coming from a president who, after election, post-election, 48 individuals have died because of a riot, clearly, again, irregularities of election.
Paul Biya say it is that those behind the protest is irresponsible politicians. But if you ask me, the person that is irresponsible is him.
How do you mean?
What are you doing in office for over 40 years? What are you doing in an office? Paul Biya is not just the oldest in Africa, he's the oldest in the whole world.
Oldest leader in the whole world?
Oldest leader, you Google it.
Definitely. I'm aware of that as well. I'm aware of that as well.
What are you doing in office for more than 42 years? In short, any office you stayed for 8 years, you have nothing new to add to that office. 8 years. And that's why America, in their wisdom, made their presidency 2 terms. 2 terms.
And no constitutional review as to how many terms the presidency would have.
No, just 2 terms, because they know that after 8 years in a particular office, you have nothing new to add to that office.
But this is democracy that African countries also said they practice. We see tweaking of terms of office by some of these presidents.
This is his eighth term.
Yes, 8th term.
In office. So basically, he is going to die that's in that office.
Well, that is if you
understand me.
All right,
so what is he adding there? He talks about reforms. You have stayed for 40 years. You do not bring a reform. It's now at your 8th term that you are going to bring a reform.
All right, before I let you go, Doctor, let's talk about the economy of Cameroon as it stands. When he was taking his oath of office, the capital, Yaoundé, was heavily militarized. What's the implication of that? And what do you think that will project to the international community? Plus, how much of an impact is the return of Paul Biya would have on the economy of Cameroon?
Well, it's a negative message, that's to start with. And when you militarize a state capital, it simply means that you do not win by the support of the people.
Okay.
Understand? That's simply what it means, that you do not win with the support of the people, because if you win by support of the people, you don't need soldiers to be protecting you. It means that you are being in office is not the choice of the majority of the people. And this is is already, when you are talking about economies that are doing well in Africa, yes, Cameroon is never mentioned. Understand me? So it is the same mindset from 1982 to 2025. So he has nothing new to add to the office.
Quite unfortunate. But then we'll keep our eyes on this particular story, because Cameroon is also Africa, and we talk Africa every other weekday on this channel. And truly, as it stands, we will be keeping our eyes when it comes to the development of countries across Africa, and of course, including Cameroon. This is where we have to do anchor on the analysis segment of the African News. I want to say a big thank you to Dr. Peter Anosike, erudite scholar, economist, and of course, a major writer right here in Nigeria. Doctor, thank you so very much for coming here.
Thank you for having me.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories on the African News will be up next. Please do stay with us. Glad to have you back. It is still the African News right here on Voice of the People television. Now to more stories. Tensions are rising between Washington and Pretoria over U.S. President Donald Trump's statement saying South Africa should no longer be part of the G20. Speaking at a conference in Miami, Trump claimed what's happening there is bad and announced he would not attend this month's summit in Johannesburg, sending Vice President J.D. Vance instead. The South African government has brushed off the remarks, saying it remains confident of hosting a successful meeting of the world's largest economies. Presidential spokesperson Vincent Mangwea told the BBC that South Africa's G20 presidency reflects its commitment to global cooperation and African priorities. Trump's comment follows months of friction over claims of discrimination against white South Africans and his controversial offer of refugee status to Afrikaners. Pretoria dismissed the allegations as baseless and politically motivated, saying the country's crime statistics do not support claims of a targeted white genocide. Analysts say there is no formal process for expelling a member from the G20, which operates by consensus rather than legal charter. Experts also noted that major players like China and the European Union are likely to back anyone to exclude South Africa, which has framed its summit theme around solidarity, equality, and sustainability. Moving on, the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, is teaming up with Islamic scholars and organizations to tackle terrorism and violent extremism across West Africa and the Sahel. The partnership was announced at the first West African Islamic Conference on Security and Governance, which took place in Abuja. ECOWAS Commission President Omar Touré described the meeting as a major step in regional cooperation against terrorism. He said the region must combine military efforts with education and social reforms to stop radicalization among young people, adding that modernizing Quranic schools will help promote peace and opportunity. Emir of Kano, Mohammed Sanusi II, praised ECOWAS for leading the charge and called for closer ties between governments and faith-based organizations. He said true Islam stands for justice, peace, and human dignity, values, and reject all forms of violence. The conference ended with a declaration urging stronger cooperation, better education, and community involvement to counter terrorism. Delegates from over 20 countries agreed that unity, dialogue, and mutual respect remains key to building lasting peace in the region. Moving on, Nigeria has become the first West African country to submit its third nationally determined contribution, or NDC 3.0, to the United Nations, marking a major step in its climate action journey. Vice President Kashim Shettima will unveil the nation's green transition roadmap at the COP30 summit in Brazil, showcasing projects that link policy with real investment and technology. The National Council on Climate Change says the move proves Nigeria is ready for implementation, not just promises, backed by new frameworks and carbon markets and a national climate fund. Moving on, the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, is teaming up with Islamic scholars and organizations to tackle terrorism and violent extremism across West Africa. We brought you that report a couple of minutes ago. And of course, that particular story leads us to another, which again is the business story on the African news. Post-election protests in Cameroon have brought the city of Douala to a virtual halt. The usually bustling economic hub now wears a deserted look as shops remains shut, markets empty, and transport services grounded. Residents say the rising cost of basic goods is adding to the hardship, with many already battling high inflation. Economists estimate that the city is losing more than 10 billion CFA, francs, about 15 million euros each day due to the unrest. Business closures, disrupted trade routes, and stalled productivity and crippled commercial activities across the region. Small business owners appear to be the worst hit. Informal traders, bus operators, and market vendors say every day of protest wipes out their only source of daily income. Many fear that if the standoff continues, recovery will take months. Moving on, still talking African business, the African Extractive Mineral Development Bank, that's the AEM Bank, says Africa's mineral riches must start working for Africans. Speaking at an investment forum in London, board member Chris Frampton declared that the days of exporting raw materials only to buy them back at high prices are over. He said the continent's vast mineral wealth, worth over $3 trillion, should now fuel jobs, industry, and shared prosperity. And to wrap up the African news, we go straight talking some African sports. The Nigerian Football Federation is raising concerns over FIFA's decision to appoint South Africa's Tom Agbongila as center referee for the Super Eagles' crucial 2026 World Cup playoff against Gabon. The match is set to take place in Morocco on November the 13th, 2025. According to FIFA's appointment list, Agbongila will be assisted by Angola's Santos Dos and another South African, Tusi Granville, while officials from Mauritius and Benin Republic will oversee the VAR and assessment teams. However, the NFF says the choice of South Africans for such a decisive match is questionable given the sensitive footballing history between both nations. A senior NFF official who spoke on the basis of anonymity alleged that the move could be part of a deliberate attempt to frustrate Nigeria's World Cup hopes, which again he says is likely someone in FIFA doesn't want Nigeria to qualify. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube page. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon. This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Three years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The 2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Hello and welcome to another enriching edition of Health Check, the program where we unpack health issues that affect our daily living right here on Voice of the People TV. I'm Praise Peters, and as always, I'm excited to be here bringing clarity, knowledge, and meaningful conversations to your screen. Don't forget, you can watch us live on SLTV channel 264 and follow us across all social media platforms at Voptv Live for updates, health tips, and more valuable content. Today, we turn our focus to two common but often misunderstood conditions affecting women, and they are polycystic ovary syndrome, PCOS, and pelvic inflammatory disease, PID. Interesting. Well, both conditions can lead to hormonal imbalance, menstrual irregularities, and fertility challenges if not properly managed. But what really causes them and how can they be prevented? We would find out in this episode. But before we go into that, I'd like to establish the body and the foundation of this discussion today. And it is that polycystic ovary syndrome, or PCOS for short, is a hormonal disorder that affects women of reproductive age. It happens when the ovaries produce excess male hormones known as androgens, leading to irregular menstrual cycles, acne, and the presence of multiple small cysts in the ovaries. Meanwhile, pelvic inflammatory disease, commonly called PID, is an infection of the female reproductive organs, the uterus, the fallopian tubes, and ovaries, and it's often caused by bacteria that spread upward from the vagina, sometimes as a result of untreated sexually transmitted infections like chlamydia or gonorrhea. Well, global statistics from recent studies show that polycystic ovary syndrome, or PCOS, is becoming more prevalent worldwide, while the age-standardized prevalence rate of pelvic inflammatory disease, PID, is on a declining trend. In 2021, there were nearly 70 million prevalent cases of PCOS globally, while in 2019, there were about 1 million active cases of PID. So today, we're going to be unpacking and understanding these two particular ailments. But I won't be doing this alone. To help us understand these conditions better, we have two medical professionals with us today. We have Dr. Grace Olajumoke Michael. She's a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist. And we also have Dr. Charles Adiogo, public health physician and wellness advocate. Welcome, doctors. It's a pleasure having you on the show today.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. But before we dive in, I'd like to ask my guests this question. So what is, okay, Dr. Adiogo, you'd go first. I know to say ladies first, but today I want you to go first.
Okay.
All right, so what is that one health habit? It's not related to the topic today, but it's just an icebreaker. So what is that one habit that you personally practice daily that you would recommend everyone to also do, everyone watching?
Well, personally, I don't joke with my sleep. So the quality of sleep is something that I would always enforce and emphasize for everyone, because once you have quality sleep, it would tell, you know, in other aspects of your health, in terms of your overall well-being, your energy levels, your memory, and all that. So good sleep, quality sleep, at least 6 to 8 hours of sleep.
All right. Thank you very much. So, Dr. Michael, I can call you that, right? Or
Yes,
Dr. Grace.
yes.
Okay. So, you're a gynecologist. What's that one thing that women should be really mindful of about their health?
Thank you very much. And thank you for having me on the program.
You're welcome.
Just like Dr. Adeogun have said, sleep is very important. But aside sleep, physical activity too is very important, because most of the health issues that are related to women, especially the ones that are related to hormonal imbalance, it's been found that being physically active, even if as less as in 30 minutes per day, has been attributed to preventing and even helping to treat some of these conditions, especially even the PCOS that we are going to discuss today. Physical activity is one of the main treatment management. So I would advise women to actually at least be physically active, no matter the physical activity, at least for 30 minutes minimum per day. Thank you.
All right, amazing. That's one thing I'll go home with. Okay, so let's dive right into the topic of discussion today. So, That's great. What exactly is PCOS, and just give us a broad overview of PCOS.
Thank you very much. So PCOS actually is an abbreviation for polycystic ovarian syndrome. Is actually a collection of disorders. When we say syndrome means that there are collections, more than one disorder in an entity. So polycystic ovarian syndrome, like you mentioned earlier, is associated with hormonal imbalance, and this can lead to a lot of disorders such as menstrual irregularities, which can come in the form of cessation of menses completely or prolonged menstrual cycle as an interval between each cycle. Then also, it's been associated with lack of ovulation. That means it affects fertility. So the woman may not ovulate, and if there's no ovulation, ovulation means the release of egg on either a monthly basis, depending on the cycle of the woman. So if there's an hormonal imbalance or menstrual irregularity, this may affect ovulation and hence may cause infertility. Then aside that, there are also some hormones that may be released that may affect the woman's personal lifestyle and even the physical look, like excessive acne, facial hair. Usually a woman shouldn't be having beards or mustache or hair on the chest.
Wow.
But in women with polycystic ovarian syndrome, we actually find some of them coming down with this syndrome, probably due to the hormone called testosterone. Testosterone is actually an hormone found mainly more in men. Women have it, but the level is kind of low, not as much as men. That's why men would have facial hair, as a mustache, beards, then their voice usually thick.
Yeah.
And they're also aggressive. We call it the
okay.
We call it the aggressive hormone. So most women with polycystic ovarian syndrome tend to have a high level of this hormone, and hence you see them coming with facial hair, acne, then husky, very deep voice, So those are the things that women with, then weight gain too is also one of the things you see with them. And this weight gain can lead to a lot of health issues. It can cause hypertension, diabetes, cardiac problems, that's problems related to the heart. And for some, it may even affect their self-confidence because they believe they're just, on the big side, and that may make them feel self-conscious. So those are the things that basically are commonly associated with PCOS.
When you were talking about the male features that begins to happen as a result of this PCOS, I'm reminded of, people that say things like, oh, ladies that have facial beards, or they are wicked women. I'm like, this is why information and knowledge is really, really important. This could just be conditions, and we just ascribe a lot of characters to them. All right, let's look at PID, pelvic inflammatory disease. So, Dr. Adogo, what is PID? And I think if there is anything that is lacking, our specialist is going to add more light, but I just need to explain what PID is.
Okay, so PID means pelvic inflammatory disease, and it's typically a condition that affects the upper reproductive tract in a woman. So typically, you find infections ascending from the genital tract, affecting the womb and the fallopian tubes in particular. And mainly, the organisms that are associated with such infections are Neisseria gonorrhoeae, that causes gonorrhea infection, and chlamydia, they are both sexually transmitted infections. So this means that for a lot of cases, it is related to sexually transmitted infections. Then sometimes when you have a kind of mixture of or an imbalance with some of the flora in the genital tracts, you can have some organisms, coming into play also in PID. Then PID can also happen, when there's a foreign body like the IUD, the intrauterine device for contraception, or maybe you have a pelvic surgery, following a surgery, or maybe there was an abortion or a miscarriage, and then you have some retained products or anything causing an infection in that space, causing inflammation in the pelvic organs, and you say it is PID. And typically, when PID results, there are certain manifestations that the patient presents with. The patient can come with a fever, with chills. There can also be chronic pelvic pain, meaning that you're having low abdominal pain all the time. There can be an abnormal vaginal discharge. It can be foul smelling, can be yellowish or greenish in color. And then you can also have pain during urination. That can also be a feature. And then there can also be pain during sexual intercourse. That can also be something that is experienced with people with PID. But PID is also very important to mention because it's also one of the factors that can be attributable to infertility in women. So basically, that tells us that if a woman has a sexually transmitted infection and she is not treating it appropriately, or maybe it was not detected on time, or was improperly treated, or she did not complete her course of treatment, then she may come down with PID over time, and then this can, reduce her chances of conception. Then also, in some other cases, you may also find that people with PID, women with PID, may also have an increased risk of developing ectopic pregnancies. So ectopic pregnancy is, after fertilization, rather than the fertilized egg being implanted in the right place, it can get stuck somewhere, either in the tubes or somewhere else outside of the womb. And then ultimately it comes with its own complications. And people with PID are at an increased risk of ectopic pregnancy. And then the chronic pelvic pain that comes with PID is also a factor for a lot of women as well, that may affect their quality of life. So ultimately, it's important that women know that when they have an abnormal vaginal discharge, they should be clinically evaluated properly by a health professional. The right investigations will be ordered, the right diagnosis will be made, and the right treatment in terms of antibiotics will be instituted, to avert the potential risk of infertility, because the rate of infertility that is attributable to PID is quite significant.
All right, so if I understand the doctors correctly, I think PCOS is hormonal and PID is infectious, right?
Absolutely.
So hormonal in the sense that, can you just break this down? How is PCOS hormonal and PID infectious? Like, is that the only difference between both?
That's not just the only difference, but the main difference is that PCOS is hormonal, as in a lot of hormones that on a normal day should be at a certain level in a woman is higher than normal, like I've mentioned before, testosterone. So this can also affect the production of certain hormones too. It will impair the product, like estrogen. Estrogen is actually the hormone, female hormone, and this hormone is, the level is required for ovulation to occur. So if it is suppressed, then ovulation will be prevented. And also, this hormone, estrogen, at a particular level is supposed to suppress the production of another hormones in the brain. And this is actually what causes, as in when it suppresses that, then the level of progesterone, as in ovulation occurs, then the level of progesterone begins to rise. Then when there's no pregnancy, there's no fertilization, then this hormone progesterone begins to drop and menstruation occurs. So it's meant to be a cyclical thing, as in every month. There's actually an interval from 22 to 35, though they've actually regulated it now. There's a new terminology for that. But a cycle should at least 21 to 35 days. A woman's cyclical menstruation pattern should fall within that range. But you discover that with women with PCOS, majority of them will have prolonged interval of menstruation, more than that 35 days. So because of the interplay between all these hormones, that's why that will occur. Now, invariably, because there's no ovulation, it affects fertility. So where the two of them are common now is the fact that both of them affect fertility. While PCOS affects fertility by preventing ovulation, that's the release of egg. what pelvic inflammatory disease, that's PID, causes is that there is actually an inflammation or infection of the fallopian tubes. Now, the fallopian tube is a structure in the female reproductive system that both egg that is released during ovulation and the sperm meets to form the baby, and this moves into the womb to grow. But in cases of poorly treated PID, there's affectation of that tube and there's blockage. And once there's a blockage in the tube, that means there's no way the egg and the sperm can meet. So that means there won't be any fertilization and hence no baby. So that's how PID affects fertility. So in the invariably, both of them affect fertility, but in different ways. Thank you.
Very interesting. So is it possible for one woman to have both PCOS and PID?
Yes, it's very possible.
Oh, wow.
It is. It is.
Okay, what's the possibility? Is it high? Is the chances high? Are the chances high, rather?
It's not so, it's uncommon. It's not a common occurrence. But because sometimes you need to actually investigate as in series of tests to know which is which. But from the history, by the time they come to you and you ask questions and you also check them, as in from head to toe, you already have an idea of which one of them the woman has, or if it's going to be the combination of both. But invariably, test has to be done to know which one of them. But in certain uncommon cases, you may actually have a woman come in as in having both of them. So you just need to treat the two.
All right. So let's talk about, is this a family thing? Is it possible that it is hereditary?
Okay,
does family play a huge role in having this?
PCOS is actually possible that it can be inherited because it's been found, studies have shown, research has been conducted, and they found out that women from the same lineage, maybe siblings, or even their mothers, also had the condition. Then also aside that, they found out that there are some genes. Genes are actually what we found in individual cells, that there are some genes that has been found in women with PCOS. And they did the studies along their family and discovered that some of the women in that lineage also had that gene. So for PCOS, it is actually, some can be, the causes are multifactorial, but it can be passed from one, it can be hereditary. Well, for pelvic inflammatory disease, just like Dr. Adiogun has said, is actually more of an ascending infection, which can be from sexually transmitted, as in from sexual intercourse. It could be foreign body. It could be instrumentation, as in procedures on the womb, like evacuation, dilatation, exactly. A woman had an abortion that was not well managed, and there were some products that were still remaining, or a miscarriage, just a spontaneous miscarriage, and some of the products of the conception were still retained in the womb. If not removed and appropriate antibiotics given, this can actually lead to an infection that can spread to the fallopian tubes and may cause pelvic inflammatory disease.
Wow. All right, so Dr. Adeogun, let's talk about the symptoms. At what point can a woman decide to go and have a checkup? Maybe if she detects signs, at what point, what kind of symptoms should she look out for?
Okay, in terms of PCOS, I think a woman should watch her menstrual cycle, be familiar with what her menstrual cycle is like. So if there's any irregularity in the periods, she needs to investigate that, because mostly it's usually hormone-based. Then secondly, if she's gaining weight without trying, unintentional weight gain is also something to look out for. And like the doctor mentioned, acne outbreaks, having, there are some medical terms where, in medicine, they call it acanthosis nigricans, some dark velvet.
Acanthosis Nigricans. Okay,
Yeah,
we're
so
learning.
there's some dark, like some pigmentation in the skin, maybe on the neck, in the armpit area, all those things help to know that this person probably has like insulin resistance and or possibly has something
insulin resistance.
Yeah,
Oh,
and then there's usually sugar-related issue, blood sugar control issues too with PCOS. Then it's very important for the woman to also note that if she's having recurrent miscarriages, it could also point to that because the quality of the eggs may not be optimal because recurrent miscarriages too may be seen in people with PCOS. So definitely people with PCOS will have a fertility issue. So if somebody has been trying to have a child or a couple have been trying to conceive for a while, and infertility is defined as regular intercourse for the space of a year and you have never attained pregnancy, it should be thoroughly investigated. And part of the investigation will be to rule out PCOS as well as rule out PID. In case of PID, they may need to go for certain tests that we call the HSG. It's simply called HSG. It helps to check the tubal patency. So a dye is passed into the reproductive tract, and then you are expecting spillage on both ends. The dyes to spill on both ends, indicating that there's patency of the tubes. But if there's any blockage anywhere, you'd only find spillage on one side, and then there's no spillage on the other side that has the blockage. So this tells us about the tubal blockage that the doctor was talking about. So it's very important that for PCOS, all the aforementioned symptoms, are indicators. But for PID, an abnormal vaginal discharge, we can be foul smelling, you can have lower abdominal pain, you can have pain during intercourse, you can have pain urinating, you can have, fever, chills, and all that over time. And when this happens, these are not symptoms to ignore. These are symptoms that warrant a proper investigation and evaluation by a doctor. So once they go for a scan, a pelvic ultrasound, for instance, and then they probably notice maybe a fluid in the pouch of Douglas, or they notice some other things on the scan that depicts that something is going on, like an inflammatory condition. Then certain tests will be ordered, like the high vaginal swab cultures and all that, to rule out the sexually transmitted infections that we mentioned. And if there's a history of recent instrumentation, like the doctor said, either from a procedure or a surgery or from an implant or whatever, before the onset of these symptoms, it should raise the suspicion of PID as well.
All right. So lastly, I'd just love to know, is PID, should we restrict it to women, or can men also be carriers of PID?
PID, as far as we know, is a female infection that affects the pelvic organs in female in particular. Right. So that term refers to that in female. Pelvic inflammatory disease.
All right. So Dr. Grace, how can we differentiate normal menstrual pain from other kinds of, infections rather? Because you're talking about PCOS and you talked about menstrual pain earlier. So I'd like to know how we can differentiate the normal one from the other.
Oh, thank you very much. It's actually not so straightforward. It's actually said that normal menstruation shouldn't be painful. But we've found out that some women, right from when they started menstruating, that's from menarche, they usually have menstrual pain. So in such women, it's going to be difficult to differentiate the pain of menstruation from the pain of PID. But the only way we can differentiate is that the pain of menstruation occurs during menstruation, or it may come a day or two before the menstruation. And as the menstruation, flows, the pain begins to decline. But the pain of PID can come at any time. It can come before menstruation. The pain can be more even during sexual intercourse. So that is actually how you can differentiate the pain of PID from the pain of menstruation. That is in people that have been having painful menstruation right from the onset. Now, for women that never had painful menstruation, then suddenly their menstruation becomes more, as in they begin to have menstrual pain, then you need to investigate, and one of the causes can be PID.
All right, so are there any specific tests or scans that should be used for diagnosis of these infections?
Just a normal plain pelvic scan is okay, but it's not so sensitive. The gold standard for us to diagnose PID is actually a procedure called laparoscopy. Scopy, like scope, yeah, scoping. So it's all you need is you just put a pinhole cut around the navel, then a miniature camera. Miniatures, that's a small camera. You just pass it through that cut, and you can view all the structures in the pelvis of the woman. Vis-a-vis, you can view the fallopian tubes, you can view the ovaries, you can view the walls, the surrounding of the uterus, and even go as far as checking the liver. So when you look at all these structures, if they appear red, that is inflamed. Inflammation means just inflammatory condition of the structures. So if they appear reddish, swollen, as in edematous, or you can see an obvious discharge around it, then that is the diagnostic test for pelvic inflammatory disease. That is laparoscopy.
Laparoscopy.
Yes, that's the gold standard. Every other test is just to support the diagnosis, like doing your high vaginal endocervical swab MCS. That could actually help you know the causative bacteria and also the antibiotics to use in treating it. There are other tests that can be done, like nucleic acid amplification test, for chlamydia and gonorrhea, but it's not readily available. And even where they are available, they're expensive. Exactly. So there are times too that even when you can't do this test, you can actually go ahead to treat. And we call it syndromic management. We treat based on the character of the discharge that we can't see. So that can give us an inkling to the bacteria that may be likely responsible, and we institute the antibiotic that is effective for that bacteria.
All right, personally, I love how you speak about it. It's giving, it's really amazing. All right, Dr. Diogo, we'd like to know, for the sake of the viewers as well, how important is early detection and early diagnosis in treating these two diseases?
Just like most medical conditions, early diagnosis, would make room for early intervention, which always produces favorable outcomes. So when you delay treatment or you are not starting the right kind of treatment, either because you are self-medicating or you are getting treatment from someone who is not a professional, by the time you eventually get to the right place where you're meant to get treatment, the case must have progressed or possibly gotten a bit complicated. And that is where most of these problems that we're talking about, complications like infertility, would start. Because ultimately, when PID or PCOS begins, it doesn't get to the point where it's infertility immediately. If you institute the right treatment on time, meeting the right doctors, and then going for the right investigations, making sure diagnosis is correct, and adherence to treatment. These are the factors
adherence to treatment.
Yes,
and meeting the right doctors. We have to really reiterate
meeting the right doctors. And then not just
that's why we have the gynecology.
Exactly. That's why medicine is highly specialized. That's why you have the gynecologists who have that as their field and their main focus. Yes, that is their specialty of focus. So they've seen thousands and thousands of cases like this, and they are best at managing such conditions. But when you don't come to the hospital and you're seeking remedy either from herbal practitioners or from whatever source, or you are doing self-medication on your own, which is still very rampant in our environment, you find out that by the time they eventually present at a health facility, the case is already advanced, and their chances of full recovery may have been hindered. So it's very essential that once you notice all the symptoms that we discussed, it is very necessary for you to seek the right medical intervention, and you adhere strictly to everything that has been said. And here, emphasis on completing your treatment. Yes, because completing your treatment, following through on the course of treatment. Because if you don't, you know, the doctor mentioned improperly treated, meaning that it doesn't mean that they didn't treat at all, but they didn't treat it properly. So proper treatment means completing your course, your full regimen of treatment. You need to do that. So that's very essential, and a good follow-up too.
Good follow-up.
Yeah, we need to emphasize that.
So to our viewers, don't say, oh, I'm already feeling good, I'm feeling better. Make sure you see your specialist to the last. we have to say that, because a lot of us are guilty of that, actually. All right, so Dr. Grace, let's talk. You talked about physical exercise earlier. So what lifestyle, changes can help people with PCOS, and what can help to, even prevent these old diseases from happening? So are there specific diets, lifestyle hacks to use to help the women suffering these diseases?
Women with PCOS, like I've said, sometimes is associated with obesity. And we found out that when we encourage women to lose weight, as in women with PCOS that are obese or overweight, by the time they lose about 5 to 10% of their weight, we've discovered that either the menstruation that was irregular before becomes regular. Women that were not ovulating before begin to ovulate. So based on this evidence, we actually advise, it's even one of the treatment options, lifestyle modification, weight loss. We advise them, okay, madam, we are going to work with you so that you can try to lose about 5 to 10% of your weight to see if most of these symptoms or the way you're feeling would actually normalize. And we found that for those that are able to do, it's not easy. So what we encourage them to do is to eat more balanced diet meals, more fruits, vegetables, then protein diets, reduce their fatty intake. That's saturated fats. You reduce it. Then eat more of, like what I've said, balanced diet. Then physical activity. For those that are not as in physically active, we can tell them to start small at a time. Maybe just walking, brisk walking for 30 minutes, running, skipping, dancing, at least minimum 30 minutes per day. And if they can continue with that, it helps a lot, combined with the balanced diet. For those that have the money, we can actually refer them to dietitian and nutritionists that will help them work on a meal plan to help with the weight loss. Then there are some that, if they are morbidly obese, like 40, BMI of 40 or more, if they have the money, we can actually advise bariatric surgery for them, because morbidly obese women, like we've said, morbid means death. That means they are so big that if they are not careful, they can come down with other health conditions that can kill them faster than even the PCOS. So we can actually encourage bariatric surgery for them, where they would help them to also lose weight. So physical activity is very, very important. That even without medications, we have some women actually having regular menstruation, hormones normalizes, they ovulate and they're able to get pregnant. Thank you.
So can contraceptives increase the risks of PID? Contraceptives?
Thank you. Actually, the movement of the fallopian tube is impeded with combined oral contraceptive pills. Then also women that are on combined contraceptive pills, because combined oral contraceptive pills does not protect against sexually transmitted infection, unlike the condom. So because of that, some people believe that if it's just combined oral contraceptive pills alone, it's not protective against STIs. It's just protecting you from getting pregnant. So that can actually increase the risk of PID.
All right, it's been a very, very interesting conversation so far. But right about now, we'll take a short break. And when we return, we'll be discussing the treatment options and how women can manage these conditions effectively. Do stay with us. Welcome back. It's still Health Check on Voice of the People television. We've been having a very, very interesting conversation so far with Dr. Diogo and Dr. Grace Michael. And we've been talking about PCOS and PID. We've talked about the symptoms, we've talked about the risk factors and all of that. But right about now, we're talking about the treatments and the management of PCOS and PID. All right, so I want to start with our specialist, Dr. Grace. So, Ma, we'd like to understand what treatment options are available for PCOS and PID. We want to know if it can be totally cured or if it can just be managed.
Like I've mentioned earlier, is a myriad of disorders in one entity. So now the treatment will be tailored towards what the woman is actually presenting with. There's no one treatment fitting all. Now, if the woman comes to you and the problem is irregular menstruation, there's no excessive acne, there's no facial hair, she's not ready to start conceiving or getting pregnant. The problem now is just irregular menstruation. Then you need to treat that. So the factors that are available, like I've said, if she's on the big side, overweight or obese, lose about 5 to 10% of your weight. Then if she's morbidly obese and the weight loss regimen is not working, bariatric surgery, like I've said, can help. That's the gastric sleeve operation. That can help. Now, if that's that, we can actually also use combined oral contraceptive pills. It's taken for at least 3 to 6 months. It's been found while they are trying to lose that weight, you can use that treatment to normalize the menstruation. So that's for irregular menstruation, obesity. Now, for those with facial hair, okay, acne, let me go to acne, excessive acne. They are just battling with excessive acne. They are not desirous of getting pregnant. You can actually use even the combined oral contraceptive pills too. It helps with the acne. Now, for those that are trying to get pregnant and are having difficulty getting pregnant, that's actually one of the most common presentation of PCOS in our clinics. So when they come to us, we take a look at them. Okay, are they on the big side? Do they need to lose weight? Then we go ahead, advise them to lose weight, get them a dietitian, or nutritionist that will help them with that. Then, if we're able to achieve weight loss over a 3-month course and they are still not ovulating, then we can give them medications to help with ovulation. I don't think I need to mention the drugs on this platform. So we can give them medication to help with the ovulation. Now, if it's facial hair, that is the problem, as in beards, mustache, or hair on their chest, there are medications too for that. So what the drug does is to suppress the hormones that are responsible. That's the testosterone that is responsible for hair production. There are a lot of drugs that are actually for that purpose. Then there are some too that you actually advocate laser removal of the hair. That also can help. Then waxing is also another form of hair removal. But the main treatment is actually medications that are targeted at suppressing the production of testosterone. So in conclusion, the treatment actually is tailored towards the woman's presentation and her desires. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, ma'am.
You're
Okay, so
welcome.
Dr. Adeogun, how early must PID be treated to avoid organ damage? And are antibiotics enough, or is this usually enough to even lead to surgery? I mean, PID and PCOS.
It's very important, like we said, that early treatment is always favorable. So once these symptoms have been established in a patient and the diagnosis has been confirmed, treatment is to begin immediately. And we have a combination of antibiotics, because we have different classes of antibiotics and different mechanism of action of antibiotics. So like we said, the causative organisms usually are Neisseria gonorrhea that causes gonorrhea infection and chlamydia infection. So there are antibiotics specifically for these conditions. So an endocervical swab or high vaginal swab culture may be done that would enable us to identify the causative organism, and then the right antibiotic that fits that infection is instituted. That gives you a very good efficacy and good treatment response. So that is how you treat it. And it's always essential that when we are dealing with STIs that we talk about what we call contact treatment. So you may need to treat both parties so that when the wife is clear of infection, she doesn't get reinfected by her spouse. So it's very important that...
so there can be recurrence.
Yes, there can be recurrence of infection.
Or reinfection.
Yes, so it's very necessary that the parties involved, are clear of the infection. And that is why counseling is needed. And that is why both parties may be present, at such consultations, especially when they are looking forward to conceive. So early treatment always produces good outcomes eventually.
Okay. Right. Can I come in here?
Yes,
Let me just take it from where Dr. Adeogun stopped.
Yeah, while you are making your inputs, we would also like to know if proper care can also help women with those conditions still get pregnant, if there's still hope for them to get pregnant.
Okay. So in addition to what Dr. Adeogun has said, there are instances whereby you may actually have to carry out surgical procedure to help with the management of PID. Now, there are cases where your antibiotics, despite even strict adherence, may not work. And the woman is still having symptoms, as in the fever is still there, the vaginal discharge is still ongoing, the man is still very ill on admission, and you do a scan, and it's telling you that there's abscess. Abscess is just collection of pus. That there's abscess collection in the fallopian tube, around it, surrounding the ovary, and even it can collect. There's a place that we call pouch of Douglas. It's just a space behind the womb. So once you see that and the woman is not responding to the antibiotics, then you may have to go in, as in carry out a procedure to remove that pus, to actually, so that the woman, the antibiotics will be able to work effectively, because collection of pus can impede the effectiveness of antibiotics. So those are cases whereby you may actually have to carry out a surgical procedure in severe cases of PID. Thank you.
So
now,
with proper care,
now, it depends on the stage you actually caught, especially for PID. If the fallopian tubes are already involved, abscess is already there, and you have to go in and you find out that the tubes cannot be salvaged, and you have to remove it during that procedure. We call it staphyloctomy. That means you're removing both tubes, just because it's already infected and there's nothing you can do to salvage it. And the only thing you can do to save the woman is to remove it. In such a case, such women are advised to go for IVF, as in vitro fertilization, because the tubes, like I had said earlier, is the structure in the woman where eggs and sperm meet to form a baby. So if you're removing it, that means there's no way fertilization can occur. So in such a case, it's not redeemable. But if it has not gotten to that level, that stage, then it can, if the disease is caught earlier, appropriate antibiotics are instituted, like Dr. Adeogun has said, and there's strict adherence. She can be cured and everything will be fine. And she can actually get pregnant.
All right.
Then for PCOS,
that's positive.
Yeah, for PCOS, once you identify the problem that it is PCOS and you institute the right treatment, and you are sure it is PCOS that is actually causing the problem, they usually do well and they get pregnant.
Thank you very much. But lastly, let's talk about the emotional side to this. What would you say to the families of people suffering these conditions and the women that are struggling with stigma just because of these conditions, just in 1 minute?
Okay. For PCOS, like the stigma is usually from the weight gain, the facial hair, excessive acne. This can actually affect their self-confidence. So what I will advise relatives and friends to do is to support them. And if they have the appropriate channel to actually direct them towards, to gain help that is required to help them, then they should go ahead and do that. There shouldn't be any stigmatization or even making them feel less of themselves. They're already going through a lot. Yeah. So they don't need somebody blaming them or even putting them down because of that condition. So I think we should rally around them, encourage them. And if we have ways we can also get health practitioners, specialists in that field to help them, and you can also direct them towards that channel. So then for PID, most people with it will not even want to tell you because they believe there's stigmatization, as in, oh, you got it through sexual intercourse. So what? That's the common belief. So they want to hide it. Then even the partner too, it may be difficult to even get them because the person involved is trying to hide that she even has that condition. So she wouldn't even want to tell the partner because there may not be this kind of blame. Okay, you were the one that brought it here. So most women tend to keep it to themselves. But I will advise that when it happens, if you have a partner, it's better both of you are treated. So because if both of you are not treated, even if you treat yourself effectively and your partner is not treated, there is going to be a reinfection. So what happens? You're back to square one. So I will advise partners, friends, relatives to be as open as possible with each other and encourage one another.
Thank you very much. So any final words, Dr. Diogo?
Well, for me, I would just say, Doctor has said it all. She has done a wonderful job, with PCOS and PID. But I would just say, maybe for PID, I think a lot of things, we need a reorientation amongst our people in terms of abstinence for people who are not yet married, and then use of condoms and safe sexual practices, very important to minimize the risk of infection. And then people should be more open to counseling. Counseling, go out and meet professionals, get the right counseling and guidance, in relation to what you're experiencing. And then ultimately contact treatment. Like she said, if your spouse is having the condition, please don't run away and engage your spouse in the treatment and be as open as possible with your partner, because that's the only way you can have a long-lasting solution to the problem. Thank you.
All right. A heartfelt thank you to Dr. Grace Olajimoke Michael and Dr. Charles Adiogun for these insightful contributions. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having us.
All right. So our viewers, if you or someone you know is struggling, please speak to a healthcare professional. Your health is not something to hide or be ashamed of. Please remember that early detection, healthy habits, regular checkups, very, very important. I'm Praise Peters, and this has been Health Check. Until next week, do stay safe, stay healthy, and stay alive.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Patapata of them, the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden. Or more. Not be all the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching Voptv. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on at Voptv.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Voptv. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Voptv on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Voptv. Now you have more than a voice. The Ikogosi Warm Springs is a tourist attraction located at Ikogosi, a town in Ekiti State, southwest Nigeria. Flowing abreast the warm spring is another cold spring which meets the warm spring at a confluence, each maintaining its thermal properties. These attributes make the spring a tourist attraction in Nigeria. Research suggested that the warm spring has a temperature of about 70 degrees Celsius at the source and 37 degrees Celsius at the confluence. In 1952, Southern Baptist missionary Reverend John S. McGee, from his mission base in the nearby Ekiti town of Igede, went to the source of the hot and cold springs, about which he had heard from the Ikogosi people. Initially, he was discouraged from doing this, and the reasons given were based on the tradition of the local residents, which was that nobody should ever visit the source of these two streams because of the idea that to do so would be to invite death from the supernatural forces that were responsible for this strange and most unusual feature of nature. In spite of the warnings, Reverend McGee made his way through the forest, up the hill to the source of the two side-by-side springs. According to Reverend McGee's brief written account, he's quoted as saying, "After seeing it, I felt that it could be used for a good purpose. I discussed with the people. I discussed the possible use of it with some of the Mission and Nigerian Baptist Convention friends. With the growing interest of Royal Ambassador work and youth work, we felt that it could best be used by building a youth camp. I took it up with the Ekiti Association and we decided to build a camp for our residential areas and government areas. The land was secured through the convention." End quote. Having had the water from both springs tested to ensure its purity, Reverend McGee, with support from the Ekiti Baptist Association of Churches and the Nigerian Baptist Convention, who secured 28 acres of land, which was the original camp, began planning for the building of the camp. By the early to middle 1970s, the Nigerian government took control of the swimming pool and built some guest chalet adjacent to it, with a separate entrance road from that which the McGees had built to the camp entrance. From that time forward, there was also the hope and intention of developing that area for tourist purposes. Three years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3 years of breaking boundaries, 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people, 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụla dị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kedu ka o si aga ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ọbụla dị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television, ugbu a ị nwere karịa olu.
Amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you. Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you. Okay, it is TGIF. Thank God it is Friday. Yeah, welcome to the Friday edition of People's Voice on VOP TV, where season stories shape the narrative. And of course, today we'll be dissecting the major story that is dominating the headlines and sparking the conversation. Just like I promised you all, as regards to the concerns and the topic that we'll be dissecting all through this week, I said we'll be talking about the state of the nation as regards to Nigeria, the situation that is actually, disturbing us, and of course, all our problems and how we can provide solutions to the current situation of the nation. And today, we'll be wrapping up this particular edition. But today is quite serious, and you would actually agree with me that today is serious when I get to unveil my both analysts that will be doing justice to this conversation. Nigeria at the crossroads, navigating fragile security and economic realities. This is quite a very serious conversation this wonderful afternoon, which I would want you all to get set as we take the ride together. Join the conversation with expert insight and citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. Benue State government ordered to pay ex-officials 57 million naira. A senior district court in Makurdi has ordered the Benue State government to pay former chief of staff, Mr. Tawase Obunde, and 13 others, 57 million in severance gratuity. The officials who served under ex-governor Samuel Otom claimed the payments were approved but left unpaid after they left office. The court directed the bank to enforce this particular order within 5 hours of being served. Okay, and away from that particular one, Nnamdi Kanu urges U.S. intervention in Nigerians' alleged genocide. The detained leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, has written to U.S. President Donald Trump, alleging a hidden genocide against Judeo-Christians in Nigeria's southern east region. Kanu's letter comes after his scheduled court appearance where he faces terrorism-related charges. He claims all of these particular situations are politically motivated. Since I have my serious analysts today, so I'll be leaving all of these news stories for them to actually have a touch on before we move straight to the main topic. And of course, we'll be going straight to that of our economy records. Okay, the Nigerian economy is witnessing progressive growth with the nation's gross domestic product, which is actually growing by 4.23% in the second quarter of 2025. This marked the highest quarterly figure in a decade, aside from the post-COVID-19 rebound. Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, attributed the growth to broad-based resilience across various sectors. What I would just say as regards to this particular one is that if we're having all of this particular, will I call it facts and figures from the administration, if we're having all of this particular, indices, okay, whatsoever numbers you want to give, let it reflect, in the lives of the very poor Nigerians. Let us actually feel it. Otherwise, this is just about what we are reading in the books. People are hungry in this nation, and I believe the government understand what I mean by that. And away from that particular one, all eyes on Anambra election tomorrow, okay? INEC distributes sensitive materials for Anambra governorship election. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has distributed sensitive electoral materials to the 21 local government areas in Anambra State ahead of Saturday's governorship election. Residents
Electoral Commissioner, Dr. Elizabeth Agu, confirmed that the materials were intact and ready for distribution. 55,000 security personnel deployed across the state, 3 security personnel per polling unit. The Commissioner of Police, Abayomi Shogunle, assured residents of adequate security and urged them to turn out in large numbers to vote. Representatives of various political parties, including that of HABGA, APC, and the Labour Party, expressed satisfaction with INEC's handling of the election materials. And hopefully that this particular satisfaction would also, be carried on tomorrow, and we would want a free and fair election tomorrow. I'm wishing all the Anambras a wonderful election day tomorrow, and hopefully we would be getting the results by the end of tomorrow. We just pray that we don't get to hear any news as inconclusive election or what have you. And I'll be urging everyone, okay, the Anambras to also come out to vote, okay? Go out and exercise your fundamental human right. It is your right to make your decision, to vote, to pick whosoever you want to lead you, okay? To take you to the best place that that particular state deserves, okay? So please, we want you to come out and vote tomorrow. All right, to join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605, 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOPTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOPTV. On YouTube, we're Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button. And of course, together, we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, Nigeria at the crossroads, navigating fragile security and economic realities. You don't go nowhere. Stay tuned, please. I'll be right back.
Where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you. Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on VOP TV. Of course, our voice matters the most. Let's actually dive into this part of the conversation now. Nigeria is currently facing a multitude of challenges that are threatening the very fabric of the nation. From rampant insecurity and economic instability to foreign pressure and allegations of genocide. Okay, the country is at a crossroad. The recent comments by the U.S. President Donald Trump threatening military action if Nigeria doesn't crack down on Christian persecution. This has actually added fuel to the fire, and the Nigerian government has rejected the U.S. designation as a country of particular concern over alleged religious freedom violations, saying it's based on faulty data. However, the government has also welcomed U.S. help in fighting Islamic insurgents, as long as the country's territorial integrity is respected. Meanwhile, the economic situation in Nigeria continues to deteriorate, and with the country struggling to achieve sustainable growth, despite a report of 4.23% GDP growth in the second quarter of 2025. Poverty remains widespread, and the naira continues to fluctuate against major currencies. We're now being joined by Chief Peter Ame, former national chairman, IPAC, political economics, political party management strategies, governance, policy, and development analysis. Good afternoon to you, Chief.
Good afternoon.
You're welcome on board again.
Thank you for having me.
All right. And also joining us, we have Dr. Kayode, a socio-political technocrat and aviation safety expert. Good afternoon, Dr. Kayode.
Yes, good afternoon. But then let me quickly pose two questions to you before you pose your barrages of questions at me this afternoon. Number one, you were talking, yes, now, you said, thank God it's Friday. You say TGIF. So where are we having La La Le Friday? The second one is your name is Savior. Your name is Savior. To what extent are you going to save us in this insecurity that we find ourselves?
Okay, so first, let me take this simultaneously. First, today is Friday, it's TGIF, and I'm Dr. Kayode. I'm openly saying this on national TV. If you would want to hang out, if you would want to have, the glimpse and glamour of Lagos today, kindly send me a message via the WhatsApp platform and let me know where to pick you from. And let's actually enjoy ourselves after the show. Okay. Yeah. And secondly, secondly, for that of my name being Savior Udo. Okay. So of course, all I can do is for me to be providing solutions, and of course to also bring analysts like you for us to provide solutions so as to save the situation of this nation. Okay. So this is to the best of my knowledge, and I think I've actually done justice to your questions. Thank you so much for joining the program, Doctor.
You are the best. You are the best. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome, sir. All right, quickly, Doctor, since we actually opened up with you as regards to you sending questions my way, so let me just start up with you as well. What are the implications of the U.S. threats of military actions on Nigerians' sovereignty?
Yes. Thank you very much. It gives me a big concern when the so-called elite that are even supposed to know better kept coming up with some narratives that cannot hold water. It's coming to take your resources. It's coming to do this. It's coming to do that. Without him, are some people not been stealing our resources? Have we not seen situations whereby in court now, bandits will chase out people from their communities and then be mining their resources? Who owns those aircrafts that have been dropping household equipment for them at the bush? Dropping water for them, dropping gun for them, dropping petrol for them, dropping food for them. Who owns those aircraft? Is it you and I? However, when you look at since Donald, triumphant, trumpeter, dropped his two messages on X. Can't you see the way some of these bandits had reduced their activities? I was reading on the social media this morning how they saw some of these bandits on their bikes running away to Chad Republic, Cameroon, through Adamawa. Why are they doing that? Because they know the Americans, they mean business. And I will not blame Donald Trump for what he has dropped. Because the whole world is now a global village. And we all live in a kind of cooperation among ourselves. Whatever happens in Nigeria is surely going to have a reverberating effect on America. Not to even talk of Ghana, not to talk of Cotonou. If Nigeria has been well secured, I am sure a larger percentage of the people involved in jackpotting to America will never have jackpot there. What left this country because of insecurity? What are you talking about? Why are we blaming him? He wants to protect his country economically, socially, and psychologically. And to the extent that he knows that leaving Nigeria in droves to America can affect the equilibrium in setting up in his country, he has to come to the basis and solve it. You should know you cannot resolve it. We will resolve it for you. And another perspective is this. Donald Trump is invariably telling Nigerians that here is a problem happening in your country. You should be able to stand up and rise up to the occasion. Okay, can't you see the way Nigerians have been talking and they're coming up with different forms of solutions that they have not been doing before now? Who is saying that the statement of Donald triumphant trumpeter Trump has not worked? His statement has really worked. It has really helped us. It has really assisted us. If not because of that, since after many years, look at DSS now trying to release the report of our massacre. Why have you not done that since all these days? These are issues that we Nigerians need to consider.
Okay.
And then look beyond Donald Trump coming here. Rather, what sense can we make out of those statements?
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Kayode, for that wonderful take. Let's go to Chief Ame now. Hello, Chief. Good afternoon. Are you there?
Good afternoon. I'm here. All
right, sir. Chief Ame, you would agree with me that ever since this particular situation actually gotten momentum to an extent, everyone has actually been weighing in, some in support of the intervention of the U.S. government, and some are against. But of course, in detention, we heard and we saw a letter from Nnamdi Kanu urging U.S. intervention in Nigerians' alleged genocide, and of course, also talking about his situation being politically motivated. Okay, so I want you to just dissect all of this particular situation. Of course, the intervention of the U.S. What do you have to say as regards to this situation that is ravaging the land?
My narrative is about I'll take it from the side of Donald Trump and my brother who has spoken. For me, it is very disgraceful, very disheartening that Nigeria finds itself at this particular juncture of where a president and the external body we offer such level of remarks in order to be able to put our government, to jot our government into action. Because this thing, if you look at the historical happening, that what has happened over the years, over 10 years that the APC have been in power, the APC have looked away from the problem that is, spreading very wide, spreading from all the north. Now it went to a massacre. That killing was barbaric, condemnable, and we should not even, be going through this long level of trial for those who have been arrested. By now, we should have known whether they are guilty or not. The court should have taken the decision. It is because there's no seriousness in prosecution, there's no serious action being.
Okay, hello, Chief Ame. Please, I'd like you to hold your thoughts. We have a caller. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. This is Enya calling from Lagos.
All right, Enya, please go ahead. Good afternoon.
No, before I start, I wish you could give me the same invitation you gave to the young man to send your WhatsApp message so you can come pick me up so I can enjoy my Friday with you.
Why are you people attacking me as regards to this TGIF?
Please give me an open invitation. I'll
no
meet
problem.
you
Just please, let's get your contribution on the show.
Now let's take it bit by bit about the Trump event.
Okay.
I want to take it from both ways. Does Trump have the power, unilateral power to how will I put it, to take military action on a sovereign country? The answer is no. Now he's still playing the same card in Venezuela. He brought all the airplane threatening to invade Venezuela. But United States Congress said no, that he cannot invade, that he does not have unilateral power.
Hello, Inaya.
I'm with you.
Please, can you hold your thoughts? Chief Peter Ame, I am told that your hello, can you hear me? Hello, Chief.
I can hear you.
Yeah, so what I was trying to say, I said you should hold your thoughts because we had a caller, but of course I think we had a drop call. I think we have a drop call now, so you can go ahead.
The person was muting it. I didn't know why. Okay, so for me, it is clear that there's unseriousness on the part of government, of those who have been in government over the years. In fact, the APC in particular ignore the happenings of what is happening to our people. The bloodletting, the mass killing is too obvious for anybody to look the other way. You could see in Yellow Water 200 people overnight. That is mass slaughter. It is even countries that are in war. You don't see such statistics of a day where 200 people die. Look at Bokos, look at Riom, look at what happened at the war. So you cannot look the other way and say there is no mass killing in Nigeria. And also, let me tell you the foundation of government. The foundation of government is built that in our constitution, that is the protection of life and property. Primary purpose. Why is it called primary purpose? Because if you can put protection, security in place, and protect life and property, all other things will flourish. Business will flourish. How they call it? People having vacation, relaxation, people coming to our country will flourish. Today, the economy of northern Nigeria has been damaged because of this act of terrorism. You cannot see major investors coming from anywhere in the world to invest in northern Nigeria. It's because the only reason why northern Nigeria still survived in today is because we wrote a federating unit where we have a feeding bottle arrangement where money is shared at the center. Where money that is made from Delta, made from South, are they brought to be shared? If not, you cannot have a society so bedeviled with such level of insecurity that you will see either local or foreign investors to come and put their money.
Okay, so Chief Ame,
is the inability of government to take action to deal mercilessly to deal with these terrorists that are taking control of our ungulfing spaces.
All right, Chief Ame, I'll just have to remind you that you've not actually commented as regards to the letter Nnamdi Kanu wrote to the U.S. government, okay, urging them to come and, save him out of the DSS, quarters. That's, if I'm permitted to use that word. Okay, but of course, I'm going to take that simultaneously. How can Nigeria address the issue of insecurity in the country? Because no matter how we want to analyze the situation of this nation, we should be also able to provide solutions. So I'd like you to take this, please.
Whatever happens to Nnamdi Kanu should not happen to any Nigeria. When you have bail and you are in your house, and then the army will come overnight and then bulldoze everywhere, the man could have died. I'm not even looking at whether he has committed a crime or not. I'm looking at the Nigerian state over the years. I've used his might and authority that we have donated to them to undermine the sanctity of the peace that an individual is supposed to enjoy within the confines of our sovereign territory. So it is critical to acknowledge that he's already undergoing trial. And if he has a way to appeal for any form of assistance, it is within his human right to be able to, look for any possible way to share more light on his predicament. That is not an issue. But the issue is clear. that Nigerian state must act fast, because terrorism, if treated with clip gloves, we spread across the nation. Because if you hear what even Shegumi say once in a while, is that they are already everywhere in the forest, they are within our communities, and we cannot see them. So the way we are pampering these people is even very, it makes me to go back to what Abubakar Barra just said, when he said that it was them, the APC, that brought in these people to be able to, create this carnage that we are going through. So if the government is serious, if they say government is a continuum, we cannot have a challenge where people cannot freely travel on the roads, when Nigerians' life have become so short as if we are in Yemen, and we are not officially in a state of war. So it is not something that anybody should take very lightly. For me, the intervention of Donald Trump, by just speaking alone, should be seen from a positive direction. People should be able to see it beyond that sentiment, whether tribal is my brother that is president, whether religion, I'm not this Christian. No, leave the Christian side apart. Leave the Muslim side apart. Are human beings not being slaughtered on a daily basis? Are people not dying? Are people not being killed without the protection of the state? Are the people committing these atrocities, are they being arrested, or are they being dealt with as they should be? So we have a challenge, and this challenge is for security agencies to put up structures in place. And this security agency, the box stops at the desktop of the president. The president is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. He must give a marching order or create a security architecture that will be able to dismantle these cells of terrorists hideout across the federation. And then if this chief that have been appointed, service chief that have been appointed, cannot deliver within the space of 90 days, you should take decision, because Nigerian armed forces, I have lived in Yaba, Lagos, 63 Reverend of Hospital. When people were able dying in Liberia, that is when Nigeria was posting more soldiers to Liberia. I was in the hospital there, I saw that body coming in. Nigerians are not afraid to defend their country. It is the inability of states to provide the necessary weapon, necessary machinery, or necessary safeguard that will protect the lives of those who are at the war front, protecting our lives. That is the problem. Because you look at, morale is very low. People are not interested in dying because they think that at the end of the day, when they arrest these terrorists will be given a welcoming ceremony. They will be given welfare, and then giving freedom to move around and then be part of the armed forces again. So these are the challenges that we're having.
Thank you so much.
A national policy on how to tackle these terrorists.
All right, thank you so much, Chief Ahmed, for that wonderful submission. I'd like to go to Dr. Kayode now. Hello, Doctor, are you there?
Yes, I'm with you.
All right, Doctor, just to highlight what Chief Ahmed talked about as regards to the morals of our Nigerian military, and of course, they are even bothered about the terrorists, because even when they are apprehended, sometimes, or most times, in most cases, they get to take them through rehabilitation, sections, and afterwards, they reintegrate them back into the communities. But what we've been seeing of late is that they get to reintegrate them with the Nigerian army to go back and fight their own people. I don't know how logical that is, but of course you would respond to that particular one, how safe that is, because even some of the infantry in the Nigerian army, they commented as regards to that particular situation, that they are not happy with what their superiors are doing as regards to reintegrating these people, the bandits, back to them, for them to go into the bush to fight together. But away from that particular one, what are the potential economic implications of Nigerians' designation as a country of a particular concern? I would like you to take that simultaneously. Please go ahead.
Yes, you see, I've always been telling people that until when one understands the underground tone of an event, you might not be able to explain it scientifically or conceptually. Let us start from what we always call the fragility index of a society. What do I mean by fragility index? That is the level at which a community is closer to disintegration. And what are the factors? What are the variables? Unemployment, high cost of living, lack of education, lack of food, lack of housing, lack of amenities. And what are the concomitant effects of this? The number one of it is it will lead to issues that are inimical to the security of that society. I decided to lay that background so that we can know that even the insecurity we are talking about in this country, by the time we drive away the so-called bandits, there is also that internal insecurity brought about by hunger, anger, and lack of amenities. And an hungry stomach has no ear. And that is why you see our youth engaging in series of nefarious activities that are inimical to our security, like drug addiction, prostitution, kidnapping, robbery, brigandry, and all sorts of. Now, the issue is this. We now come against all of this. How do we resolve it? How do we make our society to be freer? One, we must first of all solve that variables that makes our insecurity.
Hello, doctor. Hello, doctor. Please, I'd like you to hold your thoughts. We have a caller. Hello. Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me? All right, I think that was a drop call. Doctor, please go ahead.
To be close to the edge of where we are. Again, those people, according to what my co-panelists just said now, which I've also read, the then chairman of the new PDP that went to APC, Baraji, he said he warned them, he warned APC not to bring in bandits from Mali, Niger, Libya, to come and assist them in winning election. And we are all privy, we all heard it, the statements of APC then, 2024 to 2025, saying, if governance is not handed over to them, they will make the country to be ungovernable for the ruling party. And that during election, even won the EU election monitoring team that if they are not careful, they will be packing them with body bags, and baboons and dogs will be licking their blood on the road. What does that portend? That is to say that these people that brought them in, they have to look for a way to take them back. No wonder Sheikh Gumi can have the temerity to be saying that he is the one that will be negotiating for the bandits. He knows where they are. Does that mean, it's not a question, does that mean while they were bringing in these bandits, Sheikh Gumi was consulted? Does that mean that even the head of the Mietiala was also consulted? Because sometimes ago he said, if APC spokesperson that was talking any other time doesn't keep his mouth shut, he will spill the beans. Spill the beans about what? These are salient questions we need to ask ourselves. Again, Is it because they don't want them to spill the beans that they have not been arresting these people? That even when they are being arrested, they always leave them and say within 2 weeks they have been recalibrated and then brought back to the society. Not only in the society, even making them to work with our military. Are you now saying so that these people can be leaking the operational secrets to the bandits? That's why you are bringing some of them into the army? Is that the reason? We know, just I don't want to mention names. Some of the military officers that had arrested these people somewhere along the line, and such officers were being deployed or even sent away from the army. Nigerians are aware of all of this. So tell me, how do we want to get this insecurity abated without external forces coming in? Without the international community lending their voices? The issue is they are aware of what is happening. So people are saying, yes, was it not the Americans that brought them in? Yes. But the question is it the government in power now that those people colluded with, or the former one in power? Because we saw their photographs. And this one in power now said, yes, Americans had assisted you to do this. But because I don't want to be privy, I don't want to support this, I want to be able to clean the debts that Americans have brought to your country. Now I want to come in. Are you now going to blame such a person? No. Why will it not label us? The way we're supposed to be labeled.
Okay.
It is a way of exculpating the Americans from the mess that some other Americans had put Nigeria through by giving them money through USAID and co. And he has stopped USAID from bringing them money. So what are we talking about?
All right.
Who is saying Donald Trump? Who is now saying Donald Trump is just out to come and take our resources?
All right,
Do you know those countries are taking our resources away now? Go to Lagos Ibadan Expressway. Especially Lagos Ijebu-Ode before you get to Toge. Go and look at so many factories there. What are they doing at those factories? What are they producing? I have not been seeing what they are producing. Whatever they might have been producing there, does it justify the gigantic investment there? If not that they are doing something else, we have to investigate all that. And
All
that's
right.
the truth.
All right. Thank you so much, Doctor, for that wonderful submission. I'd like to go to Chief Hame now. Hello, Chief Hame, are you there?
I'm here.
All right. So let me take you on this as regards to poverty and inequality in the country. How can Nigeria address the issue, of course, of poverty and inequality in the country?
Poverty and inequalities as a result of poor management of our resources. It's a result on uneven distribution of public resources and mismanagement. Is the main cause of our poverty in our country. Misappropriation, misalignment of allocation, corruption, public theft of public resources. There's no way to try to use soft words to describe it. Public officials are consistently and continuously dip their hand into the collective purse and take what belongs to the general public and use for their personal interests. So this is the reason why there's so many few people are rich, and these rich people are those who are in politics. So if you look at it, you see that the richest people in Nigeria, apart from people like Dangote and Otello and Co, which you know, the rest of the people are politicians. So how can a politician be richer than people who are struggling to invest their resources? So these are our challenges, and the people want to use soft words. So if you become a minister today, you find out the whole community will come and greet you, the church will come and greet you, the Muslim leaders will come and greet you, because they think that is a turn to be able to benefit from public office through very corrupt means. For us to get it right, we must make sure that our anti-corruption crusade does not have scapegoat. and is not skewed up towards a issue of opposition and ignores those in power. If we have a balanced anti-corruption crusade and agency that works without federal interference, that work without interference from those who are in the presidency, then you find out that we start to be able to put our resources where it will largely benefit the common man. And the insecurity is also undermining the level of growth we should have. Because if farmers are kidnapped in their farm, agriculture, Nigeria has about 34 million fertile arable land, and people can't go to farm because they'll be kidnapped or killed or raped. Then how is that going to be able to help to add to our local internally generated revenue? So these are the challenges. We must tackle security, we must tackle corruption, and for me it is painful to say this because you say repentant terrorists. How many of these repentant terrorists have led the Nigerian army to their former cell, their former camp, so that the army can destroy it? None. The United States was the one that discovered the sponsors of terrorism in United Arab Emirates and gave the name to Nigerian government.
Okay,
today,
Chief.
the deputy director for Ministry of Defense
let me lend the credence to that for 1 minute.
Those lists of terrorists have not been Nigerians. They have the list, and Nigerian government is not willing to prosecute. So this thing is not the fault of the United States. Neither is it the fault of ordinary Nigerians. It's the fault, the inability of Nigerian state to act and protect its own citizens.
All right, Chief
Let me have a word. Let me have a word, please, in a minute. Let me just have a word, please. Thank you.
Okay, all right, Doctor.
You see, inequality can never be erased anywhere in the world. Even in heavens, there is inequality. Go and read your Bible. The first proverb for the living being by the Almighty has to do with inequality. Look at your hand.
You are getting it wrong. Just as much as you know that.
Let me learn. Hold on, sir. I say hold on.
Okay, doctor. Hello, doctor.
Hold on, please.
Hello, doctor.
I never interjected you. You are saying something.
Let us learn. I never interjected you.
Hello, doctor.
Now, look at your hands. There is inequality. However, as much as we have inequality, each must coexist independently and interdependently in a cohesive manner without oppressing the other. But what we have here in our society is oppression of the haves over the have-nots, which is not supposed to be.
All right, doctor.
Can be put down at the table of the operators of our society.
All right, doctor. Thank you so much, Chief Ame. Of course, you still have the floor. Please, can you go ahead? But quickly, before you add up to what Doctor just said, or of course you want to highlight as regards to your own submission, can Nigerians' current economic reforms deliver sustainable growth and development? So I'd like you to take this on, Chief Ame. Please go ahead.
For me, they're not focusing on the right issues. If you look at what Professor Osimban just said some recently, former Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, he said that you cannot use GDP, that is just basically data. What you need to look is how the Nigerian populace are faring. Is there enough money in the hands of the people? As inflation eating so deep that the money in the pocket of the ordinary man has become so useless and worthless. So this, for you to be able to get it well, you can't be depending on some of these issues that you are depending on. One, today they say the price of rice have dropped. The price of rice did not just drop. It is due to deliberate government policy. What did government do? Government opened up the border, remove tariff on the importation of rice, and flooded the market with rice everywhere. And local farmers today are the receiving end. They can't make profit, they can't break even, because local farmer has to compete with imported rice, and the cost of production, the cost of investment is not the same. So it is disheartening that we cannot continue to have this kind of policy that undermines our local production, that because we must be able to have also fiscal responsibility to how our money is spent. Because today, the waste in government, how money is spent in Nigeria, is even it contributes mostly to how our poverty development is going. Because you can't expect that when you are supposed to look at Calabar Coastal Highway. It was done without, there was no public building, there was no competitive building. It was against the Public Procurement Act. It was given to just one candidate that was appointed by the federal government, and it is 15 trillion naira. So where is the transparency? These are the processes that leads to people getting undermining public trust in investment in Nigeria. If you have this kind of challenge where contract issuance is beclouded in secrecy, people start to look at it from the point of quick pro quo, because the person you are talking about is his friend, and you cannot have a country that is done by favoritism. Even our constitution also say that you should not use your public office to be able to favor either your friends or your family. So for us to get it right, we must have a micro economic policy that will focus on how to remove the 139 million Nigerians that are within the poverty net, to take them out. And how to take that out must be, look, small scale businesses and industry are the mainstay of any economy in the world. Go and look at whether China, whether America. So today, if you have a challenge that where our small scale enterprises are folding up, they can't even cope up with the hyper tax rate on tariff, on power, ban-aid disparity. They can't cope up with all the unnecessary tariff that is coming up from the APC today. Then how do you build up an economy? So we are having a challenge based on government policy, and we're having a challenge based on the deliberate attitude of those in power to siphon public fund for personal use. So we can't get it right if all these things are not put together and table in a transparent format where Nigerians can start to now build interest and develop trust in government, because you have to do something right for Nigerians to start to develop and put policy aside. So today we are divided by the fact that you see over 70% of Nigerians are saying that the level of terrorism has affected their life. What is government doing? Government is still living in denial. Instead of government coming up openly and discussing and doing a press briefing and putting up agenda in front of the Nigerian people, because one of the critical things a leader gives to his people is hope. I said, within so thing, we are going to do this. We are going to tackle it from the northeast. We are coming from northwest. But leaving your security strategy in your pocket. But you must be able to give Nigeria must be able to see workings, a deliberate working on how you want to be able to safeguard their lives and property, so that small and medium scale enterprises that are threatened by this level of terror on our nation can have some level of trust in what government is planning to do. Because it's only those who are alive we continue to live with the rhetorics and the proposal that the government is doing, which are, have always come up empty. Nigerian life matters, and we're having serious challenges as it concerns this country. And government must put deliberate policy in place and go away from the rebasing of the data by reducing data, bringing in proposition, expanding what you can calculate, and say that somebody who earn 400 naira a day should 4,000 naira a day is gainfully employed. Because you have what they call employment, and underemployment. So there's a challenge in this country that even those you think are employed are underemployed, where their salary cannot take their home. So we have a lot of challenge in this country, and government is not putting up proper economic policy that will address these issues.
All right, thank you very much, Chief Ahmed, for that wonderful submission. Let me just quickly go to Dr. Kayode. As just in 1 minute, Doctor, can you give us your closing submission, please?
Yes, this has to do with our economy, whereby government were just giving figures upon figures and saying that, yes, our GDP is improving and all that. The question is, to what extent has it reflected on the well-being of the people? Pump price has just been increased. Electricity tariff is also going on the higher level. Even the data we are using here is also increasing. It has been tax upon tax upon tax. Can this government just give the people respite for once? By January now, they are proposing another, I think, 5% increase or 5% tax on our PMS. Where do we go from here? They should remember, the leadership of this country should remember, not only political leaders, the political leaders, religious leaders, traditional leaders, economy leaders, they should remember
Okay.
that the day you pursue a goat to the wall is when you will know that goat has teeth to bite.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Kayode, for that particular philosophy. All right. It was really wonderful having Chief Peter Ame, former national chairman, IPAC, on the show. And of course, Dr. Kayode also on the show. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining the program. Hopefully, I would have the both of you next week again for us to go in for another ride. And this is how far we can actually go on the show this wonderful evening. Don't forget that the views and opinions expressed by our analysts are solely their own and do not reflect that of VOP Media. Of course, we're all entitled to our opinion. If you love the world of sports, I'd like you to stay put as you join the locker room that we're coming in to do justice to the world of soccer and sports in general. Okay, don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
The voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9 right now. 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hello and welcome to the Friday edition of the Locker Room on Voice of the People Television. I am Jerry Alpelioai, and we've got a training show for you today as we talk about lots of action going down this weekend as far as the football world is concerned. And joining me are the usual suspects. Ikechukwu makes a return alongside Mayowa, who gets to join us virtually and are ready to break down all the action and share their hot takes on what's going down in the football world. So let's get into it. Don't forget to stay tuned, subscribe, and turn on that notification bell so you never get to miss an episode of the Locker Room on Voice of the People Television. Also, don't forget to call us via the WhatsApp number showing on your screen to join the conversation. You can also hit us on TikTok. We are available on X as well as Instagram. And not to forget LCL TV channel 264. Those are the platforms you get to see the Voice of the People Television. And of course, they say charity begins at home. Ikechukwu, so much happening this weekend. It's great to have you again on Locker Room.
Jerry, good evening, and good evening to our viewers. It's good to be here again. And I'm quite shocked seeing you putting on this jersey. It's been over about 3 months.
This weekend there's a game. This weekend,
Jerry, they've always been games.
A super weekend fixture. No.
There's always been
this
games. Liverpool games. No,
there's a big fixture. This one. I was expecting you to put on the Man City
no,
jersey,
Jerry, no. I mean, because you won 2 games on the bounce.
Did you just say they won 2 games? They beat Real Madrid.
And
this is Real Madrid and the rest, as far as football is concerned.
Jerry,
what are you saying? In the Champions League, it's Real Madrid and the rest.
Congratulations on your second win. And we just, I'm not hoping you win over the weekend. Anyways,
you don't need to hope. Because it's inevitable. You don't need to hope.
That you win?
It's inevitable. Just count it.
All right.
It's 3-pointer.
No problem.
No question.
We'll be here on Monday.
All right, definitely. You always here every Monday. So every Monday, you keep on postponing your...
No, we'll be here on Monday.
You keep shifting.
I just hope to see you smile when I come back from Monday.
Of course.
Because I felt really bad for you.
Last
3 to 4 Mondays.
October was the ugly month. October was just a bad October.
But your last games,
Black Friday,
the last games you won were in October. Your Sevilla game was in October.
No, the Real Madrid game was November.
But
October was a month to forget about. Let's do it in the future. We're in the present right now. The president says that we're moving forward.
All right, let's see what happens.
Mayowa, it's great to have you join us. I know you've been smiling like a Cheshire cat over there, but it is what it is. It's great to have you join us on the Locker Room. All right, we understand that Mayowa is still finding his way to be a part of the show, but let's start off with the Confederation of African Football has confirmed the date on its official website on Friday. Today, this ceremony, talking about the CAF Awards. The ceremony honors African players and coaches whose performances for club and country have set them apart from their peers.
as well as honoring clubs and national teams that have had an exceptional year in the year 2025. And the nominees for the CAF African Player of the Year in the men's and women's categories have already been announced. Nigerian winger Ademola Lookman won the men's award last year, while Barbara Banda of Zambia went home with the women's prize. Other awards are Coach of the Year, National Team of the Year, Club of the Year, and the Young Player of the Year. And of course, we already know the top 3 nominees for the African category. We have Mohamed Salah, as well as Achraf Hakimi. And of course, as far as I'm concerned, it's between those two. And anyway, I don't know.
And the rest.
And the rest. All right. We understand Maiwa is now with us. Okay, Maiwa, it's great to have you join us on the locker room. We're just talking about you smile like a church cat, and this man was just trying to put me on the spot, but it is what it is. Great to have you join us.
Well, I mean, it's always amazing to be here. TGIF edition of the locker room. I'm looking forward to weekend game. Hope those sporting red. I hope they will also be sporting red on Monday.
Maiwa, please, one quick question. When last did you see Jerry put on the jersey?
Yeah.
When was the last time?
It's been a while.
Wait, is that a trick question?
No, sincerely.
Is that a trick question?
No, I'm just asking him.
That's a trick question.
I want to be certain. I want to be certain I'm not the only person observing.
2 years, 2 months.
And after this Friday, it's going to take another 3 months before you see Jerry put on the jersey.
The thing is that you wear this jersey on special days when there's a big match. Because for October, there was no big match.
Jerry, when you were running amok last season.
They didn't play any big
When
team.
you were running amok last season.
That period.
Either small team either big team you're putting on this jersey. And you come here, you kiss the badge.
No, this jersey is for this season.
No.
I'm not.
Jerry,
last season I had a different.
Beginning of the season. Okay, you said last season you had a different jersey.
Of which I wore only on special.
Okay, fine. Beginning of the season.
And of course, I've been wearing. I wore the Real Madrid jersey.
Jerry.
I wore the Real Madrid jersey.
Jerry, beginning of the season, first 5 matches, first 5
Why
weeks.
Why are you excited?
No.
First
5 weeks. You put on this jersey.
When you lost to Carabao, we didn't hear.
Chelsea didn't lose to Carabao. It was a draw.
That's as good as.
No, it isn't.
It's as good
a draw, Jerry. It's a draw.
Playing the draw to Carabao.
1 point is not the same as no. Carabao has been on the roller coaster this season. Yes, now they're having a very good
Carabao
season.
is a big team now.
No, Jerry. This season
now I understand.
Jerry.
They're a big team.
This season they are the surprise. They are the surprise package. No, this season Carabao has been the surprise package.
Okay, yeah, that's why they surprised them, Chelsea.
They give a good account. They played against the world champion.
Yeah.
What do you expect?
Okay, yeah. That
coming up against the world champion.
Anyway, I heard the Chelsea fans say that Carabao is a big team.
Jerry, when you come up against the world champion, it's expected.
Okay, but when you come against Liverpool, it's not expected.
Premier League champion is not the same as world champion.
Yes. Okay, world champion.
Yes.
That means as world champion, much is expected from you. Not to be playing draw or dragging with Carabao.
That's why we're saying that
as world champion,
anything that is coming up against you.
As a world champion, you are not supposed to be drawing with Carabao.
Anything that is coming up against you. We want to make a statement.
Even Carabao.
Yes, even
that preseason.
That's why you're saying. That's why you're saying.
That preseason tournament that you won.
Preseason tournament
against
the PSG that defeated you.
Wow.
3-0 in the finals, Jerry.
I think PSG didn't want to be identified with the glorified preseason tournament.
And they defeated Bayern Munich.
Yes.
4-2.
That's
Jerry. Don't call that.
This is glorified preseason tournaments now.
Jerry, that bad. World champion will be there for 4 years.
And that's why. Don't worry, Crystal Palace and Co were piping you this season. Crystal Palace has piped you this season. Now Carabao, you're struggling with Carabao.
Come on, Jerry. The league is still long now.
Oh, so you knew that the league is still long.
United defeated Chelsea defeated. Okay.
This life,
Chelsea Liverpool. What's the scoreline?
When the table turns to your side,
Jerry,
you have a word to say.
Chelsea Liverpool. What's the scoreline?
What's the scoreline?
Talk now. This is
Chelsea won 2-1.
Yeah, Chelsea won 2-1.
So
what's special?
Chelsea won.
Where's Chelsea on the table? Where's Chelsea on the table? Where's Chelsea on the table?
Nice. Where's
Chelsea on the table? Where's Liverpool on the table?
That's what I'm saying.
And where's Chelsea on the table now?
Chelsea.
Answer the question. I answered you just now. Where's Chelsea on the table? Where's Liverpool on the table?
It doesn't change anything.
You didn't answer the question though.
Why is this
life
still long now?
Why is this life unfair?
Yeah, the season is still long.
Why is this life unfair?
No, the season is still long.
Calm down now. I asked you a question. You didn't answer.
The league is a marathon, not a sprint.
Liverpool is above Chelsea.
Simple.
Liverpool is above Chelsea.
All thanks to PGM well.
This same man came here and said PGM no longer assisting them and they won. Today now, you are not saying thanks to PGM. So PGM assisted them to lose 4 games.
No. PGM,
what happened?
All eyes was on PGM, and they had to backtrack a bit. And we saw Chelsea, we saw Liverpool. We saw Liverpool in a full glory in 4 games. Is it 4? 5 games on the bounce because PGM was had to take a back seat. And now you are back. Hopefully, by Monday you put on this dress, or you bring it, you put it in your bag, and then after the game, after the locker room, you show me. I came with the dress, but I'm unable to put it on.
Are you done? Well, it is what it is. So this is what I go through all these days with all these glorified Chelsea and Man U fans. All this mixed soup. You know, when you go to the restaurant, you ask for mix these 2 soup for me, so that at least we can just taste everything around. It's also understandable. You know them. By their fruit, you shall know them. Let's talk about the CAF Awards. It's upon us. Morocco is going to be hosting it, and of course, Achraf Hakimi versus Mo Salah. As far as the CAF Player of the Year nominees is concerned, are you expecting anything different when the award comes to play? Because definitely it's going to be held this month, November. Is it 15 or 16? I think I got that mail from CAF for
towards I think about around the 20th.
I think 15 or 18. I can't remember.
I think it was around.
I think before the playoffs. It's like it's going to be.
No, it's after the playoff. The playoff around 13.
18.
No, 13, 16. That's
13,
the playoff.
16. That's the
so
playoff.
it's after the playoff. I think around 20th or
all right, I'll confirm the dates. Okay, Maiwa. It's all about the CAF Awards. CAF has already decided it's going to be in Morocco. It's going to be this month.
I think we've said it constantly. Mo Salah had a fantastic season last year. However, if you look at the totality of what Achraf Hakimi did, I think Achraf Hakimi deserved it. They won the treble, and he was very instrumental in what PSG did last season, clearing all the possible titles they were supposed to clear. So definitely, it's going to be Achraf Hakimi first, then Mo Salah second. I mean, also it will also be a reward for Morocco hosting this saving CAF all the time. But outside the fact that Morocco has been saving CAF, I think there is no other way. Achraf Hakimi deserves to win it, and Salah should probably, and the rest of the guys should probably prepare for this season and see if they can wrestle the title away from him. So I want to say congratulations to Achraf Hakimi in advance. Achraf Hakimi wins it.
Thank God you're not the one giving the award, child. I mean, you're the one giving it. I would have said thank you very much, Maiwa, for presenting the award, because you have already just presented the award. Let's wait now. The award is coming up now.
But Jerry, do you think, and I want you to take your bias of
being a Liverpool fan, yes.
Do you think Mo Salah deserves the award over an Achraf Hakimi based on what their clubs achieved last season?
I've always stated this, that this is an individual award. I've always stated this because even proud to the time, I think Achraf Hakimi was also in the running when Osimhen won it.
No, Ademola Lookman.
He was second. So compare Atlanta and PSG on the normal, apart from just what he did at the Europa League and the Nations Cup getting to the final. Yeah, that was the reason why he picked it up, right? Talking about the CAF Player of the Year. But look at Achraf Hakimi. If Achraf Hakimi is taken away from that PSG squad, they will still go ahead and win those trophies. That's just my thing.
They won't, Jerry.
But see,
they won't now.
I think if you want to say they will, I think I will not have the argument.
No, Jerry.
For your opinion, Achraf Hakimi
they might win. No, they might win the league. No, they might win the league, but they won't win the Champions League. For me, as
far as I'm concerned, they are going to win all of those laurels.
No, they won't win the Champions League.
Or without
I agree with all that.
Then for Liverpool, take away Mohamed Salah's goals and assists last season from that Liverpool team. Liverpool will not even smell top 2. Even top 3 will be something like a big achievement. Top 4 will be an achievement for Liverpool last season.
No, I agree. I agree with you.
If you take a look at the Ballon d'Or coefficient, most of the time, if you look at the Ballon d'Or coefficient, it somehow ripples down on who picks up the CAF Player of the Year. Go and take a look at most recently. Once you do well at the Ballon d'Or, somehow it ripples down on how the statistics will fare and the voting is going to look like for who eventually pick the CAF Player of the Year. And I am not wiser than those who did the Ballon d'Or and decided that Mo Salah scores higher than Achraf Hakimi in terms of all his achievements. Salah was still
bias now. Why do you keep strikers bias? Why do you keep striker bias?
Okay,
I mean,
striker bias does not come in. Does not come here again.
You know,
okay, why would the striker bias not wait? Why would the striker bias not come again in the CAF Awards? Because let's not forget, when Okocha was doing well, who was picking the CAF Player of the Year?
No, Okocha's case is even different. I mean, Okocha's case, he didn't actually lead his team to any major glory. That's what the truth is. He was actually very fantastic on the field. But Jerry,
the season he won the FA Cup with both Wanderers.
Come on, Jerry.
It was a phenomenon.
FA Cup is not a major.
It's not FA Cup. I think
it's Carling Cup, sir.
Carling Cup.
It's Carling Cup, not FA Cup.
And he took Nigeria to the semi-finals of the Nations Cup.
No, Jerry, see your argument for JJ.
And they won bronze. I think they won bronze at that tournament. If I remember.
Yes, that was 2004. And you cannot compare it with.
Okocha was hot favorite.
You will not compare him because that season it was him, Michael Essien, and Didier Drogba. You remember Chelsea won the league, and of course they were all in England at the point. So you cannot even bring JJ had a very good year as a player.
Over the year that Mikel Obi won the Champions League and everything, and still yet.
So Mikel Obi won. No. Mikel Obi's
Kiatore was busy picking out. Even Kiatore came back and said that there were sometimes he didn't deserve it.
Jerry.
Don't worry, it's gonna happen. This CAF Awards.
Wait, Jerry.
If Mohamed Salah picks you guys should go and
Jerry. In 2013, Mikel's case, right? Mikel had a very fantastic Nations Cup. But the problem with that award was, why did Mikel lose that award? He lost that award on two grounds. Okay. The first was, Mikel was a regular Mikel was regular on the bench for Chelsea that season. He was not a regular starter. One, that worked against him. The second reason was, in that tournament, Mikel came second behind Jonathan Petropa of Burkina Faso as the second best player in that tournament. So you came behind in the championship, and you also you're also not a regular player. You're also not a regular first team player for Chelsea. The best player in Africa cannot be sitting on the bench. And that was why Yasure came. And if you remember, that was the same season that Yasure scored about almost 20 league goals. He had a very good year as a player. And Cote d'Ivoire also got to the semi-finals. We knocked them out. So that was what knocked Mikel out of that particular award.
Ikechukwu,
yeah.
Can I quickly correct something? Okocha came second in the Carling Cup. He didn't win it.
Okay. So that's that for Mikel. Now for Achraf Hakimi and Mo Salah. The thing is, if you say they would have won the league and their cup in France, I would have agreed without Achraf Hakimi. Quarterfinals, semi-finals, and round of 16, Achraf Hakimi scored in all those ties. Without his goals in those ties, they wouldn't have made it past Arsenal. They wouldn't have made it past Aston Villa. Go and see those games again. You see the conversation about Achraf Hakimi in those games. They will not have qualified. And that was what I'm saying. If you say their league, good. But you see Champions League, they will not have escaped it because Achraf Hakimi was a very, very vital player in those moments. He also won man of the match. Vital. Yes, now he also won man of the match I think it was in his quarterfinals, semi-finals of Champions League again. So yes, I understand that Mo Salah did very well, and like you said, the rating for Ballon d'Or most times reflect on what happens in the league in CAF Awards. But hey, we've had exceptions. Even in European competitions too, we also had an exception. You can win the European Player of the Year and lose the Ballon. You can be higher in the Ballon d'Or and lose the European Player of the Year award. We've seen it. So CAF also making an exception this time around. It's not going to be different. He deserves it. And the only problem is this: when a player comes, head on with a player that's not an attacker comes head on with a player that's an attacker, it's usually difficult to actually, be the spotlight on that other person, especially when the attacker had done something very, remarkable that season because of the number of goals. That's exactly why we're all talking about Mo Salah. But take outside the Premier League, Mo Salah cannot touch Achraf Hakimi anywhere.
I think it's good that we're talking about Achraf Hakimi. Fine. Forget that the fact that whether Liverpool fan or not, and it's pretty sad that we are just trying to push aside the fact that Mohamed Salah had a fantastic season.
No, I'm not pushing that aside.
No, we're pushing it. We're downplaying it. No, no, we're downplaying it. That it's just a striker bias. I think that word doesn't strike well for me. And the fact that we're just saying it's just Premier League.
It's just Premier League, Jerry. He didn't win outside the Premier League.
It doesn't already calm down.
He didn't win European Golden Boot. He didn't win outside the Premier League.
The last season, every talk was about Mohamed Salah, whether he's going to be able to replicate the form. Age was no longer on his side. He was 33. And his contract was already running out. They were going to use that season to judge whether they should let Mohamed Salah go or he stays. He took the bull by the horn, won the Golden Boots.
In England.
He didn't only stop there. He also had the record assist.
In England.
True. So that alone, for the Ballon d'Or to have recognized that ahead of Achraf Hakimi, I think I am not wiser than those who made the running. Forget about striker bias or not. And this is a winger at that age, still performing at the top level in the Premier League. We can agree that the Premier League is the most difficult league. In Europe, he's a forward. He's a winger at that age.
He's a forward.
I would like to see Achraf Hakimi at that age.
No.
Performing at that level.
Jerry,
I would like to see him.
Jerry, see.
I would like to see him.
This is not about... We are not comparing...
The season before that, Salah had a poor season, depending on the standard. But still...
That's what I'm saying. He did this.
Are you rating the French league over the
No, looking at the entirety of the season, he had a better season in Europe. No, Jerry.
Are you comparing league season to cup games? Are you cup games? Yes. Are you comparing to cup? Yes.
We are talking about the entire season. You're saying comparing to cup games.
What fantastic thing did Achraf Hakimi do?
I've told you now. He was exceptional for all through knockout stage for PSG. All through knockout stage was exceptional.
Why was he not in the top 3 for Ballon d'Or?
Jerry,
calm down. Calm down, wait. You are just emphasizing on his importance every time the Champions League. When the top 3 for the Ballon d'Or came, they were looking at who did well in the Champions League. That is why they rated who did well, who was exceptional in that PSG side. And I only heard
the award is not. The award is not between Dembele and Achraf Hakimi now.
The award,
it's not between
the player's name that kept on echoing in that PSG side was Dembele. I didn't hear Achraf Hakimi.
Jerry,
even in the rankings, in the rankings of the PSG team, Achraf Hakimi does not even make the top 3.
How many?
As far as the most important players are concerned, because players like Mendes, even has no.
Achraf Hakimi was ahead of Mendes in that team.
Come on.
Jerry, Achraf Hakimi was ahead of Mendes in that team. What are you saying? Did you see the Ballon d'Or rankings?
Anyway,
where was Mendes?
Let's go.
But Jerry, the thing is this: you have to understand the fact that there is a coefficient attached to the number of goals you score, right? And for what Salah did last season in terms of the number of goals he scored, it will not be surprising for him to see him that higher up. I mean, 44 goal contribution, about over 30 goals in the Premier League, and for the coefficient is if you score 1 goal in the top 5 leagues, they assign about 3 points to that.
It's about 2.
Definitely, 2, right? So definitely you see a Mo Salah up there ahead of Achraf Hakimi, who is not a striker. Hence the reason why I said striker bias. So definitely you cannot expect an Achraf Hakimi to be top 10 or top 3 in Ballon d'Or ranking, and that's the reason for that. But if you come to the African context, I mean, you made the point that I don't agree with. Africa, CAF should not be judging how they give best player based on
Ballon d'Or.
Yeah, but
it's so wrong.
What Ballon d'Or does. Based on what Ballon d'Or does. So I will agree with you on that. However, if you look at what CAF has been doing, what you achieve in terms of what you win for your club or country plays an important role in terms of what you get. The season that Lukman won the Champions League, won the African Footballer of the Year, we all knew even before they called it, we all called it on this show, that Lukman would become African Footballer of the Year. And he did because of the performance in the Europa League. So that's just because of the performance in the Champions League. That's the reason why Achraf Hakimi will definitely get it over Mo Salah. And that's just it.
Jerry, you look at Ousmane Dembele, for example. Dembele last season, right? He didn't score as much goals as Mo Salah in their league, right?
True.
And if with the performance he gave last season, if they had failed to win the Champions League, Jerry, you would have told me that Salah deserved it because Salah did these numbers for Liverpool in England, right? That's what you'd have told me because they also didn't win the Champions League. But you take away.
And there'll be another player who would have won the Champions League.
You say?
They would have been.
No, I'm talking about looking at the both of them. Now you would have told me that Salah did better because of what he did in England.
Won the Champions League, that's still
no, let's even leave the Ballon d'Or. You would have told me that.
No, the thing is
he
that
should have ranked ahead of Dembele now.
The reason
No, Jerry, what I'm saying is no, Jerry. Understand what I'm saying.
I understand what you're saying. I'm not saying that the player who would have won the Champions League.
I'm not talking about who would have won the Ballon d'Or. I'm saying you would have said that Mo Salah deserves to be ranked ahead of Dembele.
That is if they crash at the same stage in the Champions League. That is if. That's only way.
So why is this not applicable?
Yes,
why is this not applicable for Achraf Hakimi?
Achraf Hakimi.
Why is it not applicable for him?
Achraf Hakimi and Dembele in that team. Take away Dembele. Would that team win the Champions League? With Achraf Hakimi on the team.
Without Achraf Hakimi in that team, they will not win the Champions League that season.
Come on, they will.
It's just like saying Barcelona would have won the Champions League. Wait, it's just like saying Barcelona would have won the Champions League in 2011 without Dani Alves. It is wrong. It's not possible.
They will win it. They will win it.
You take away the value of defenders because they have.
Without Achraf Hakimi, actually,
Marcelo, you just like saying Madrid would have won the Champions League without Marcelo. They would have attributed the Champions League without Marcelo. It's not possible. Anyway. Defenders position in every team is as important as attackers.
Okay.
Their job is to ensure that there's a balance. But you only look at the number of goals and you say, okay, so Jerry, I beg.
Anyway, let's wait for the CAF Awards. The thing is that when it comes to CAF Awards, it's always interesting. There's always controversy.
I know you put on this jersey.
And the thing is that
if Salah wins.
And the thing is that we've had several conversations about the CAF Awards. And for instance, I've played politics on many levels. I understand how politics works.
And you are hoping PGM will work there too.
See, let's leave sentiment. Well, I'm saying this from reality. I'm not talking from sentiment or as trying to banter. Okay. I'm trying to tell you that democracy is very funny.
True.
In the sense that when people you're forgetting that this thing is going to be done based on voting. And people who are going to be voting based on the sentiments they have towards a certain player. And looking at the stats that is before them. You might say Achraf Hakimi made a contribution to the Champions League team. Yes, he has done far enough to make it to the top 3. But when they now put him head-to-head against Salah, that's what they will now be using to judge. And they may make their vote based on that. Head-to-head against Salah, what was Salah's contribution? That is what they will do. They will not tell you because that if we touch Achraf Hakimi, that PSG will know that won the Champions League.
Jay,
that's how democracy works.
Let me just ask you.
There'll be a lot of times Messi won the award when we felt that players, I'm trying to remember the Dutch player, Sneijder, should have picked it up in 2010. But what happened? Messi picked the award. What did we do at the end of the day? Everybody was saying, no, that would have been Sneijder and so on and so forth. The following year again, it was just rinse, repeat. So Messi was just picking it or Cristiano Ronaldo will pick it. That's how democracy works. But at the end of the day, let's wait for the CAF Awards.
Let me ask you.
Because even there was even a time
if they announce the award and Hakimi wins, what will you do? What will you say? Will you say
congratulations to him.
No, not about congratulations. Do you think it will be fair?
I feel he doesn't deserve it.
Okay.
I heard on Mohamed Salah. Yeah, I was still feeling he doesn't deserve it.
No problem.
Because that's the beauty of democracy. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. You get?
Yeah, that's
when
if Salah wins it, I'll just feel he doesn't deserve it.
Yes, you're entitled to your own opinion. Because even there were a lot of times Yaya was picking it 4 times in a row.
No, that era it was just him. It was just him.
Come on, they would say that
was the Mikel year now.
Yaya himself.
Yes, now that's what I'm saying. That was the Mikel year.
Has come out to say there were sometimes.
No, that was the Mikel year.
But Yaya has come out to say.
That's what I'm saying. It was the Mikel year he was talking about.
If Yaya could say it, so who am I?
I mean, the whole thing went against Mikel because of the reasons I just highlighted. Mikel actually did very well only in the Nations Cup. Only. He was struggling in the league to pin down Chelsea's first team jersey. He got to the Nations Cup. He had a very fantastic 5 or 6 game tournament, but he failed to also win the Player of the Year. That was also what worked against Schneider in 2010. He didn't win the best player for his team. He also didn't win the best player in the World Cup when he got to that championship. And then the best player in that particular World Cup was not even a regular player. And the best player in Inter Milan was not even a regular player for Argentina. He was struggling to break into the first team. Aguero and Higuain were putting him on the bed. That was what made the door open for Lionel Messi to pick that award in 2010.
Let's go back to the next conversation where a senior player in Nigeria's national team has revealed that the players have not received any match bonuses from the Nigerian Football Federation for the past 2 years. Despite this, Nigeria is preparing to compete in the African playoff for a World Cup spot next year, beginning their campaign with a match against Gabon on November 13 in Morocco. And when asked about motivation and bonuses, the player who spoke anonymously stated, "I am not sure anyone is thinking about bonuses in the team because we haven't been paid for 2 years." Most people don't know that, but it's not enough reason not to honor the call-up or put in your best when you play for Nigeria. He also mentioned that while he was not part of the team for the Unity Cup or the friendly match against Russia, he learned that no players received any payment for those matches either. It's been the same story for 2 years now, he added, highlighting the ongoing issue within the team. It's pretty sad that I'm hearing this because I know the agriculture body after was the one who handles the Unity Cup. They sponsor it. And I know the certain Nigerian, the former Agric minister, was on his way leaving after. And of course, he was part of those who made sure that this Unity Cup is used to like a cutting razor and generate views and so on. And of course, there's money being paid to all the teams that participate in the Unity Cup. Because it's not a charity.
I was even hearing around $10 million.
I'm not sure on the figure. So that means the NFF shamelessly invited these boys for the Unity Cup games and pocketed that money again. And so these guys have been playing for 2 years. Thanks for coming. That's what they've been telling them. So these guys, maybe, I might even be shocked to know that some of them might even pay their flight ticket and they will say they will pay them refund. And they will not do that. And you expect these players to come on the pitch and kill themselves for you. You know, I came across the news the other day that the NFF president, Gosol, was shamelessly telling the world that they are gathering support. They've mobilized support for the team, that they have mobilized support that this team will surely go there and win. So, you know you are owing these players.
It was yesterday or 2 days ago.
Yes, you know you are owing these players and you are telling the world that you are prepared. You've done everything to motivate the players. The players have no excuse. As if you have prepared fried rice and chicken and everything. You've buttered their account with so much dollars. So they have no excuse. You've done your part. Why are we shameless? Why do we have leaders that are shameless? That don't even you don't have the capacity, you don't have the wherewithal, you don't have the interest, but you're just there pocketing money. And if the team doesn't go to the World Cup, I've said it. If the team doesn't go, I think it's just because of the likes of Osimhen. I feel for him because he's putting in a lot of work to make sure that this team qualifies. And on every other player. These guys just want to go to the World Cup. If they look at the mess of the NFL, so far so good, I think the team doesn't deserve to be at the World Cup.
Jerry, where there's no law, right, there's no offense. And where law is not enforced, I mean, the law is as useless as a contract written on the napkin, right? Gusau and other persons who have actually been running our football over the years have come to understand that, whatever it is you do there remains there. Like they say, what happened in Vegas stays in Vegas. Nobody will come for you. EFCC will not do anything. The money, even though not accounted for, doesn't concern anybody. It's just sports.
Maybe we'll have to tell Donald Trump to send a chat message.
because
I don't know. Maybe Donald Trump will have to talk about this thing too.
Because their own job now. I mean, it's not that they are coming in to build road. They are not coming in to build pipe and water. They are not coming in to set up some plant to generate electricity or build refinery. So they just come to tell some persons to just go play football. But when I saw this story, what really worried me was that if the Super Eagles can actually be going through this for 2 years. Right, these are the biggest brands that we have in our football. What happens to the Falcons? I'm not even going to start with the $100,000 that we're here to see or hear from. What happened to the Flamingos? What happened to the Golden Eagles? I mean, this lower cadres of our teams. If the biggest can actually be going through this for 2 years, now sometimes we'll be complaining that look at these guys where they're running no urgency. Now it makes sense. Now it really makes sense why a lot of times these guys will not even want to go, full throttle to actually get the results in certain games. This is why they want to wait for last minute to start giving their best because they just want to be at the World Cup to see some of their friends, so some of their club mates. It's so sad, and these are the kind of attitude that eventually will kill our football. And this is why players who actually are born abroad, if they come into the country, they just want to play and leave. No emotional attachment. The day they don't feel like really playing. So now we are trying to co-op players like the Newcastle young man, Jacob, to actually come into the Super Eagles. Now, if that guy actually come into the Super Eagles and play, so you're expecting him to go 2 years. When in other countries, like in the English national team, for example, they pay players even pension after they retire. You that cannot pay actively when they are active for 2 years. Come on. How do you even, that means it really makes sense why our ex-international go through all the things. And now I understand what Taribo West said when he said that he would never encourage or advise any of his child to actually play for the national team. Trust me, a lot of this ex-international will also toe this line, and it's going to be a very sad one if we don't start thinking, about these players. These are the biggest assets in football. If you don't take care of the players who actually are the main actors on the field, then how else do you expect people to actually start? I mean, these are the people young players look up to. If they go into the field and you start hearing stories like this that nobody is going to pay you, why won't I just go somewhere in Azabana and hide myself? Even if the national team calls, I will not even play, or I'll just come and pay somebody and get into the Super Eagles so that it's going to help me land a football club somewhere, in one country behind the first world nations, and then at the end of the day, I just play 2 to 3 seasons and enjoy my life there. This is our football right now. Is not, in fact, this is not even the way to Jerry. I don't know. I feel very sad, right? Because Super Eagles that I know back in days, yes, there are issues even in the eras of JJ Okocha, but it was never this bad. 2 years, it means since this president came on board, players have barely been paid. I want the president to actually, see this and then take this very, very serious because it's sad.
See, Gosor is a gunner, as far as I'm concerned. But it is what it is. Maiwa is pretty sad that in 2025, you're still talking about players being owed bonuses. And I think I'm tired of talking about things like this. But anyway, if somebody is revealing this, at least since they decide not to be responsible, help them to fuel their irresponsibility.
Oh my God! Well, it's good that Ikechukwu started first. When he was talking, I was just trying to calm myself down so I don't start cursing on, cursing on national TV. I mean, see, I'm really pissed off and I'm really annoyed. I'll break it down. Remember, I think about 2-3 months ago, we talked about a particular story here where I think about 12 billion or 15 billion was released to the NFF for them to play bonuses that were owed over the course of 3-4 years. And we didn't hear anything about that one. That's number one. Number two, after the Nations Cup, that's last year February, we got to the final. CAF released $4 million to our NFF, and they said CBN would they release the money to CBN and they will disburse it, and they've even told us how they were going to share it. Now that has not been paid, because I mean, if the guy is talking about 2 years, it means for the last 2 years. That's for the last 2 years they've not paid this. That is since October 2023 till now, since November 2023 rather till now, our players have not been paid, and funds are being released to NFF They are getting money from the federation. I know CAF has paid them. I know we talked about the news about the federal government releasing over 12 billion for them. The Unity Cup, there was some amount of money that was paid. All these qualifiers that these guys have been playing, there are some bonuses that they are due that they are supposed to pay. Yet this has not been done. Now the big question is this: we see EFCC, EFCC that cannot even chase a particular governor that is said stole money and the guy is working free and they've not brought him to book. How would they even look at people who are managing our funds? And we have an EFCC, we have ICPC. Those are institutions charged to investigate these kind of things, and they are not doing anything. They are looking away. When it comes to all these smaller criminals, the eagle will be able to see. But when it comes to the bigger ones, the eagle will not be able to see. How do you justify people playing for Nigeria, people playing, serving their father's land, and their entitlement are not being given to them? How do you justify it? And also, I said it constantly, and until we begin to see the audited report of the NFF. When was the last time NFF released their audit report? It has never happened before. Somebody some few days ago was talking about the project, FIFA development project, that they gave them some millions of dollars, and they were showing us all completed. They were showing us, stadiums that were not completed as completed projects. And these are the kind of people that are running our football. I said it constantly. The result of what you get is the result of the election you are doing. Those, state FA chairmans and those voting for these people, into the glass house are responsible for this. Until we have people who are responsible, and we have responsible FA chairmans, FA state chairmans to elect people who are actually interested in football, to have this issue. And now Umaru Diko and the NSC people, how they will look at this thing. What are they doing? They've appointed them for over a year, and we are still having this kind of complaint. I do not understand it. I'll just try and control myself so I don't start cursing, because this is really annoying me.
When this money comes, it's not spiritual money. The money enters into the account of the CBN, who receives bulk money and disburse it. And as the money is coming, there are a lot of people who will be informed that they will copy them via mail that, yes, the NFF are receiving the money. They will call Shehu Diko. They will call all those who are involved at the hierarchy, even minister, even the House Committee on Sports.
Yes.
All of them will
Senate
know,
Committee on Sports.
Yes, that some certain money has arrived. And they will be making calls to the NFF president back to back at the Secretary General to make sure that he receives the money and everybody quietly gets their quotes. That's why you see that it's a cabal. There's no how. Everybody is benefiting from it. That's why nobody is talking. That's why you see that those who are involved are not talking. Because how can...
When you have to do their job.
Chegoso cannot swallow $10 million now, and he will not settle the babas, and nobody will call for your head. Definitely not. Him himself, he might even get the court that they decide, because he might not be the one who will decide the major court, because he is just a small fry, though he's a figurehead as the NFF president. And him coming out to even tell us that he has motivated the players enough. And I'm shocked. The presidency might be shocked to tell you that they released some billions. I think they said they will release billions to fund the World Cup qualifiers.
Jerry, towards the end of last year, I remember precisely, I think it was around November last year, precisely, or early December. The presidential support group, PSG, not the one that won Champions League. This presidential support group, president created that group, and that group was, to push the boys to ensure that they qualify for, this World Cup. And aside that, there was also a story alongside this PSG issue that they will oversee, the EFCC to ensure that the 17 billion naira, because there was alleged 17 billion naira that was not, unaccounted for, that they cannot actually really trace at the point. So EFCC was on that matter. So I was hoping. Jerry, earlier this year, you remember one of the shows here?
Like Kizzy
was here. And I asked him, I said, Kizzy, you remember that PSG fund, 17 billion naira? Where is it? And he said they are working on it. This is November this year. Are they still working on it? Yeah. And now we are hearing another money, this money from Unity Cup and other money from FIFA. These boys will qualify now. CAF will give them some money for qualifying for this championship. FIFA will also give them money if they eventually qualify for this World Cup, and then we'll still go back to the same story.
There's also going to be bonus for attending the playoff.
Exactly.
Yes.
So now, who all those money infrastructure they didn't build, our league didn't improve, and the players didn't get any money. So who took this money?
Snakes.
And eventually, Jerry, I will not blame Gosao. Sincerely, as much as I'm angry, Jerry, as much as I'm angry, I'll blame the EFCC. Yes, let them go and get Gosao. Because if they don't have any dog in this fight, they will definitely go after him.
Do you know why they will not catch Gosao? You know, it's just like when children, they live in the same house. And they know their mother is a furious one, and he has the favorite one.
Okay, I'll blame the Minister of Sports.
Wait, the way you do, she has the favorite one. So when they want to take meat from the pot, they will make sure that the favorite one is involved. Or the one that used to report is involved.
Then they don't teach it well.
So the one that used to report is involved. So how are we sure that the ESC are talking about?
Don't have their own child.
I'm not saying anything.
That they don't have their own child.
I'm not saying anything.
Okay.
The people you are calling to come and settle fight, are you sure they are not aware? So
that's why I'm blaming them now.
Blame them for
that's why
what?
I'm blaming them because
we can only
it is their responsibility to oversee whatever goes out.
It's only when maybe when we allow we alert Donald Trump. Maybe he makes a comment about this. Then maybe they will start running a task to do something. Because right now, no matter what we say here, we'll just be taking it as a national matter. Maybe when he goes international. Or maybe we'll quote Donald Trump that they give them 48 hours to bring out all those money. I'm very sure by tomorrow morning you start hearing news. But it is what it is. Let's talk about the EPL. Pep Guardiola has expressed his admiration for Liverpool and their manager Jurgen Klopp ahead of his 100th game as head coach, and he described Liverpool as his biggest rival during his tenure in England, noting that their intense competition has significantly shaped Man City's perspective in rivalry. And of course, that's the biggest fixture this weekend, this Sunday. Maiwa, where would the pendulum swing? And the slot is still struggling. He has still not gotten himself, and he's going to play against a Man City side who has also been topsy-turvy.
I mean, it's a tale of two sides. There is a Man City that fewer players are contributing to the goals. Haaland is the main man. If Haaland does not score, every other person do not score. There's a Liverpool that is coming back. Yes, they won against Madrid, but the victory was not, you would say it was a fantastic victory. They had less possession, but they were very efficient in that particular game. It's going to be very difficult, but the way I've seen it, I think it probably end in a draw. I think and the slot want to mark out an Haaland, and with Gravenberch and McAllister back, that helps them in the midfield. Remember, Rodri is not also available, and if he will be available, he might make a cameo appearance, and that might play into Liverpool's hands. So probably, a barren draw, maybe a 1-1 score, but I don't see any of them winning that particular game.
All right, so concerned that one. And let's not forget, Sunderland has been one of the most difficult sides to play. They're on the 4th position. They take on Arsenal.
Well, we have exciting fixtures this weekend. Many of the fixtures that will be, happening in the Premier League are very, very fixtures around teams on, almost at the same level. Liverpool against, Manchester City. Spurs playing Manchester United. I mean, just, Chelsea between Spurs and Manchester United. Of course, we'll be looking at Crystal Palace against Brighton. That's also going to be a very, very big game. And we're also looking at Watford against Newcastle. I don't know how much Brentford actually recovered from their last game, but of course again Newcastle that seems like to be on fire earlier in the season. I don't know. They're actually very struggling, so perhaps they might just get a draw in that particular one. And I mean, my biggest fixture definitely is going to be that Spurs against Manchester United. Manchester United seems to have found a way to actually play like a team. I mean, for a very long time, since the era of Sir Alex Ferguson. So hopefully, I see United actually trying to get a positive result from that one. They've not really had it bad, until very recently against Spurs. So The Liverpool against Manchester City's game is going to be quite tricky. And both sides are yet to actually get them. So they're just pushing through because of the character they have in the team. So at the end of the day, yeah, I think it's going to be either Manchester City winning that game or a draw in that particular one. But so far so good. I don't think much is going to change in the way the table is. If anything happens, I think it's going to be at the end of this weekend. It's still going to be Arsenal, Manchester City, Liverpool, making the top three going into the week 12 rounds.
All right, I see a surprise happening this weekend. Arsenal losing to Sunderland. Of course, put your money on that. And of course, something's going to happen. Yeah.
I don't think Arsenal will lose to Sunderland. Perhaps
Sunderland a draw. Bad advice.
Perhaps a draw will happen. Arsenal seems to be a team.
Have you seen Arsenal?
No, Arsenal seems to be a team with character. Even when they are not scoring, even when they are not getting the goal.
Granit Xhaka to score.
No, Jerry. One thing is certain with that Arsenal side is that Arsenal this season, even when they're not scoring, they are very, very difficult to break down. So
don't worry.
And if you're not conceding goals, your chance of winning a game.
We'll come back on Monday and talk about it. Sunderland is going to beat Arsenal. Just watch. Anyway, I know the Arsenal fan behind the scene might not want to hear what I had to say, but it is from my mind. And of course, I wish you all the best. But Sunderland is going to win that game. All right, thank you very much, Maiwa. It's been awesome having you. We'll get to see you again on Monday.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. As for banter's sake, I hope Man City beats Liverpool over the weekend, so you can hide your red jersey on Monday. Thank you for having me.
I hope Spurs do the hat trick. No, beating
no, we don't mind.
Manchester United.
We don't mind.
No, Spurs will not win that game.
Okay, calm down. No be you. We will do it on Monday. Thank you very much for being a part of the show. Big thanks to the guys behind the scene talking about the likes of Manfred, Adora, as well as support and not leaving out Ikechukwu. My name is Jerry Akolo. I say thanks for being a part of the show. Up next is Political Lens with David Edwin. Stay tuned.
In the heart of Ebonyi State,
join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In the heart of Ebonyi State lies Afikpo North, the birthplace of a woman whose name has become synonymous with integrity, excellence, and resilience. Born on November 15, 1958, Professor Nnenna Oti's journey from a serene town to national prominence is a testament to dedication and unwavering principles. Nnenna's academic journey began at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, where she earned a first-class honor degree in soil science in 1982. Her brilliance was evident as she emerged the best graduating student in the Faculty of Agriculture, receiving the Federal Government Merit Award and the UAC Prize for Best Student in Agriculture. She furthered her master's studies in soil science, specializing in soil microbiology and biochemistry from the same university in 1986. In 1987, she obtained a postgraduate diploma in irrigation engineering with distinction from Katholieke Université in Belgium, courtesy of a European Economic Community Scholarship. In 2002, she earned a PhD in Soil and Environmental Conservation from FUTO, winning NUC Award for Best Doctoral Thesis in Nigeria that year. Professor Oti made history as the first female vice-chancellor of FUTO in 2001, scoring 75.5% in the selection process. She officially assumed office on June 19, 2001, succeeding Prof. Francis Eze. Under her leadership, FUTO witnessed significant advancements including improved research quality, the launch of gender-inclusive policies, and strengthened industry partnerships for student training and employment. Professor Nnenna Oti gained national recognition as the Independent National Electoral Commission returning officer for the 2023 Abia State election. Despite facing immense pressure and bribery attempts, she upheld the integrity of the electoral process. Her declaration of Alex Oti as the winner was applauded nationwide, with her statement, "If I perish, I perish," becoming a symbol of courage and integrity. Professor Oti's unwavering commitment to truth and transparency earned her a widespread acclaim. She was celebrated as the heroine of democracy, with various organizations and institutions recognizing her contribution to academia and national development. Beyond her administrative roles, Professor Oti's legacy lies in her dedication to mentoring the next generation, promoting gender equality, and advocating for good governance. Her story serves as an inspiration, demonstrating that integrity and excellence can pave way for a transformative leadership.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Topics and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
2564 is coming up on Bunny 9 right.
2564 Atlantic Tower. What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyo Sarati is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hi, my name is Tosin Mohammed. I'm a gospel artist. Keep watching VOP TV.
Almighty Father, you are the mighty Redeemer. We've come to worship at your feet, oh Lord. This is Ayotunde Adejimo, chilling with you on the Voice of the People TV. Don't touch that remote. You are where God wants you to be. Listening to the Voice of the People TV.
The Bible says we should give thanks in all circumstances. And all circumstances include the good times and the bad, the high times and the low, the times when everything look as if they are going well, and those times when Enugbe, the ground is dry like the sand in the desert. Those times when you feel like giving up, you should give thanks still. My name is Jeff Melu, and I'm a gospel poet. And you should keep watching VOP TV.
Well, a very good evening to you this beautiful, I want to call it, yes, a beautiful Friday evening. Thank God it's Friday. It's the 7th day in the month of November 2025, and we're excited to be here to give you the best when it comes to awesome broadcasting right here on Voice of the People Television. It is Political Lens, and I am David Edwin. Well, I'm standing in again for my colleague Chukwumokoro, who again is unavoidably absent. Again, one of the reasons why he's absent, of course, you would know the elections in Anambra State is tomorrow. So much to serve you on this platform, and we want to do our best to making sure that we give you insight analysis, live updates from that election come tomorrow. And of course, you know, we have you on mind when we're giving this kind of information. All right, let's jump right into it. We are also broadcasting from Metro SLTV channel 264, and on YouTube, yes, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Why I said this is because we would urge you to lend your voice in this conversation, and of course, we trust that your comments on the comment section of all of the conversation we have today definitely is needed at a time like this where we have to carefully talk about our beautiful nation. What are we talking about today? Anambra 2027. Who will emerge victorious in the governorship race? So much in that particular election to talk about on the part of INEC, on the part of the security operatives, of course, on the part of the electorates themselves. So much, I must say, we have to tell you, particularly on that election journey. Also, yes, Nigeria on the edge. Court set dates for Nnamdi Kanu's terrorism trial. You want to find out when that will be and what happened in court today. All of this is what we'll be giving you also on the show today. Also, on the part of insecurity, Nigeria's government not serious in tackling insecurity. Who said this? Well, media mogul, I want to call him. I'm talking about Dele Momodu. Well, so much I say to serve you this beautiful evening. But we will dive right into it just about now. And we urge you to stay with us. And again, like I said, take us with you anywhere in the world just by going to www.vop.ng, and you will take us with you anywhere in the world. You will be watching us live from that particular platform. We'll take a very short break now. When we return, the main conversation is what we'll be going into. Please stay with us. We'll be right back. All right, then, glad to have you back at a Still Political Lens right here on Voice of the People Television. Let's jump right into the conversation, shall we? As the political landscape in Anambra State heats up for the upcoming governorship election, a diverse array of contenders is emerging. Notable figures include, of course, the former governor, Central Bank Governor Charles Chukwuma Soludo, ex-reps member Okudili Ezenwakwo, and popular actress Nkiru Sylvanus, all of whom are vying for the top seat. With tensions rising and, of course, expectations mounting, these candidates bring not only varied background, but also dynamic perspective on governance. The emergence of these contenders reflects the shifting political ties in Nigeria, basically, where the electorate is eager for transformative leadership. Interestingly, in a parallel development, the recent inauguration of a new board of trustees of the People's Democratic Party, clearly Abdul Rahman, underscores the evolving political strategies within the state. And of course, this move is seen as a critical step towards consolidating support and rallying the party's base as the election approaches. Amid a present united front against rival factions, and of course with stakes high and diverse candidates making their intentions clear, the race for Anambra governorship election promises to be a captivating contest that will engage voters and shape, of course, that region. Well, we have this beautiful evening joining us to make sense of these stories and more is Dr. Peter Anasike. Dr. Peter is a philosopher, a development economist, and of course, a best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator in economy, finance, politics, and power. I want to say Dr. Peter, for me, is a very, very interesting person when you want to have conversations like this with. He definitely will take you on angles where you really want to go. Doctor, a very good evening to you and welcome.
Thank you for having me.
All right, and joining us virtually is Comrade Ezeoko Splendor, 2023 Labour Party governorship candidate in Ebonyi State. We still expect him to join in the conversation as well. Also, we have joining us virtually as well, Comrade Chris Ojekere, public and political affairs commentator and analyst. We hope also that he joins in the conversation as we progress. All right, then let's jump right into it, shall we? Now, Doctor, interestingly, so much has been said about these candidates. And without wasting further time, let's have a pool of the candidates on the screen so we can tell you, and of course, you can see for yourself, candidates from that particular state that are vying for the governorship election in Anambra State. And I tell you for a fact that there you have it. You have, quite a number of them from the A party to the AA to the AAC to the ADC to the APC, Kachuku Nicholas, Abga, Soludo, Charles Chokuma, OTC Prime of APM. The list is endless. They are just there. Look at them. Quite a number of persons, really. And this, again, is truly showing that I think the people seem to be a bit ready for this election. Let me start off here in the studio. Doctor, what do you think might just be, again, first, let me start on the part of INEC. Do you think INEC is ready for this election?
Well, the issue is that there's not going to be an election in Anambra State. What you're going to have in Anambra State is a confirmation of Soludo's second term. Understand? Because Soludo is running on 2 tickets, APC and ABGA.
That seems to be quite interesting, Doctor.
I'm telling you, saw this captivating, exciting, whatever. There's nothing like that. What we are going to witness tomorrow in Anambra State is confirmation of Soludo's second term. There's no election, understand? So APC has no candidates. Soludo is both the APC and ABGA candidates.
Okay,
and that is why when he was flagging off his campaign, both the governor, the president, the vice president, Shetima, even the president of the Senate,
yes,
none of them turned up. Have you ever seen that in any governorship election in the country, where the president or the vice president and the president of the Senate is not there?
You think this is a clear undertone that Soludo clearly is also a candidate of the APC from what you just said?
Soludo is running on 2 tickets, APC and ABGA.
Now,
so what we are going to see tomorrow is just a confirmation, just like what they do in the Senate, bow and go.
Of what influence do you think this kind of confirmation from your end is going to yield in tomorrow's election? Because as it stands, you just said, yes, the Senate president, the presidents, the vice presidents, none of them turned up. Does that have anything to do with anything in Anambra State? Not forgetting that ABGA is not an APC state, Doctor.
That is it. The influence is going to have is that there's no federal support for Nekonas Okachukwu in Anambra State. So the message has been sent. We are not behind Okachukwu. Understand me? It was a clear message that was sent. We are not behind Nekonas Okachukwu.
Doctor, why do you think the leadership of the APC, of course, with the president as at the helm of affairs, is not behind their own candidates in Anambra State?
Because Soludo has been working on this a very long time. Some time ago, you saw him when he went to Aso Rock,
yes,
putting on Tinubu's cap. So, the promise had been made. Support me, and he also adopted Tinubu as the ABGA's presidential candidate in 2027. So this rub my back, I rub your back.
Now, there are conversations about the fact that Governor Chukwuma Soludo clearly have bragged on several infrastructure and several awards that he's received in his first tenure before now. From your own understanding of the state, is it truly clear that the minds of the people, particularly the traders now, would truly be behind the governor going into this election?
Sincerely, Soludo has outperformed his predecessor, that is Obiano.
Right.
That's with regard to infrastructure. The kilometers of road that Soludo built in 3 years is more than what Obiano built in 8 years.
Okay.
And again, during his 3rd year anniversary, which I was also there, he said that he has not borrowed a kobo, understand, with all that he has been doing in Anambra State. So he relatively he has done well. So Anambarians would support him, but because he did not he doesn't want what happened to Issa Egadondo to happen to him. That's why he has that to go and wrap his hands around the Bunda Ahmed Tinubu.
Now, Doctor, what you're saying has so much weight that I'm almost forced to asking you.
It's a fact.
Are you seeing Chukwuma Soludo dump the ABGA party, the only party that has that state?
He's going to do that immediately, not more than 6 months after tomorrow. He's going to dump ABGA not more than 6 months after tomorrow. What happened in Delta is going to happen in Anambra State.
Now, Doctor, this is really getting really interesting, if you ask me, because this is a party that the likes of the very true legend of the Igbo land, I'm talking about Ojukwu, clearly, brought up. Are you saying that that party will go into extinct now?
Where is Obianka Ojukwu?
Isn't that appointment of Bianca a little solidarity from the part of the president to the Igbo race?
No, Bianca Ojukwu is currently in the AP, working under the APC administration.
Yes, that's why I said, is that not a solidarity from the part of the government to the Igbo race, and of course to the person of the late Ojukwu himself?
She was picked as a minister of state. Understand me? She was picked as a minister of state after they sacked Uju Ohanenye,
yes,
the minister of women affairs.
Women affairs.
Yeah.
Okay, so again, the truth, or what we're trying to put out here, is the fact that ABGA might go into extinction.
Is going to go into extinction because from day one, ABGA was strictly an Anambra party. Understand me?
Okay.
Anambra people say Grand Alliance. That's what ABGA is.
Before it was renamed
they never prepared for a national to be a national political party. Reason. Chekwas Okorie registered ABGA.
Okay.
Became the first national chairman of ABGA. But this internal politics, they shoved him away. Understand?
Right.
Now, and the Chekwas Okorie is from Abia. They push him aside, understand? Using the Ojukwu's influence. Now, Victor Ume became the national chairman of ABGA.
Okay.
From Anambra.
Yes.
He's currently representing Anambra Central in the Senate.
Right.
Understand? From Victor Ume to Victor Oye, from the same Anambra. From Victor Oye to Sylvester Okenwa, who is from the same Anambra, who is currently the national chairman of ABGA.
Right.
Do you run a national party like that? So ABGA is not a national party, so it is going into extinction.
I'm going to still ask you about party ideologies, but before I go there, I would like to also find out, there also has been the conversation that the person of Governor Chukwuma Soludo clearly has been quite progressive because of his background with finance and, of course, the economy of the nation as former governor of the central bank. You are an economist, doctor. Take us through the market transaction volume of Anambra State, if you have any preview to it. And, of course, let's talk about the IGR, owing to the fact that the governor has said, I've not borrowed thus far, and I've done this amount of figures. Is this enough when it comes to the economy of Anambra State?
One, he is prudent because that's what economics teach you, how to manage mega resources. Not simple. Economics is about using the least to achieve the most. That's what economics is all about.
Okay.
Using the least to achieve the most. And that's what Soludo has done in the last 3.5 years. He was the governor of Anambra State. That was why he had not borrowed, which is the same thing that P2B did, because P2B was not did not borrow money in his 8 years.
Right.
So Anambra is not an oil producing that is not among the NDDC states.
Yeah.
But when you have prudent governors, they will do better than that spendthrift governors from the NDDC states.
Okay.
So that's why one Anambra started very well with that's coincidentally with Chris Ngige. Mind you, in 2003, Mbadi Nuju messed up the economy between 1999 and 2003 because he was accounting for an individual. Understand me?
Okay.
Mbadi Nuju, who was the first governor of Anambra in 1999, was accounting for his godfather. So the resources of Anambra State was not being used for the people. It understand?
Right.
So then in 2003, Chris Ngige came on board. And the idea is for what happened to, for what Mbadinuju is doing to also continue. The person that sponsored the Chris Ngige election, that financed Chris Ngige election, Chris Oba, also wanted Chris Ngige to be accounting for him.
I was really going to go there because I wanted you to follow this trajectory. A lot of persons has accused the same person, Ngige, of the same thing Mbadinuju did at the time with Chris Mba. So,
or there was a divine intervention, understand? And the divine intervention was that when Chris Ngige quarreled with Chris Oba, understand me? So he now has to turn to the people, and now begin to build roads, which was not the original plan. That's why I say it's a divine intervention, because the 4 years of Mbadinuju that was wasted would have become wasted under Ngige, if not that he quarreled with Chris Oba.
Okay.
So he was there for 3 years and did well with the infrastructure, understand? Because he was building roads. If you go to that Idemili Ogidi Road and so on and so forth. Then in 2005, P2B came on board.
Okay.
P2B came on board, and being a very prudent person, already under Ngige, people are now seeing the dividends of democracy, which they did not see under Mbadinuju.
Right.
Understand me? So now P2B now continued on that from where Ngige stopped, and did marvelously well for 8 years, only for a spendthrift to take over from him and frittered away. That's all the things that P2B did. So Soludo is now trying to correct what
Willie Obiano did.
Willie Obiano did, so that to come to where P2B left Anambra.
Now, Doctor, with this trajectory that you've taken us through, there is also the conversation about the fact that former Governor Peter Obi, at this point, clearly is also saying that nothing can change the narrative, that his brother, I'm talking about Chikuma Soludo, is clearly going to be the same governor of the state. Looking at the fact that Labour Party seem not to have that strength in the state, do you think that level of solidarity is not going to destroy the Labour Party even more?
No, P2B is just saying the reality. Understand me? P2B he doesn't
That's
want
against towing party line.
No, that's reality. I told you earlier that there's not going to be an election in Anambra, but a confirmation of Soludo's second term. So Soludo is going to win. He's running on two tickets, APC and ABGA.
Doctor, should there be some, let me use the last term you used, some miraculous move in Anambra State from this very moment till tomorrow of the election? Would there be any kind of change? But before then, there is also the conversation about the fact that some 98.8% collection of PVCs have happened in Anambra State since the return of PVC collection in Anambra State. What does that imply going into this election from your perspective?
Well, which means that on paper there will be a massive
voter turnout.
Understand? Which what's his name? Soludo has also said, even though in some quarters it is not, it's been, or they are not seeing it as a good thing when he say that the ward that has a highest voter turnout will receive 1 million, 2 million, and so forth. So people are seeing it as a vote buying.
Right.
But 98 point something percent turnout is a very is a very good one, assuming that if they come out and vote, because that in elections, it is not everybody that registers that votes.
Doctor, there are some local governments in Anambra State that might not get this, that might not have this turnout of election, voter election by tomorrow because of insecurity. How can that really be put to bed, and why is it still persistent?
Well, police, Nigeria police deployed about
45,000.
45,000. And Anambra is not a very big state.
Okay.
There's no town in Anambra that you cannot get to under 1 hour. That's from Oka.
Irrespective of the busy roads and all of that.
Tomorrow, there's not going to be any busy road. Understand? There'll be.
I'm talking about traditional time out of.
Yes. So it's not a very big road. In Anambra, towns are just linked together.
Okay.
Understand me? In the north, you can run 2 hours from one town to the other. Understand? But in Anambra, as you are leaving this town, you are entering another town.
Okay.
Understand me? So police, 45,000 policemen with soldiers can effectively police Anambra tomorrow, so that every part of the state will vote.
Some quarters have said that the governor of the state have not done well enough when it comes to insecurity. How much will you judge him from that kind of perspective?
Well, he is an economist and not a major general. So in the area of his competence, he has done well. In the area of his own competence, that's economy, infrastructure, he has done well. And he also formed a security outfit, this Agune Chamber.
Yes.
Understand? So which although they are doing both good and bad. Agune Chamber is doing both good and bad, but we are going to people are expecting violence tomorrow. There will be no violence. The nation will come and go, and Soludo will be declared the winner.
Interestingly, Doctor, you are super confident about what's going to happen tomorrow.
No, but the only person that will have given Soludo problem is Ifeanyi Oba. Assuming that Ifeanyi Oba did not die and run with Uche Kunife, Soludo would have struggled.
Oh, really?
Sure.
All right. So much to talk about when it comes to the election, of course, tomorrow. But like I said earlier, we will be having that. We'll be having our studios for that election. And of course, our Oka studios also will be tuned in for that particular election. And trust me, we'll give you every single thing that you need to see and hear when it comes to that election. All right, let's jump to another major conversation. It was a very interesting drama in the court today. But before we go to that particular story, we'll take a very short break. When we return, we'll let you know what happened in court with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, particularly on the terrorism trial. Please do stay with us.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Novisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
All right, then, glad to have you back. It is still Political Lens right here on Voice of the People Television. Now, let's also let you into the next conversation. In a pivotal moment on Nigeria's political landscape, a federal high court in Abuja has scheduled November 20th for its judgment in the highly publicized terrorism trial of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB. Kanu, who has been in detention since his arrest and subsequent extradition last year, faces multiple charges, including treason and terrorism. His trial has sparked widespread debate and protests, captivating national attention as supporters rally for his release, while critics highlight the serious implications of his call for secession. As the country braces for the outcome, the case transcends legal proceedings, reflecting deeper societal issues regarding ethnic tensions and national unity. Well, without wasting further time, some very interesting drama did happen in court today, and I see that's what you're watching on your screen. But we would have to allow you to take a listen to what Nnamdi Kanu said in court today. And of course, a member representing his constituency also came out to say something after that particular bus stop by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Let's take a listen. I'll be right back.
Supreme Court said do something, you didn't do it. And you're just sitting competition. And you wonder why God cost you people. Useless black people. You don't know what justice means. You have no idea what justice means. You don't know what justice means. Useless black African people. You don't know the meaning of justice. Your constitution says you cannot try anybody unless the law is written. Show me the written law. Show me the written law. I want to know the law. Show me the law. Are you okay? Don't go close. Don't try that rubbish. Don't try it. Don't try it. Go ahead and say don't try that rubbish. Say what you're saying. Don't try that rubbish. Useless people. You don't know law. You don't know law. Your own constitution you don't respect. Supreme Court's judgment you don't respect. Then why are we in the court of law? Why are we in the court of law, I ask? Nonsense. You think Britain can ask you to jail me and you jail me? You are dreaming. You are dreaming. I'm telling you that you are dreaming. Nonsense.
I've always said it, that in Nigeria, there appear to be two sets of rules. One for the Igbo man and another for another Nigerian. This is exactly what I saw in court today. First of all, my name is Honorable Obi Agocha. I represent the good people of Iguano, Umuahia North and Umuahia South Federal Constituency. I am the primary representative for Mazi Anambra. So I'm going to speak to you as a layman. I'm not a lawyer. Today, there was a motion that was filed. Previously, I believe at the end of October, another motion was filed. And none of those motions were challenged by the prosecution team. They didn't raise any objection. The court did not overrule anybody, but admitted the motion. So on what basis then is the trial, the efforts that are being put to compel Mazi Anambra to trial, when the motions have been put and yet to be challenged by the prosecution team? Mazi Anambra is asking for a simple question: on what law is he being tried? Neither the judge nor the prosecution team have answered that. And today, that motion that was raised by Mazi Anambra and served to the prosecution team were not challenged. And it's very, very critical and important that we know that. However, the judge now ruled, he said that it is reserved November 20th for ruling. When there are jurisdictional issues, thresholds that are yet to be overcome. So this is a political trial veiled as a criminal trial. And for the stability of the Southeast and for the stability of Nigeria in a whole, to bring to end the civil war that was fought in 1967 means that the president should please look at the totality of Mazi Anambra's trial and bring an end to this charade, a travesty of injustice, bring an end to it so that the Southeast can be peaceful again, Nigeria can be peaceful again. But if they are determined in the way they have steamrolled this process, rushing to a judgment, then like Mazi.
All right, there you have it. Again, this was what happened today in court. Doctor, you saw Mazi Anambra furious in court today. You think that has been an emotion bottled up before now for him to really get that bottled up and angry?
One, they say justice delayed, justice denied.
Okay.
Justice delayed, justice denied. And then now they can just ask one simple question. On what section of the Constitution are you trying me? Understand? What section of the Constitution are you trying me? You cannot try me with laws that are not written, because that's what the Constitution said. And
which is the motion he's filed as well.
And Omotosho couldn't answer that question. Well, he should know, Omotosho should know. I know that DSS is listening, police is listening. They should know that Omotosho should know that this is not a case of PDP and Nyesom Wike. Understand me? He should know that Nnamdi Kanu case is not a case of PDP and Nyesom Wike. Understand?
But how do you mean by Nyesom Wike and PDP?
This is a case of more than 50 million Igbo people.
Okay.
This is a case of more than 50 million Igbo people. Emotionally attached case of more than 50 million Igbo people. If there's diversity of justice, he shouldn't think that he will go to his house and close his two eyes and sleep. This is not just an ordinary case that they can just do anything and then get away with it. You cannot convict somebody with a personal opinion.
You think that's what's been playing out here?
That's what is going on there. That's exactly what is going on there. You cannot convict somebody with what is in your mind. Now the Kanu was saying, with what section of the Constitution are you trying me? And that you cannot convict him with laws that are not written down. We are not in UK where they have an unwritten constitution. This is not UK where or they have an unwritten constitution. So before you can convict somebody, you must quote the section of the constitution. So rushing to pass judgment, they should have a sober reflection.
Okay, so they
should have a sober reflection.
Well, right here, we're not.
This is not just an ordinary case.
We're not preempting the court, anyways. But November 20th has been stated for the next sitting of this particular case. But the fact that Nnamdi Kanu truly was angry in that video, does that
because the right thing are not being done. Because the right thing are not being done. You hear what Agoche said.
Yes.
That the motions that Nnamdi Kanu put forth,
the prosecutors have not dealt with that.
Then why are you now passing judgment based on what? Based on your personal opinion or based on what you are told to do? This is a different case. It is not PDP and APC case. It's not a PDP and Labour Party case. This is a different case.
Do you think the government of the day might have another approach to settling this situation with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as it stands?
I don't know. This is November 7. November 20 is about 13 days away.
Right.
So they should know what, for me, let the right thing be done. Let justice be done. Understand? The only reason why people go to court or take people that to court is for justice.
Right.
Let justice be done. You cannot convict somebody with a hearsay. Understand me?
We think again, as it stands, Dr. Nnamdi Kanu clearly sacking his lawyers. You think that was an error on his part? Because some people have said that seemed to be an error on his part, particularly the fact that he is not a lawyer.
Appeal court has set him free. Appeal court has set him free. So what are lawyers doing again? Appeal court, a higher court has set him free. You bring that same court to a lower court. So it's a high court now more than an appeal court. A higher court has set Nnamdi Kanu free. So the lawyers have no business there. Nnamdi Kanu has no business there. They should do what the appeal court asks them to do. Set this man free. Or if they're not happy with that, they can go to the Supreme Court. Not going back to a lower court. It doesn't make sense.
And that, again, you think is the reason why Nnamdi Kanu clearly feels there is no need to have my lawyers in this whole case.
Because they have nothing to defend.
But then some have said that the motion that the prosecutors has filed in, there are several loopholes in that particular motion. Do you think in any way Nnamdi Kanu maybe acted so hastily to have allowed his lawyers go?
I say there's nothing to defend. A higher court has set Nnamdi Kanu free. Court of Appeal has set Nnamdi Kanu free. So there's no way a court of appeal, which is a higher court, to where Nnamdi Kanu is being tried now. Understand?
Right.
So the lawyers have no business anymore.
Now, not preempting the court, Doctor, looking at the date set, some have said that this is another way of extending the time and allowing this same man stay in the custody of the DSS far more longer than what has been said, because it's been said that this case will be expedited and, of course, put to book. You think by this extension of dates, there might just be judgments coming, or there might still be an extension?
He has said November 20th to deliver his judgment. That day is a national day, because the whole world will be focused on that 20th to know what is going to happen.
All right.
So Omotosho should also be mindful of that. That day, he will make Oma Nigeria.
All right then, because of our time, really, I would have loved to continue with this conversation, but we're truly pressed for time, and this is where we have to draw anchor on the conversation this beautiful evening. We've been talking with Dr. Peter Anosike, philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator in economy, finance, politics, and power. Once again, thank you so very much, Dr. Peter, for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Well, this is where we have to draw anchor. Like I said earlier on the show, I want to say a big thank you to all of the guys at the back who made this production possible. And of course, to you out there that have taken your time to see and view us this beautiful evening, I want to say thank you to you as well. At the top of the hour, 7 p.m., I beg your pardon, Nigerian time, will be the issues with Nena Ndumduto. Again, I will always say this. As you go into the weekend, don't allow the weekend you. Consistently pray for Nigeria because there is no great nation like ours. Until we come here again, same time next week, God willing. And of course, Chukuma returning back. It's a beautiful night, and I'm going to say have a great weekend ahead. God bless Nigeria.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat. the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. Africa News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
The 2564 is coming up on Burning 9 right now. The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
AM, Monday through Friday.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues and Voice of the People television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from court fixing November 20 to deliver judgment in Nnamdi Kanu's terrorism case, to federal government reaffirming commitment to tackling food shortage. Also, PDP crisis deepens as Abdurrahman-led faction inaugurates new board of trustees. Join us as we break down the facts and provide context to help you stay informed. We will take a break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The Federal High Court in Abuja has fixed November 20 to deliver judgment in the terrorism case involving the detained leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu. Justice Omotosho chose the date while ruling after Kanu failed to open his defense. He disclosed that having exhausted the 6 days allocated to him by the court to conduct his defense, and having failed to utilize the opportunity granted him, he cannot claim to have been denied the constitutionally guaranteed rights to fair hearing. During the day's proceedings, the IPOB leader maintained that there is no case against him, urging the court to dismiss the charges. Meanwhile, a civil rights group, the Human Rights Writers Association of Nigeria, HURIWA, has warned the federal government against any alleged plan to execute IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu. The group, in a statement signed by its national coordinator, Emmanuel Onwubiko, described the alleged plot as a crime against humanity and a direct violation of international human rights laws. Huriwa called on President Tinubu to intervene and ensure due process is followed in Kanu's ongoing trial. It also urged international bodies to monitor developments closely and protect Kanu's right to a fair hearing. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Elvis Elimehele. I hope I called that correctly.
Good evening.
A very good evening to you. Welcome, sir. Okay, and then joining us virtually is Dr. Eric Obi-Thomas. He's a public affairs analyst. He's also a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist. Thank you very much for joining us, Dr. Eric.
You are welcome.
Okay, let's start with you, Dr. Eric. Okay, what do you make of this new development? Of course, we already know that Justice Omotosho has ruled that November 20 is a time for us, everyone, all Nigerians, to hear the verdict. So I'm sure even Kanu himself is, despite the fact that, yes, he has actually constantly denied or constantly said he's not he had the federal government does not have any reason to have or to keep him. But with this development, what do you make of this new development?
Well, you see, I've always said. Well, I've always said on this forum that I don't want to discuss Nnamdi Kanu's case because it is not going the normal way. I want a situation where the federal government will come firmly and say, look, this is this. Try the case. Let the trial go on. If the man is guilty, let the law take its course. All this rigmaroling and all that, I don't suppose. So I'm sorry, I don't know how I look at the case, whether they are going to give a final verdict or they are going to convict him or whatever. I want to do what they call sit-down look. That's all. Yes.
Okay, well, since you want to do sit-down look in your words, I'll come back to you. I have some things I'll ask you, but I'll come back to you. Let me come to you, sir. What do you make of this new development? Dr. Chris has said he doesn't want to talk about it. He just feels that, everybody's just going back and forth and all of that. What do you make of this entire?
Well, it's an issue that we have to talk on because the person in incarceration is a citizen of this nation, and the purported crime against him is against this nation according to the charges, treason. So it's open for discussion. We are talking about 20th of this month now. We want to hear from the Justice Omotosho, and it's something that everybody should be looking onto. But for me, where I see some issues in this matter is he has stayed for 4 years plus 9 in detention. And we have seen this matter go to the Supreme Court before now, came back and trial started all over again. So I don't even know the angle that they are going to come in from this time around. Because about a week ago when he disbanded his legal team, personally I was not too happy about it because he is not a lawyer. And a crime that is as serious as treasonable offense, there are technicalities there he may not even understand. So to this extent now that, okay, he was asked to open his case for about 6 days, kept adjourning, and he never did. He said he has no case for a submission. So, but I think the law has a way to answer that. I will wait for the interpretation of the judge, come 20th of this month, what the pronouncement is going to make on this matter on ground when Nnamdi Kanu is saying he has no case to answer before Nigeria and Nigerian courts. So let's wait for what will happen by 20th of this month. But for me, I am not too comfortable because all these are just, delay to keep him more in detention. Because you see the protests, everybody is protesting, let Nnamdi Kanu be out, free Nnamdi Kanu and all that. But with all this back and forth, he's staying longer. And justice delay is justice denied. For 4 years, nothing good has come out. Even if he has been convicted, 4 years out of the conviction would have, at least that he has a headway forward. But here we are, at a stalemate. Nothing has happened for 4 years. He's kept in detention. But let's see the pronouncement that will come from the judge come 20th of this month.
Okay, he has constantly said that the Nigerian government has no case against him, and that is even one of the things that during those 5 days that he was asked to open his defense and all of that. Those were the reasons he gave. But what do you make of this constant denial or constant statements?
That is to his own understanding. But is that what the law says? They said treasonable offense. Has it been proven? He has not proved. He has only told the world that he has no case against Nigeria. But we don't know the angle the government is going to come from. At least the government has a prosecution team that are prosecuting him. And if those ones are able to come up with, okay, these are the angles. So, he has made brokers, he has incited, people are dying, being killed in the southeastern part of Nigeria. It's as a result of his incitement and all that. Let's see how they are going to put all these ones together and come out with whatever offense they think that formed this treasonable offense against him, and see what is going to come out as his penalty towards whatever they will come up with.
Okay, let's come back to you, Dr. Chris. How do you think that this verdict, or whatever verdict that would happen in Nnamdi's case, how do you think it's going to affect agitation and public confidence in government?
First of all, let me correct Eric Obi-Thomas.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Yeah. Thank you. And like I told you, the image of the government is already dented. whatever they say now is dinted. You can't keep a man for 4 good years and you are not prosecuting him. You go back and forth. Like I said, as a responsible citizen, I don't think I want to even discuss Nnamdi Kanu's case. Like my colleague has just said, can you take a case to Supreme Court, come back to High Court, you come to the, what sort of case is that? If you want him to remain in detention, keep him there. Keep him there and let us have peace. All these legal technicalities they are bringing, what is he going to do? I can predict what is going to happen on the 20th. They will just tell you that the man is guilty. Yes, he is sentenced. And that's it. They may not say sentence to death. They may even say sentence to death. He won't die. They will bring him out. That's what they will hear. That he's sentenced. So that when they say he's sentenced, everybody will be quiet. They will keep him there until the time they are tired. One man will just rise up, they are giving him amnesty. By that time, the man is already weak. I think that's what they are doing.
Okay, let me come in here. With all of the agitations that we have or that we've seen around Nnamdi Kanu, and now you're saying, you know, of course, we don't know what will happen on November 20. We're not even in the mind of the judge. We don't even know what he would say. But you are saying that you feel that in the long run, what will be said is, okay, we are going to convey he's guilty, he's found guilty, and then he'll be sentenced, you know, to whatever, maybe death sentence or whatever. But how do you think this kind of sentence, if actually given like that or that way, would affect, how would the public take it? How would the Southeast take this particular verdict if it comes out this way? If they come out and they say, or if the judge comes out and say that Nnamdi Kanu has been convicted or is found guilty, how would the Southeast take it? How would people who are agitating, you know, was it Showore, you know, everybody is really calling for his release. How do you think it will be taken?
Well, how it will be taken, it doesn't matter here. Because you can see that they have been agitating. How was he taken? He has been in detention for 4 years. How was he taken? Southeast has been organizing, what is it called? Sit at home. Mondays, every Monday, is it every Monday? Yeah, every Monday. For so many, how is he taken? What has changed? Showore has conducted, done his protest. What has changed? Nothing. It will not be taken anyhow. They will just make noise, and that is it. Now, if they make too much noise, they say, how can you be talking about somebody who is convicted? The noise they are making now is because he's not convicted. You are dragging me into this matter, you know. you journalists, you have a way of bringing out something out of somebody's mouth. That's why when the person says he doesn't want to talk about it, you are dragging me out of it now to be there. See, if somebody has been on detention with back and forth judgment or whatever trial, and you will know that it is not well, and they are taking it. If he's convicted, what will they do? They'll say he's convicted. And if he makes so much noise, they say you cannot judge the judge. The judge has sentenced him. He's a convict. It's a convict. Do you fight for a convict? You don't. You cannot go on a protest and say, oh, the person is convicted. You are not, the law is not, according to their own law, will not be with you. So it will be taken the way it's taken now. Nothing will happen. In fact, let me even tell you, nobody will even raise an eyebrow that he has been convicted. They just want to kill this man for some time. But again, I also blame Nnamdi Kanu in a way. That's why I don't want to talk about him. Why would you disband your legal team? Are you a lawyer? Why will you be showing those sort of emotions in presence of a judge?
But you could say, if it's about the emotions...
that judges are human beings that react to insult and... Yeah?
I was going to say, if it's about the emotions, he could just be that, you know, this man is upset, he's angry, he's tensed up. You know, there are so many emotions going through his head. So he's human after all. So him expressing himself...
Okay, let Listen, let me take you from there. Do you know why I said I don't want to talk about that man? Freedom fighters don't behave like him. Freedom fighters use their head. We have many freedom fighters in this whole world. We saw Martin Luther King Jr. We saw Dr. Anambra Azikiwe. We saw Gagre. We saw Nkrumah. We saw Jomo Kenyatta. We saw so many of them. Is it the only one? Why must you abuse everybody and put everyone under your feet? If you are fighting, at the end of the day, people are organizing that. Some people are saying, oh, let us show us where Nnamdi Kanu asked people to go and kill on Monday. Has he not been, his pronouncements, are they not aware? The man is not getting it right. It's not, Biafra is not his personal property. If you fight, you wait. Ojukwu fought and saw that it didn't work. The same Ojukwu said, look, I've integrated, I've come back to Nigeria. As at the time the war was on, Nnamdi Kanu was not born. Why is he wiser than Ojukwu himself that prosecuted the war as a brave man? Can't people see it? If they are trying, you have to be calm. You have to calm down. Let the love. Look at how he was shouting in the court. If I'm a judge, I cannot sympathize with him. There are better ways of fighting. Mandela fought. Mandela was in prison for 27 years. How many persons he abused? If you are emotional, you should know that in a court of law, you must make. See, this is the reason why nobody believes that Nnamdi Kanu is going to be a safe human being when he's let loose. We saw how he abused everybody. Obama, Cameron at that time, everybody, including his seniors in Igbo land. Everybody was like an ant in his presence. He has fought his case. I'm telling you. That's why I said I don't want to talk about that man. He has no manners. He's not trained. You have to make your case gently. Show reasons. People who understand, they'll fight for you. Now he's there, he's writing to Donald Trump. Does he know Donald Trump? You under trial, you are writing to Donald Trump. Does it make sense? Are they not advising him? Look at him publicly shouting at lawyers and shouting. Is he God? I told you I don't want to talk about him. Because I want the judges to follow the due process. Hello, are you listening to me?
Yes, I can hear you.
You have brought me out of my emotions about this thing. I want the judges, they don't know they'll be afraid. They don't just judge him. If he's found guilty, hit him. The law goes in. There is a law. How can you tell people go and burn this? They have shown all us everything. I want him to tell us where Zeke said go and kill. Even Ojukwu that supported as a military man never said go and kill. What Ojukwu just said that, look, leave us, we are secession, we are going. Until war came. What is all this? A small boy of 50-something born after the war. Nobody's reasonable in his eyes. He talks with emotion. Where is he? Is he Hitler? I told you I don't want to talk about him, or you are bringing me out of it. I don't mind who I hurt. This boy should reason. Now he said, look, judges should go. What is he thinking? Let me tell you, Sarah Wiwa was killed in this country, nothing happened. They even said he killed Ogonifor or something. They killed him, nothing happened. Does it think that I don't even want him to be executed or whatever. But please, they should tell him that we are in a civil society where people are respected. Reasons prevail, not shouting, not emotions, reasons. Mandela carried it on. Agri did, Jomo Kenyatta did, Zeke did, and Martin Luther King did. In fact, they made statements that are still remembered in the world today. Let me now tell us the statement that's made that the world is following. I have a dream. I have a dream. That was 50, many years ago. It's still resounding. It's still echoing. These are reasons. If they give it, does he want to become the president of Biafra? If he wants to be his house, he goes about it. How can you look at a judge in the face? You lose your cool. How can you trust such a man? If this man comes out now, he will mobilize everything. I pity those who are saying that the Easterners are afraid of him. He's coming political. It's not a political matter. It's a talk. They say you're a terrorist and you are demonstrating it. Can't you hide it? Can't you hide it? What is the difference between the way he talks and behaves and the terrorist? This is a man that would have been diplomatic. Calm down, no matter your emotions. Let the world talk for you. Now we don't have sympathy. I don't have sympathy for him.
Okay, thank you. Let's come to you, Mr. Elvis. He has said that he feels, in his own opinion, he feels that Nnamdi Kanu is being emotional. He's been very emotional. He's emotionalizing the entire thing. And because of that, he just feels that even a judge might not even want to even give him any sort of sympathy because we see the videos, we see how. So do you share that opinion? Do you think that he should be, or Nnamdi Kanu should be taking this in another way rather than the way he's taking it?
That's why I was telling you just now that, Nena, that it was a mistake on his part to have disbanded his legal team. He's an emotional person. You see, no matter how tough the case is in the court, you see the way lawyers address the judge. You say, my Lord, they plead, you know. For somebody like him who cannot control his emotion, cannot even be telling the world that I want to defend myself. Look at those words, nonsense, all those are not supposed to be language you find in a courtroom. Do you understand? There is decorum in courtroom. There is absolute maintenance of peace, law and order in courtroom. But you know, even those ones on his own carry some certain penalties. And you are coming to the same person you are saying nonsense, you don't know the law and all that. This man has reason to become a judge of the Federal High Court in Nigeria. You say they don't know the law and all that, but you are not even a lawyer. So I think what is going to happen is he should still work with his legal team. Be closer to them. What is happening generally around him, nobody is happy about it, especially with our brothers in the Southeast. Mondays sit at home. We hear all the killings. And some people are hiding under the pretense of Nnamdi Kanu is incarceration and committing crime. This is why we are calling on, let the judgment take place. If the judgment takes place, or Nnamdi Kanu is sentenced, or is released, then we cannot know that at least another era is open in his chapter. Then all these shenanigans and all this crime around his name cannot be checked and nipped in the bud. If Nnamdi Kanu is, on the convicted jail sentence, also he has 5 years, he has 10 years, everybody will know that, okay, let us begin to calm down. Or if he's released, he has even said that if he's released, this crime around the Southeast will be a thing of the past. Then anybody that is found, now sit at home, people are being murdered carelessly, those ones cannot be brought to book and be tried as mere criminals, not people hiding under his name and now, committing crimes against the same people he is, in quote, fighting for. Where is the fight there? You, if you are a freedom fighter, you want to liberate your people. The same people you want to liberate, many of them are being, murdered carelessly, all in under your name, using your name as, cover up. So I think he should play down his emotion, and the judge at least should, I believe by 20th of this month, let's see what he's going to, the pronouncement is going to make. But whichever way that Nigerians are going to take it, Nigerians will always take it. There will be reaction. We will still discuss it in the studio here. We are going to get reactions. There are some of them that are going to say, oh, the judgment is against him because he's coming from a certain tribe of this nation. Oh, good. There are some of us that are going to say, oh, why, he has a crime against the state. That's why the judgment came. There are some of us that are also going to play a neutral ground. So let this man, let the sitting president, President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, look for a political solution to get him out of incarceration, so that we can get peace in that part of this region of this country. All these are some of the reactions we are going to get, even when after the judgment is pronounced on him, come this month. So the who is who, the political buziers and all the Ohaneze Ndigbo and all the politicians in the Southeast, they should also be closing rank now, that whatever comes up, they should be able to mediate before it escalates, because some miscreants are going to cash in on it, in whatever that comes up. So at this time, the Southeastern governor should close rank. Because if there is peace in their region, that's when we will talk of development. And this peace, again, will transcend around every citizen of that region. Everybody wants peace. Everybody wants development. Everybody wants progress. So at this time around, at least a date is given. Let the governors close round and begin to, okay, whichever way the judgment goes, let us begin to work towards maintaining absolute peace so that it will not be escalated to an area that it will become, everybody will be engulfed. We've seen protests released on the kind, what you almost turned to about 2 weeks ago. So we don't want something of that nature come 20th of this month, if any, whatever judgment that is going to be given.
Okay, so while we were talking, you mentioned that the states, the southeast eastern governors should, rally around and, do something,
yes,
or, try to ensure that this doesn't escalate. But, in some quarters, it's been said that the southeastern governors, not just the southeastern governors, the political bigwigs of the southeast are not really talking with one voice. Some of them don't even want Nnamdi Kanu out. And some of them come out in the public to say, oh, we have gone to meet the president, we have gone to do this, but behind closed doors, or, they are saying something else, that for political reasons, they actually don't want this man to come out. So what do you think of that?
Even myself has spoken in that regard, that the political bigwigs in the eastern part of Nigeria, southeast, are part of the reason why Nnamdi Kanu is still in detention today. So many of them are paying lip service when they say we are talking to the president. It's what they say at the daytime, they say at night. I have also said that. But what I'm trying to say here now is that no matter the side you belong, the faction you belong, as far as Nnamdi Kanu's matter is concerned, peace is paramount as far as the general, everybody in the southeast is concerned. So I'm talking in the area of peace, whatever way the judgment comes. But for the role they played in Nnamdi Kanu's incarceration, I see them as a sellout. None of them is speaking the actual truth. We have, somebody like Senator Kalu, former governor of Abia State, is a very big politician in this APC. So do you think that somebody like President Tinubu, if he comes up genuinely and say, okay, we want this man out, and with some other, even almost all the governors, he was the first governor of Abia State, even the Theodore that followed him thereafter, all these are people that, okay, this same man is from Abia State. They cross over to people like Rochas Okorocha, who even brought APC into the southeast. Remember, he one that opened the door for APC into the southeast.
Yes.
Bring in such person and say, okay, let us actually find a way, political solution to get this man out of incarceration. Genuinely, in quotes. So most of the things we are saying are just shenanigans. They say something different at daytime, and at night, they entrench his stay. But what I'm trying to say now is that no matter the angle the judgment goes, peace is paramount. Let all the political bigwigs in the southeast, including the governor, the Ohaneze Ndigbo, and all of them, begin to marshal out how they are going to take the judgment and how peace can reign among the indigenes and the settlers and residents of the southeast.
Okay, Huriwa, one of the things I read was that Huriwa has called on, of course, Huriwa is the Human Writers Association of Nigeria. They've warned the federal government against any alleged plan to execute Nnamdi Kanu. And then, of course, they are urging international bodies, to monitor development closely and, of course, protect Kanu's rights. What do you make of this? It
may not get to that level because it may not even get to execution level. We may see something like maybe some years of jail term, and we'll see, no matter the judgment, the international community will always come in, amnesty will come in, everybody will plead for him, Even the so-called Southeastern bigwigs that we are also playing here this evening, some of them are also going to come in and say, okay, we are pleading for Nnamdi Kanu, maybe probably to relieve the payment, the sentence to a certain level, you understand? So I don't even see it getting to that level of execution.
Why don't you?
Well, because the matter has become so political. It has become so political. So if the court is going that way, they are trying to compound more problems. But I think the court, I don't know, because treasonable offense, they say, okay, either life sentence or execution. But I think the judge will also have to use his discretion so that a matter of this nature will not, hit up the polity again more than what we are seeing in this nation.
Okay, let's move on to the other conversation we have tonight. The federal government has unveiled new agricultural reforms aimed at ending hunger, boosting food production and reducing post-harvest losses estimated at over $10 billion annually. The Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Abubakar Kyari, and the Minister of State, Sabi Abdullahi, restated that agriculture remains the backbone of Nigeria's economy and the key to national renewal. Kyari reaffirmed President Tinubu's directive to modernize Nigeria's agricultural production and help farmers transition from hoes and cutlasses to tractors and harvesters. The minister further explained that the government's ongoing reforms are designed to end hunger, ensure food sufficiency, and drastically reduce post-harvest losses, draining the nation's agricultural value chain. Let me come to you, Dr. Eric Obi Thomas. You know, we hear all of these promises, we hear all of these reforms, and how realistic, really, are the government's new food security promises, given what the challenges that we are facing as a country?
The thing is that they are just playing politics with human life. They are propagandists. Yes. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You can go ahead. We can hear you.
They are propagandists. They came into power in May ending 2023. May ending 2024. May ending 2025. How many years? 2. Here we are in November. 4 years into that or something. 5 plus, yeah. Or is it for 5, 4? I don't even know. 5. Yeah, about 6 years. 6 years into that. Next year will be in December. That's 2 years, 6 months. We are still talking of we have to develop agriculture. We have to do this. Please don't. If I'm journalists, people should be telling them they are lying. Don't ask us. Once they say that, tell them they are lying. Because if we say they are lying, people think we don't know. We know everything. Citizens know that this we are lying. How long does it take? Over 2 years. You have been there. You didn't do anything. You are telling us. We want to see it, not talking. We want to see the tractors. We want to see the agricultural products coming up, not talking. Once they don't just come to the optics and talk and they walk away. These people are clueless. All of them are trying to please their master. The master that is not ready to move Nigeria forward is for himself. Why is there? All he's doing is to prepare himself, propagate himself in power. Not only 2037, he wants to be like Biya of Cameroon and then all the rest in, where do they call those areas now? Uganda, Museveni. He wants to be there in, that's African culture in the Ivory Coast. That's what he's doing. They are showing, that's exactly. He is not there for governance. How can you be telling me 2.5 years now, people are saying it is now you are telling us that you are going to do this, going to do that. Why were they calling him Agbado? Come. Why did they start off immediately? Because they see that Nigerians are wise now, they are agitating, they are going to lie. When they just say it, they close paper and go away. In fact, these people are not fit to be there. You should walk and not talk. We want to see it. They will go and be telling you about GDP or GDP. Who works with GDP? Go to the street and see the hunger there. See the crime, see the disease. See how people are dying. And they are busy bribing people to make go to internet and talk rubbish. This country is sinking. Don't believe them. It's not realistic.
Okay.
The man is just fighting for himself. He's not going to do anything.
Okay.
No agriculture.
Okay, let me ask this. Do you think that food insecurity can become the next national security crisis in our nation?
At what time? What time? Now, by January, February next year, 2026, politics are started. When will they start giving you the food? What were they doing since? They were busy fighting opposition, clamping on human beings, citizens. They should not talk. Security, disorderliness, and they are busy promoting tribal, ethnic, what is it called? Ethnic division, killing people in Lagos, killing people here. Security is not there. People are dying. Tinubu is traveling all over the place, gallivanting and globe-trotting. What are people talking when they say this? People should tell them it's a lie.
Okay,
it cannot happen.
Okay, let's come to you in the studio. You know, we know. Of course, we are Nigerians. You are Nigerian. Dr. Eric Obi-Thomas is Nigerian. I am a Nigerian, and you know, we go out to the street, we buy things. We know how it is, how costly things are, how expensive things are. And we know that some of these, the reason for some of these issues or some of these challenges we have in terms of food, it's the banditry. And of course, you know, this headers clash and all of that. What do you think, what interventions can be needed to protect our farmers from banditry and displacement? You know, somebody goes to the farm, you get to see someone come in and then kill the person. You know, what can be done? You know, because like I asked Dr. Eric, I don't think he actually heard my question. Because I asked that, does he think that food insecurity can become the next national security crisis that we have in this nation? But I don't think he got that. So what's your take?
Yeah, food insecurity. If the present insecurity situation we have in this nation is not curbed, will be worse than what we are going through in terms of the general insecurity. I'm talking of food insecurity. As we sit here in this studio, if we have not eaten, we can't be here. I'm talking on a practical ground. Apart from being a journalist, I'm a farmer. And I know what it has taken me over the years to be able to go into my farm and come out, and the level of security I try as much as to arrange for myself and people that work with me on a daily basis. Even today, if I open my phone, I'll still show you people worked in my farm today. What am I trying to say? A situation where the federal government has talked about forest guard, and they are recruiting forest guard to assist farmers to, you know, secure our farmlands. I don't know how these forest guards are going to be equipped more than Nigeria armed forces. Number one, the kind of training they are going to get, and the number, Nena, that is going to. Will they be in my farm? Will they be around my area? Do you understand? That's number one. If this is not curbed, people can no longer go to their farm. 70% of the people in IDP camp in Benue Plateau, they are farmers. They cannot go to farm. Over the years, they are now relying on government, palliative from government to feed. Do you know what that means? This is a state, Benue State, that prides itself as the food basket of the nation. Today, food basket of the nation are now going cap in hand to get palliative to feed from. It's an issue. One, so if security is not checked, this insecurity is not checked, forget about it. The food insecurity that is going to come will be worse. Because when people are idle, they cannot go over their normal duties. The government don't have the means to feed them. Then when they are talking about food insecurity, have you thought of the wastage, even the little that we're able to harvest in our farms? One would have been talking of a government that is preaching food sufficiency for its citizens. We'll be talking of how to, be able to get this food during the time of harvest. How you are able to keep these things to the extent that to the time when this harvest period is over, post-harvest period is over, then you are able to now say, okay, we have so silos. 774 local governments in this nation. How many of them have silos where you can keep this farm produce and say, okay, now that we are at the season of glut, the harvest is on now. Instead of it being wasted, let's find a way to keep for the rainy day. They are not there. What does it take to get silos for 774 functional local government in this nation? One, you need good electricity, because every silo will need electricity to power it. Even if you cannot get the hydro as it is, why don't you go for solar? To get this, are they working towards that? Forget about these ministers just coming to give us a handout and read it as if we are fools. I'm a practical farmer. I'm telling you what I'm going through. I know especially that when it is time for harvest, how these food are wasted, the price crash. That's when they tell you our food produce has reduced in the market now because there is harvest. Are you going to start talking about that one when we are getting closer to the Utah? Now Christmas is coming. You will know how much you are going to buy tomato and pepper during this Christmas. But if there were warehouses that you could open and say, oh, the silos, let us begin to open it. The government should also think of buyback. At this time of produce, when the harvest is high, the government will come up with a formula, will buy from farmers. So that when they buy from farmers, they're able to keep it. When the time comes, they release it for the citizens. That's what responsible government all over the world do. But unfortunately, we don't have that. Then again, you are talking, have you been to a typical farm settlement in Nigeria where there are no roads? So even the ones I harvest, sometimes I will harvest in my farm, to get it to the market where it will make value to me, it may take 2 days. And at that time, it's already losing its value. There are no roads. In this nation, we had, during IBB's time, IBB's regime, we had DFRI, Directorate for Food, Road and Rural Infrastructure, where the government of IBB took it upon themselves that where farmers are producing farm produce, earth roads should be opened. We are not even talking of being tarred now. Let them just be, these roads are graded, vehicle could move in and out. Those are supposed to be laudable policies that every successive government that is talking about food insecurity ought to have taken and say, okay, leave this. This is a good one. Let us emulate it and continue working on it. Today, I practically spend more than 70% of what is supposed to be my gain to bring out my produce. At the end of the day, I get to the market, it's just like I wasted time, all my money and time in doing that farm. But some of us who have passion for it, we continue with it. Is this one in place? They are not in place. The so-called tractor and equipment, Nena, who gets them? Politicians are using it to do what they call a constituency project, or what they call, this one they normally come to do for their constituent people, come to share things for them. They have a language they use for it. I will remember it. That's what they use it for now. They gather people, they come and share it for them because they want to use it to boost their ego. It doesn't get to the farmers who actually need it. I will have to go and hire, I have to fuel it and get a tractor driver at 2 expense. No subsidy. Where is the agricultural loan? Where is the grant? Ordinary fertilizer. I bought about 20 bags of fertilizer last week. I know how much left my pocket. No subsidized, no grant, no loan. How many Nigerians can do this? Then you are going to tell the world tell the president because you want to keep your job, that you are talking about food insecurity. What effort have you put in place to actually make sure that this insecurity you are preaching, food insecurity you are preaching, doesn't become an issue with Nigerians? Then even the labor, do you know how much it costs to pay laborers that you take to the farm? Who are the people that are responsible for this? So all these are just mere theories written by some good writers. Then the minister comes and read it, but they don't know that they are not reading it to fools. Even if you are not a farmer, there are people who are in that profession who knows exactly what is going on within that profession. You understand? I could talk about journalism. The doctor, my colleague there, could talk about medical sciences. Then farmers as well will talk about what they are facing in the field. All these ones that they are reeling out, they are not practical farmers. They don't even know what the farmers are going through. They just come and dust a paper that is somebody has given us in a conference and read it to us and tell us. The real farmers are facing issues. I will tell you. Real farmers are facing issues in this nation. Is it in wastage? You harvest and you cannot take it to the market. It's there in the farm. It's wasted. Who cares for them? Who cares for them? Agricultural banks that are supposed to they are working so well. Let there be agricultural bank, and the farmer can proudly go in with all your proposal and you get a loan. Are they here? Are they working? Even if you hear there is agricultural bank, they will only give it to the politician who is from their own constituency. They know that by the time I give him, he's going to help me to mobilize people to get me voted into power again. It will not get to you and I. So these are just lip service. There's nothing new here because I'm in the field. I have farm. That's why I can tell you more about this.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to our other conversation. We know that a new development came up today. The PDP, the Abdurrahman-led faction, People's Democratic Party has inaugurated a new board of trustees in Abuja. And of course, we've heard so much about what is happening in the PDP. And then, we keep hearing, today we are hearing there's no convention. Tomorrow we get to hear there's convention. And the factions, the case is worsening every day. Let me come to you, Dr. Eric. What do you make of this new development? Is it going to sink PDP deeper into whatever hole it is that they've dug for themselves?
I beg, I want you to educate me. What is PDP? What is PDP? Are you still talking about PDP as a party? Let us forget these people. It has disintegrated, it is gone. I don't know the PDP we are talking about. Oh. Is it this one we are seeing? I don't know why people make them a topic. They are gone.
But let me ask you, Dr. Eric. Sorry, I'm cutting you. PDP is the major opposition party in Nigeria, or used to be.
I'm telling you, they are not major opposition parties.
If you say, or if of course it is not about you because they are the ones who have, the crisis that is happening is within the party. But if PDP as a party becomes extinct, don't you think we are going to head into a one-party state? I don't think it's going to affect our democracy as a nation.
No. I will say no. Capital no.
Okay.
The opposition you have now is the coalition. It is the coalition that is confronting the government and telling them what the government does not want to hear.
Please, which coalition?
ADC.
Because they are even struggling. The ADC, they are also struggling.
They are not struggling. It's a gimmick.
Okay.
ADC is very strong. They are making what's struggling. Have you been hearing what the National Publicity Secretary has been saying? Have you been seeing how have you listened to how they are tackling the government and the president? What is this? See, these are gimmicks. They don't want to come out with all their cards. Because if you ask the APC now, the people that they are worried about is ADC, African Democratic Congress. That is where you see people talking and challenging. What have you heard from PDP? That's what I'm asking. Where's PDP? Have you heard PDP criticize government? They are hedonistic. Just because the party was not formed on principles of taking care of the people, that was how they failed. They said they are going to rule for 60 years. When everybody is trying to capture what it can capture, they are the people that kept this country like this. None of them is sincere. That's why I'm asking you, what is PDP?
Okay.
Papa is speaking. So leave them. When people talk, you are glorifying them. PDP is gone.
Okay.
PDP is gone.
Okay, let's come to you. What do you make of this? PDP's disunity, we've been hearing so much about them. Is this doing more, more harm than good? Because they're not even coming together to unite. They're not even coming together to, look for how to mend their fences and all of that. Are they not opening more grounds for them to become extinct, as Dr. Eric feels that they are already?
Well, it's obvious. The issue we should be addressing here this evening is, what is a political party, to start with? Political party is an ideology, it's an organization set up with people with the same ideology, for the purpose of ruling or getting the government, to making the government in power. Unfortunately, the founding father of PDP, almost all of them are gone now. If they are there in their grave and seeing what is going on, they may be weeping because this was not the intention they have for PDP. Along the line, as a result of lack of truth, selfishness and greed, PDP was hijacked by some selfish individuals who want to be there at all times. That's what we are seeing playing out. The ideology went off. They pride themselves that they were going to rule this nation for 60 years. Unfortunately, they got the leadership of this nation for only 16 years. You can divide that and see the number of years they left. They missed that off their calculation and boast. What is happening? When truth is not being said, one, when there are no, what do you call it? Deterrents for erring members. Okay, you don't have the political will. The leadership of the party don't have the political will to say, okay, you have gone, this is an anti-party issue. You have committed. We are suspending you, or we are, dismissing you out of our party. When there are no deterrents because of lack of political will, when there are selfish interests, when there are greed, when everybody there is like, oh, I want to get there by all means, what we are seeing will come to pass. When Jonathan lost the election in 2015, everybody thought that PDP would have learned their lessons and go back. What was the functions of Senator Unamani-led committee to look into what led to their failure? At least that committee came up with those things that led to the failure of PDP. Are they worked on today? Have they followed it up and said, okay, this was our failure in 2015. Let us find a way to it will not repeat itself. In 2019, we saw it repeated itself. In 2023, it became worse. Now we are talking of the parties even going on extinction. What are we talking about? Because people who term themselves as the leaders of the party have not spoken the truth to themselves. They are all about themselves grabbing it. When Wike became a bull in a China shop in PDP, when he said in 2023, I am not going to support your presidential candidate, I'm going to support APC. One would have expected that the leadership of the party would have been able to make a pronouncement on Wike so that every other person will not throw that lie. He came up with some governors and they fight the G5.